this time I'd like to meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory in the Métis homeland and acknowledge the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as the Cree, the Dene, the Saulteaux, the Blackfoot, Nakota Iska, as well as Métis and Inuit and now settlers from around the world. And I'll start with a roll call. Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Morgan.
Morning.
Good morning. Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Rutherford. Not online yet. That's okay. Councillor Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Parmar. Is going to be, that's online.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Good morning. Councillor Elliott.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Good morning. So before we consider today's agenda, I'll ask all members present if they have any pecuniary or conflicts of interest to declare regarding any of the items to be discussed. Pecuniary interest exists when an item can monetarily affect a member of council, their employer, or family member, and a conflict of interest exists when an item could affect a private interest of a member of council, their employer, or family member. Do any members of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest to declare? Hearing no declared pecuniary or conflicts of interest, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Tang.
I'll move that the August 25th, 2026 City Council public hearing agenda be adopted with the following change. Replacement report for 411 bylaw 21521 to close a portion of 17th Street Southwest located north of Ellerslie Road Southwest, Elsis.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Any questions on the agenda? Seeing none, please vote.
Yes,
Madam Clerk.
I didn't quite catch. I think I had a yes from Councillor Paquette. I'm not sure who else said yes on that.
Councillor Parmar is a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Parmar. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 12-0. Next, request to reschedule reports, none. Explanation of the public hearing process. So, before we begin, I'd like to give a brief overview of the public hearing process. The clerk will call out the bylaws, and I will state the number of speakers that are registered to speak to the bylaw. Council will then select the bylaws they wish to discuss and vote on any bylaws that have not been selected for discussion. For each item selected by Council, administration will first provide a presentation. Next, I will call the names of each registered speaker and invite them to make their presentations. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to make comments. And the clerk will run the official timer, which will be displayed in the virtual meeting and on screen in the chamber. And also we have timer lights on the two podiums here. And the lights will be green for the first 4 minutes. It'll turn yellow when there's 1 minute remaining, and it flashes red when the 5 minutes are up. And when there are multiple speakers registered for an item, speakers will be placed in panels. And the first panel will be those in favor, followed by a panel of those in opposition, continuing in that order until everyone has been heard. And when everyone in your panel has had their turn to speak, members of council may ask questions of you and other panel members. After hearing from the public, council may ask questions of administration. And after all questions of administration have concluded, I'll ask council if they have any clarifying questions as a result of any new information that may have arisen during the public hearing. Finally, council may close the public hearing and debate the bylaw. And so for those participating virtually, I ask that you please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. And anyone here in person, city staff will guide you to your seat when it's time for your panel. So clerk, may you please call the bylaws?
Thank you, Mayor Knack. Is there anyone to speak to item 4.1, bylaw 21561, to allow for parks and amenities downtown?
Yes, sorry, I meant to actually open up my speakers list from this morning. There it is. Just hang on, I'll pull it up. So yes, we have 3 speakers registered in favor, all 3 to answer questions only.
Thank you. Items 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to item 4.2, Charter Bylaw 21569, to amend the Ellerslie District Plan? Item 4.3, Bylaw 21570, to amend the Decode 2 Area Structure Plan. Item 4.4, Bylaw 21571, to amend the Alsace Neighborhood Structure Plan. And item 4.5, bylaw 21572, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing ALSAs.
Sorry. Yes, I have 3 speakers to registered in favor, and all 3 are to answer questions only.
Thank you. Items 4.6, 4.7, and 4.8 will be dealt with together. Is there anyone to speak to 4.6, bylaw 21582, to amend the Riverview Area Structure Plan? Item 4.7, bylaw 21495, to amend the River's Edge Neighborhood Structure Plan? Or item 4.8, bylaw 21496, to allow for a range of small to medium-scale housing, small-scale parks, open space amenities, and small-scale commercial centers River's Edge.
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, both to answer questions only.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 4.9, bylaw 21562, to allow for neighborhood-scale mixed-use development Glenwood?
Yes, I have 8 speakers registered in favor. That is a combination of folks looking to speak and a few to answer questions only. And then we have 4 speakers registered in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 4.10, bylaw 21578, to allow for medium-scale housing Inglewood?
Yes, I have 1 speaker registered in favor to answer questions only and 4 speakers registered in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 4.11, bylaw 21521, to close a portion of 17th Street Southwest located north of Ellerslie Road Southwest, ALSAs?
Yes, I have 3 speakers registered in favor, all to answer questions only, and no one registered in opposition.
Thank you. Is there anyone to speak to item 4.12, bylaw 21568, omnibus and omnibus plus text amendments to zoning bylaw 20001?
Yes, I have no one registered in favor, and I have 1 speaker registered in opposition.
Is there anyone to speak to item 4.13, bylaw 21559, to allow for an emergency shelter and wellness facility, Gerard Industrial?
Yes, we have already heard from 6 speakers registered in favor, and we have also heard from 4 speakers registered in opposition. There are an additional 3 speakers registered in opposition.
Thank you. And is there anyone to speak to item 4.14, bylaw 21564, to allow for medium-scale housing Fulton Place?
Yes, I have 2 speakers registered in favor, one to present, 1 to answer questions only, and then 4 registered in opposition. And that should be the list. And I should, before we go to selection of items for debate, we should just do a quick protocol item. We do have some guests here in the room. I don't know if they've been, they had an official form filled out, and that's okay if they didn't. We just, because we'll be connecting with them later. So we have some guests here from a cohort that represents 33 participants from Chinese universities in the, I don't know if it's, you just say it GALD or it's the GALD program at the University of Alberta. And I'll get you, everyone here from that program, please stand up while you're here. We just want to, we'll acknowledge you. So we have these folks here, as mentioned, 33 participants from 33 Chinese universities. Most work as administrators in international education, not all of them, but they are here. This is a program that's been going on for quite some time. I had the great privilege as counselor to often speak to the cohort every 4 months or so when they would be here, and they are continuing to come, and it's different folks every time. It's a great way to have people experience our city, and it's a great way when I get to speak with them or when others, I think Councillor Tang is the one who got to speak with this class last time, gets a chance to learn from the expertise that they bring here. So we're very pleased that you're here. I know you're going to be here for a little bit, and then you're going to go out and tour City Hall, and I think at lunchtime we'll get a chance to connect. So welcome to City Hall. It's a pleasure to have you here. And you're all welcome to grab a seat now. Thank you very much. All right, next will be selection of items for debate, and I'll go to the board. I see Councillor Wright's on the board.
Yes, I'd like to select 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, and 4.11.
Okay, that's 4.2 through 4.5 as well as 4.11. Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Just 4.12, please.
412. Okay. Councillor Clark,
4-9, please.
4-9. Councillor Salvador,
413 and 414, please.
413 and 414. Councillor Rutherford, please go ahead.
Can I select 410, please?
410, absolutely. And just double checking our list. I think we've selected all the items that have had registered speakers. Okay, great. I don't see anyone else on the board. At this point, we can take a motion to close the public hearing on all the items not selected for debate. I'll go to Councillor Rutherford for that.
Yeah, I will close public hearing on item 4.1, on item 4.6, 4.7, 4.8.
Second.
Thank you.
Wait,
Yeah,
413 and 414 selected?
they were, yes,
Okay.
yeah, by Councillor Salvador, so, yeah. That's seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on closure of the public hearing on those bylaws.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Just waiting on one vote. Councillor Jans, did it come through for you?
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move first reading on all the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on first reading on those bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move second reading of the aforementioned items.
Second.
And seconded by Councillor Parmar for second reading. Please vote on the second reading.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Councillor Rutherford.
I'll move consideration of third reading on the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for consideration of third reading on those selected bylaws, or on those not selected bylaws.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. And Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you. I'll move third and final reading on bylaw 21561, bylaw 21582, bylaw 21495, and bylaw 21496.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading of those bylaws.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 13-0. Okay, so that means anyone that was here for 4.1, which is the downtown parks and amenities item, as well as 4.6 through 4.8, which was the Riverview Area Structure Plan River's Edge Neighborhood item, those are completed. And we still have many other items on our agenda. So the next thing we'll do is check to see, because I think there were two items that were held over from the last agenda, and we'll see if we want to bring those forward as we have been over the last little while. Councillor Salvador, do you want to make that motion?
Yeah, happy to move that we bring forward item 413.
And do you want to do
And
both?
414,
We can just
yeah.
bring them, yeah.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Any introductory comments on that, Councillor Salvador? No, okay, perfect. Just for everyone's knowledge, so what happened is there are two items, 413 and 414, that were discussed last week but not completed, or one had started discussion, one had not yet been discussed, and it's typically been council's practice over the last little while to bring those items first on the agenda. So that motion is on the floor. Any questions? Anyone wishing to speak to it? Seeing none, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13-0. So just to make sure everyone in the room sort of has a sense of how the agenda will work. So what we'll be doing is the first item of business is going to be the Gerard Industrial item, which had been started last agenda. We had gone through a number of, we had received the presentation from administration. We had gone through the speakers in favor. We had gone through the first batch of speakers in opposition. There are some additional ones. So we're going to finish hearing from those speakers in opposition. And then council will ask questions of the speakers in opposition. We'll do questions of administration and continue. Once that item is complete, we'll move to the Fulton Place item. With that one, there are speakers registered in favor and opposed. Upon completion of that, we'll go back to the start where we'll move through items 4.2 through 4.5, which are all together, and that one will likely be a lot quicker as there are no speakers registered in favor to make presentations or opposed. Once that is completed, we will move to the Glenwood item where there are speakers registered both in favor and opposition. Following that, we'll move to Inglewood. Then we will go to the the second ALSIS item, and then finally the zoning bylaws. So what that means for the audience, I would say realistically, I would say for sure if you're here for Inglewood or the zoning bylaw items, there is no way we'll get to you before lunch for sure. So if you're here and you want to hang out, you're welcome to hang out, but I also don't want you to leave you sitting in the room. If you want to go, go to the library, go hang out, go get a meal, you're welcome to. So if you're here for Inglewood, if you're here for the zoning bylaw, that's items 410 or 412, feel free to come back after lunch. I can guarantee you we will not get to yours before lunch. It is likely the Glenwood item, it could potentially start before lunch. That depends on how long the next item takes. There's still questions. I can't guarantee you that we won't start before lunch, which is also why I wouldn't want you to leave, but I can tell you we're not going to get to you for at least an hour and a half based off the number of speakers on the other items. So if you're here for Glenwood, feel free to take an hour and a half long break. We won't get to you until at least 11. Chances are it might even be after lunch, but I just want to put you a little more on potential notice for that. So everyone else, if you're here for Fulton Place and Gerard Industrial, we're going to go through those in order. There's a chance we'll finish both of those before the break and maybe move on to the next one. So with that in mind, and because we have a full agenda and lots of speakers, let us move on to our speakers for the item, which is the Gerard Industrial and those in opposition. So again, just for clarification, we had heard from 4 speakers. There were 2 in the original list who were not available at the time. I will still call out their names as they would still have the right to speak. Actually, I think because we haven't asked questions of them, we're going to call out the names of all of the speakers. And anyone who is in opposition, we're going to have them come down because council will have a chance to ask questions of all the speakers in opposition. So if you hear your name and you're here in person, please come on down and the clerks will get you seated. So that would be Isaac Varty. We had Blaine Helinker, Donna Lavers, Sandra Leisure, Timothy Sabo, Ranveer Singh. Those were the first 6 who were here last time. 4 of them had spoken. If any of those are here but you're online now, you're welcome. Please, I see Isaac is online actually. Isaac, you're there, and I see Ranveer is here as well as Timothy Sabo is online. I see Sandra's online. So really, I think what we're missing is Blaine. Blaine, are you here? Okay. and then Donna Lavers, neither in person nor online. So the other 4 are all online. And we have not heard yet from Timothy Sabo, so Timothy will be first once I finish calling the rest of the names. The other 4 names we had is Peter Parmar. Please come on down. We'll get you seated here. Chantel Sepulveda. Please come on down. Elise Duma. Elise, are you in person, or is that, there we go, oh, no. Do I have Elise here, or online? I don't see, and then Adam Cassavant. Adam, are you here? Yep, please come on down. Okay, so those are the additional 3 speakers who had registered. Now that they're all seated, I'll just go through one final little script here so everyone knows what we're doing. So before we begin, oh wait, sorry. No, I already did that one. Let's go to the last one. So before we continue, I just want to remind everyone of the respectful behavior expectations while participating in this meeting, and that applies to both in-person and online participants. So hearing from the public is an important part of the council process that provides us with the opportunity to hear the full diversity of opinions that exists in our community. And as meeting chair, my role is not to moderate the nature of the content being discussed, but to ensure behaviors support a safe, respectful, and neutral space for my colleagues, for city employees, and for all of you in the public. So any disrespectful comments, including the use of profane language or gestures, and behaviors such as shouting, cheering, or clapping will not be tolerated. The one exception to the clapping rule, as you would have seen, is when we welcome guests into our building, we will clap for them, but no other clapping, no other cheering or shouting. If you want to agree vigorously, nod your head, and that's about as far as we'll go for that. And then for those online, any use of the raise hand feature, the chat, the emoticon response, or AI note-taking tools in the virtual meeting are not permitted. And I will direct the clerk to have security remove anyone violating these expectations, and they will not be permitted to rejoin the meeting. And I won't provide any additional warnings as this meeting is being live streamed, and of course everyone is welcome to watch online. So thank you very much for that. So as mentioned, each speaker is going to have 5 minutes. I'm going to go to the one speaker who had registered last time that had not been available. That was Timothy. Timothy, you'll have up to 5 minutes, and you can start as you wish now.
Mayor and members of council, good day. Believing all is well with you all. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak concerning this matter with Hope Mission and its desire to expand in our community. My name is Timothy J. Sabo. I am one of 3 owners of Sabo Brothers Enterprises Limited. My dad and his brothers started Sabo Brothers roughly 50 years ago or more. Currently, we run as a commercial property management business overseeing 160 plus businesses that lease from us. We have seen and dealt with thousands of businesses throughout the years. In the last several years, we have seen an influx of homeless people in our businesses and community, forcing tenants to action for security purposes, impacting them financially. They've installed doorbells, security cameras, locked doors during regular business hours for the safety of their employees. There have been numerous reports, thievery, broken door locks, smashed windows to both buildings, vehicles, and equipment. Fires being started in garbage cans and vehicles. Men sleeping in crates, cars, and stairwells, which they destroyed. We have had to remove power rooms that were built onto the buildings because homeless people were sleeping in them. They have dangerously been removing copper out of electrical boxes and rooms on the outside of the buildings. They've been caught stripping the wires that have very big power attached to them. Many business owners have expressed big frustration in the community. They all testify to the same things transpiring. It's become very frustrating when your day-to-day activities are impacted by these individuals. These are common concerns that are ongoing in our business community. It appears that Hope Mission initially moved into the community in 2023, providing temporary housing during very cold weather. These people are suffering from homelessness, addictions, and perhaps mental health. It was at this time we started having issues brought to our attention at an accelerated rate. As big taxpayers, we anticipate the city to understand the support these people groups require and not jeopardize them and our well-established business operations. When the Bissell Center was working, we would employ and pay the men daily. Our business has employed at least 1,000 men and women from Bissell Center over the last 20 years. They always went back downtown or wherever they lived. We never had any issues with them. They actually were truly heaven sent and a blessing. We own 5 buildings of 19, approximately 56 businesses within 1 kilometer of the Hope Mission facility. The police have been notified numerous times to come deal with and move these people out and away from the businesses. We understand the need for Hope Mission to expand their facilities. We take the stand with all the current trouble we have had to deal with that this is not a suitable location to invite more troubled people to come to. Seeing what this people group requires, we don't believe this location will be able to meet their needs. These are the reasons why we Sable Brothers would like you folks to reconsider the expansion. The safety and security of our businesses we represent and the community's well-being is our utmost concern. Also, the safety and well-being of these homeless people coming into a community that is not conducive for them. We believe Hope Mission should relocate altogether for the people they are trying to protect and help. This is a highly dense, well-established, respected business community, and we would like to keep it that way. Thank you very much for your consideration. Timothy J. Sable, Sable Brothers. And
Thank you very much. Next speaker on our list will be Peter Parmar, who's here in the room. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Your Worship, ladies and gentlemen of the council. My name is Paramveer Peter Parmar, and I represent RKS Hotels Group based here out of British Columbia, but I'm based here in Edmonton. RKS Hotel Group and subsidiary companies own the 4 Point Sheraton on Argyle and 75th Street, own the Travelodge on the West End, and has just recently purchased the Radisson Conference Center on Stony Plain. I would like to invite you to please review the report that the administration has presented to you, in particular page 3, where it states that mail notices, 33 responses, in opposition 32 were submitted to them. In terms of the comments that our previous speakers and presenters have made is related to safety and security, just as Mr. Sabos has just mentioned. Our concern is of paramount is the safety of our guests and our associates that work at our facility at the 4 Points Sheraton on Argyle and 75th Street. We have undertaken in the last 3 years an $8 million renovation project, which is now completed. I will not go into all the details of the renovation, but we did spend approximately $8 million renovating that hotel. And we're renovating the Radisson on the West End as well. We've had numerous instances of homeless people coming into the hotel while renovations and currently. We as per Marriott bylaws or requirements, we have complimentary coffee for our guests in the lobby. We have homeless people coming in and helping themselves to the facilities and trying to get into the rooms. We have had numerous break-ins into our facilities, into our sheds that we had brought in for our sea-can containers that we had brought in for our renovation product that we were housing. To us, basically, and I'm going to keep it very short, we acknowledge and commend Hope Mission and their mission and support their mission in terms of what they're doing to assist people of need. But this location that they're looking at is totally we're objecting to. We have added additional security at night, during the day for our customers, even to the degree that our security personnel sometimes have to escort our associates to their cars at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock in the morning when the pub closes. This issue of the of calling the city police to deal with it is not a high priority for them. We appreciate their assistance whenever we need it, but that's not a high priority. These people also need mental health help, which is not available in the near area. One, there's no grocery stores. There's no direct transportation. There's demand. In the report, it says that on-demand transportation, but the lag time of that transportation is roughly about 30 to 60 minutes before the people can get responded to in that area, according to the information I was given. But unfortunately, I did not check that. But I do want to mention there's no transportation, there's no hospital close by, there's no grocery stores that they can go to. This location is right behind the casino, which is also another issue. And if we're looking at ensuring that the people these homeless people are helped, that is not existent in this area. And I would recommend that safety is paramount importance in making this decision, and I urge you to please adhere to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is Chantel Sepulveda. You can correct my pronunciation of the last name there.
Good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Chantal Sepulveda, and I'm here today as a local business owner and a woman who is deeply concerned about the proposed Hope Mission homeless shelter in our business neighborhood. I want to be clear, I believe we do need to support people experiencing homelessness. However, I do not believe this location is the right place for this shelter. Our businesses already face challenges, and I'm concerned that bringing a large shelter into this area could increase issues such as crime, disorder, loitering, and garbage, which it already has, but it will continue to get worse. And as a woman, I'm especially concerned about my personal safety. I'm already nervous to be at my business in the evenings because it's dark out and things like that, but I worry that this situation and having people around in the area, already I've seen multiple men pushing carts with different things, carrying bags while I'm there in the evenings, and it makes me very uncomfortable that I have to keep my gate locked to feel safe, and when I have to exit, I'm nervous and I'm on the phone with someone because I fear for my own safety, and also for employees, customers, and other business owners in the area will feel less safe. I'm also very concerned about our property values. We already pay very high property taxes in our area. I believe ours is close to $28,000. If this shelter goes ahead and our property values are negatively affected, I have to ask, will our property taxes be reduced accordingly? Will our tax bills be cut in half because our property values are so significantly impacted? Why should we as business owners continue to pay extremely high property taxes on properties that may become worth less because of a decision made by the city? We've invested our money, our time, our blood, sweat, and tears, our livelihoods into our businesses. We should not be expected to absorb the financial consequences if this development negatively affects our property values, customer traffic, or ability to operate safely. I'm asking City Council to seriously consider the economic impact this decision could have on the businesses and property owners in this neighborhood. Supporting people experiencing homelessness is important, but the situation should not come at the expense of the safety, property values, and financial security of the businesses already here and contributing to the city's everything. We provide a lot of things to the city. We deserve to have our concerns taken seriously. I respectfully ask City Council to reconsider this location and explore alternatives that could better balance the needs of those experiencing homelessness with safety, security, and the future of our neighborhood and businesses in mind. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and we'll check to see if Elise Duma is joined us online or in person. No, okay. Our last speaker is here, Adam Casavant. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Council. My name is Adam, and I live in the Fulton community, directly adjacent to the Gerard Industrial, where this proposed Hope Mission expansion facility is being considered. I am here to speak strictly to land use and policy compliance, not emotion or politics. Fulton and Avonmore are both stable, low-density residential neighborhoods. The city's own statutory planning documents, including the Municipal Development Plan, the zoning bylaw, and the Fulton Avonmore area redevelopment plans do not designate these communities for high-impact social service infrastructure. Council is obligated to uphold these documents when making land use decisions. We already have a Morningstar facility operating in the area. It has produced the exact negative impacts that residents are trying to prevent from spreading into adjacent communities. These impacts are not hypothetical. They are observable, documented, and ongoing. Introducing a second high-impact facility compounds those issues and contradicts the city's stated goal of protecting stable residential neighborhoods. Excuse me. City policy requires that large social service facilities be located in areas with high-frequency transit, medical, and mental health services, police presence, and supportive service clustering. Avonmore and Fulton do not meet any of these criteria. These neighborhoods were never planned, zoned, or serviced for this intensity of use. Emergency response capacity is also mandatory consideration. Fire, ambulance, and police routing in Fulton, Avonmore is designed for residential use, not for facilities that generate significantly higher call volumes. Approving a development that knowingly degrades emergency response performance contradicts city's safety policy. I also want to address the stated rationale of relieving pressure on the downtown core. There is no evidence that relocating high-impact facilities into low-density residential neighborhoods reduces downtown disorder or improves service outcomes. City policy requires evidence-based justification for land use decisions. That evidence has not been provided. Council, this is not a matter of personal preference. This is a matter of statutory land use compliance. Approving this development would contradict the Municipal Development Plan, the zoning bylaw, and the Fulton and Avonmore ARPs. You cannot approve this proposal without contradicting your own planning framework. I respectfully ask Council to reject this application on the basis of land use and compatibility, failure to meet city-mandated siting criteria, and the demonstrated negative impacts already occurring from the existing facilities in the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And those are our speakers in opposition. And so, again, just reminding everyone on council, we can ask questions of all of the speakers who had spoken opposition, because we didn't get a chance to do that before the end of the meeting. So that we do have on the agenda or online here Isaac Varty, Blaine Helliker, and Sandra Leisure and Ranveer Singh. So we've got a number of folks that spoke last time you're welcome to ask questions of. This was selected by Councillor Salvador, so I'll go to Councillor Salvador first for questions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you to all the speakers for being here. I'll start with the speakers who are here in chambers, and then I will have some questions for folks who shared their thoughts last meeting as well. So just to, maybe I'll work backwards and start with Adam. Thank you so much for your thoughts and for really focusing on some of the land use questions. I also wanted to dig in a little bit. You mentioned some concerns around emergency response capacity. And yeah, just wanted you to elaborate a little bit on that. Am I understanding that your concern is with existing capacity and sort of what that would mean for the broader area?
Yeah. It's there is no police building in our area. There used to be on 98th Ave, but I believe it's just a subset now or a meeting spot. Yeah, your closest police station would be what, downtown? Or on the south side? Your closest hospital is the Grey Nuns, maybe, or maybe Royal Alec.
Right, okay.
There's no medical facilities. There's no walk-up clinics. There's nothing like that in the area. It's all industrial.
Right, okay, that's, that helps me understand where you're coming from, and I think I'll maybe go to Speaker Parmar as well, because you talked a little bit about some of the amenities, supports, services. I think you mentioned things like groceries, access to health services, transportation, as one of your concerns as well, and yeah, maybe just speak a little bit about that, and I'll have a follow-up question after.
Sure. Basically, from our perspective is that there's no grocery stores on what is the plan for the people that are going to be released, where are they going to go. We haven't seen any plan from the developer that wants to establish that facility, number one. Two, we look at, there's no direct transportation that within 15 minutes they can get a bus. It's on demand, and they're on demand have their own issues, which I'm not going to address here. But from a point of view with the issues that we have at the hotel is that we have a lot of people coming into the hotel where we have young ladies working at the front desk, young gentlemen working at the front desk that initially have to deal with this situation. And that in front of that is a safety issue for them. We've added security. We're redoing our security cameras as we speak. We've already put in a security person at night. Instead of having one auditor at nighttime from 11 to 7, we have now 2 auditors that do work from 11 to 7, which was not required in the past. And I think that basically is that the car break-ins as well is, the city police deals with it appropriately. But the thing is that from our standpoint, we look at it for the safety of our personnel and safety for our guests that are coming in and spending money in the city of Edmonton.
Okay, yeah, and I also, and maybe this is a better question, have you connected directly with Hope Mission? Like, have you had a chance to speak with their team?
No, we have
okay.
not. To be honest with you, we did not get notices. Somebody called the owner and said, this project is going in your neighborhood. That's when he's based out of BC, called me and said, investigate it, and that's how. Otherwise, we would have objected in the previous and responded to the city if we had received those notices, which we did not receive at the hotel.
Okay, I see. And yeah, the reason I was curious if you've had that opportunity to connect, I know when we did hear from the proponents, they spoke a little bit about sort of what additional wraparound supports and services would be available on site for folks, and sort of trying to close gaps in transportation to make sure that people actually have that access. So I was just curious if you'd had the opportunity to have that conversation or heard that piece.
This just came to my desk about 3 days ago.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that. And I probably won't have time to get another one in, so I'll come back for another round. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Well, thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers today and at our last public hearing for your thoughts. Just one quick question for I think Speaker Parmar. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing some of the pressures and challenges that you're facing at your hotel. Just reflecting on the anecdotes you shared around folks coming to access, some of the free coffee, some of the rooms. Again, just wondering if having a facility that's proposed by Hope Mission, wondering if you see that might help alleviate some of those pressures by providing a place where folks can access those types of services. So instead of coming into your hotel, looking for coffee or a bed, that they'd be able to access that at the Hope Mission.
I think that basically, if I may very respectfully say, is that we have no objection with regards to the mission of Hope and their values. We just have opposition to the location of the facility that they're providing. If we had, for instance, to be honest with you, I'm a Rotarian, and so from my standpoint, it's service above self. Yes, we want to help people, but the requirements that are needed to look after these people are not there at all in this facility that they're proposing to build. There's no grocery stores for them to go to. Are they going to be keeping them overnight? Yes, they are. Are they going to be releasing them in the morning? We don't know. At the same time, we have an issue already that is going to be compounded with this location that's being suggested. And we're more concerned about, yes, we're concerned about their mental health and providing those facilities to them, but we're more concerned about safety of our associates and safety of our guests, and that is basically where we're objecting to this.
Yeah, and I appreciate you wanting to keep your employees safe, and I'll certainly follow up. I know certainly I've seen challenges with shelters where there is that sort of release in the morning. People aren't able to stay there throughout the day. So when we get to new information, I'll certainly ask the proponents a bit more detail about that to clarify those points that you raised. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, again, Mr. Parmar, I was going to sort of focus on that. If we're seeing those vulnerable Edmontonians already there, giving them a place to go to get that coffee, to get the supports, from what we've heard from Hope Mission, that there are going to be some wraparound supports and a letter that was sent to council, and I was just, have you seen any of that? And I'm just double checking to see if that letter is online for the public to see. And I can't do that very quickly right now. But are you, you're not aware of the supports that Hope Mission is going to be offering?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Because in the letter that we received to council, there will be things like a housing team and social workers, life-saving care, recovery coaching and referrals to like you say, recovery supports and mental health that people need, which isn't something that your business is able to provide, right?
No, we're not. And it is also like a lot of the ladies and gentlemen that have opposed this project has mentioned the same things that we're mentioning. And our priority is to look after the customers that come into our hotel. And that is providing revenue and tourism to the city of Edmonton with the DMFs that are there. At the same time, what we're looking at is a safety issue on this location. Regardless where this location is in Girard, there's no, like the previous, I think Mr. Adams had mentioned, if I'm correct on his name, is that basically where is the hospitals? The hospitals Grey Nun or Royal Alex. There's no police station close by that can deal with these issues. We have a good response from the city of Edmonton if there's a car break-in, which is now we've taken a lot of steps to minimize those, but that is by adding extra costs, by adding more security, and also walking our staff back to their cars, which in a normal situation should not occur. And to us, it's basically, yes, we support Hope Mission, but the location of this facility is something that is not feasible for us to handle.
Okay. I mean, and not everybody enjoys having a hospital, 2 doors down from them. I think it's probably, and maybe Mr. Cassavant, maybe I'll ask you, Grey Nuns is just straight down 50th Street. We've got a fire hall over in Capilano that can also respond, and they do the majority of medical responses. So that's not close enough?
You're asking, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so, do you see that as a viable option? That, the fire service does respond to medical emergencies?
I guess, yeah, if that's the city's plan.
Well, it's not the city's plan, and we've kind of had to take it on because the province doesn't respond. Okay,
I just have a comment, and I even toured around yesterday, I think the community is worried of what social disorder comes with these facilities, that's all. There's 24 hours a day, and throughout the day, when you drive around the other facilities and you see the streets and the adjacent streets and the businesses all around there, it doesn't look like a fun place to conduct business or to attend. It's a scary place, actually. And to put that in an industrial area with zero supports, zero ability to take public transit.
yeah, so, but that's what Hope Mission is providing, is those supports that are otherwise non-existent in that area, and you still have
The
the
area is not
homeless
asking for
population.
them. That's the problem. The area is not asking for them. It's not set up for that.
We're hearing concerns that there's safety, you have to have, more security on staff, so if we can help to address those safety concerns, then there wouldn't be the need for security. No?
There will always be need for security at those facilities.
Okay, my time is almost up here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer, can you take the chair?
Councillor Wright is deputy.
Oh my, it's changed. Councillor Wright, can you take the, today's the day it changed. Thank you. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, so I feel like I'm sort of struggling with a similar set of questions, because I think what I've heard from a lot of speakers in opposition is we have a current issue with folks that are struggling with mental health and addictions challenges in the area, causing security issues, causing extra costs, causing a lot of things, causing extra calls for emergency services. So that is happening today, and there is no space in this area for folks to get support. So these individuals have chosen, for any number of reasons, to locate themselves in the areas where you operate businesses. And so I guess my question is, what's the way to solve that without providing supports? Like, what's the right way to begin to tackle those real challenges you've identified? And I'm happy to take any one of our speakers here in person. I see them all here. So what would be the solution? Because it sounds like the solution so far has been asking you all to incur additional costs and pain to deal with real challenges. So I'm wondering, if you don't provide support or a space where people can operate, what's the resolution other than asking you to continue to do that, which I'm hearing is not viewed as a fair solution, and I would agree with that. Yeah, please go ahead, Chantal. Yeah.
I don't really know what the solution is, and I don't think the city does either, because if you look around our city, it's all over the city. So I think as business owners, as community members who have children in the neighborhood and things like that, you're just throwing more into our neighborhood and into our businesses, and it's not fair to people who, like, I understand that they have problems and there's homelessness and all the things going on, but it's a problem in the whole city. So I feel like we're being penalized even more by bringing that directly into our neighborhood. We already have situations, this counselor, I don't remember your name, sorry. She brought up like the Capilano area, but they put one of those shelter type things there and across the street from Capilano Mall, which is my neighborhood where I live in. You can't even go into the Winners, the dollar store, anything there now without having to crawl over people. The ambulances are always there with people overdosing. Watching them come out of the Winners carrying suitcases, and the staff members just wash them, steal everything. So we're throwing these into these neighborhoods, and it's just not fair. And I understand it's not fair to anyone. But I don't know what the solution is.
Because I think what we find, even in Morningstar, right, is the folks that live in the building get care and support that they need. The folks that don't still have a home, those are the folks by the train tracks in the area. Those are the folks outside the Winners. They're not getting care and support, right? So some of those individuals are getting preyed on. Some of them are causing challenges. And so I think the solution generally and broadly that we've seen works worldwide is the more you can get people into actual housing with the supports in the building is the way to solve it. And so I think that's sort of the question we grapple with, we're being asked as a group here to say, do we try to create more spaces that can then get people into housing versus essentially continuing to have them exist on the streets? And I'm not I think we can all say that solution isn't working because it's
It
an issue
isn't.
that's
We're
happening
coddling
across,
people
right?
and we're giving them something and they're throwing it back in your face because they aren't improving, they aren't changing. That's the thing. Whereas people like us are working hard, working 2 jobs, doing all the things we have to do to live and to survive, to not be homeless. But yet we're just giving these things to the people and they're throwing it back in your face because they're not making changes.
Yeah,
You give them all these things and they continue to lead that lifestyle. When do you make a change? I don't know how to help them, and I don't think anybody does, because if they don't want help, they're never going to change because they're being given handouts. Here's a place to stay. We're going to give you this. We're going to give you personal items to use, and you don't fix the problem. You just enable them, basically.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe where some of the disconnect is, because there aren't enough homes for people today, right? So
Could I
people aren't
chime
being
in?
given a home. Yeah, you've got 30 seconds. Please go ahead.
I think actually helping people would actually be providing support, not just
Agreed.
a bed to lay in tonight. I think it's all levels of government.
100%.
I think we need actually facilities that help people. And if you don't want to get the help, well, there is a legal system for that, and then that's when it comes into play.
I think you've nailed it, which is the
I think
wraparound
actual
supports.
facilities from municipal, provincial to federal, that actually helps people. And if they're on the street and you can't get up off the ground, then you need help to make that decision.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is well, I'm out of time, so I'll come back. So, Councillor, I'll take the
And
chair
I'll
back.
return the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to ask Speaker Leger, I think last week. I've got some notes on it. I was dealing with a sick child, but at the time. But I think you said something about harm reduction. You're online, right?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Did you want to speak to that point again?
Right. Well, I think the harm reduction part comes in again with the proposed location. So we're right across the street from the current Hope Mission facility. And during the time the property was used as an emergency shelter, from January to April of 2023, right across the street, if people don't want to stay overnight in the shelter, they don't have to. They can leave whenever they like. And generally speaking, my understanding is they're not permitted back in if they leave for the night. Our property is open 24/7, and we have employees and guests there at all hours of the day, as I mentioned. And the exposure to the casino and alcohol and things like that, that doesn't assist with harm reduction for those residents of the shelter.
Okay, so the timing. I'm just going to ask you, how does casinos impact the inflow of or the impact poverty in our city? And because I see that as a kind of well, you just ask. I'll ask you that first. So
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
How does casinos, how does gambling impact poverty? How do you see that?
Well, it does have its challenges, absolutely. One of the things that the AGLC provides is something called Game Sense, where people who have gambling addictions can get support through the AGLC. And what I'm thinking about here with the shelter is, and again, speaking to some of the points that the gentleman from the 4 Points made, people are coming into our properties, they're panhandling at the entrances, they're causing issues, vandalism and that type of thing. And the issue is the location of the proposed shelter. Not that we need one, everyone agrees that we do. But the impact there, we're right across the street. We're a warm building in the winter.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering how the industry itself, and you can maybe speak to how you are trying to avoid having people fall through the cracks, I guess.
Well, that's definitely available. The other thing that Alberta gaming model is a charitable model, and charities across the province rely on volunteering at casino nights, and it over $400 million between 2024 and 2025 went to Alberta charities. So I think there's a lot of good that comes from casinos that people perhaps don't understand, is that most of the revenue goes directly to charity and to the government.
Do you have like any chance you have numbers on
That
amounts
would
that would go
probably
to?
start
Is that,
to.
am I pushing my luck?
I'm trying to give a little flexibility because I mean we certainly have been told that the potential use is a shelter, but that's starting to get outside of the range of this specific land use of talking about how that operates.
Okay, no, I appreciate it.
No,
Right.
thanks. Thank you. And sorry, just in case you're wondering why I jumped in, everyone. So the way the public hearing process works, it's a fairly rigid process, and so we are required to focus exclusively on land use. Even our conversation today is a little bordering outside of the relevant land use, because who might visit a building is not technically part of what we debate. But knowing that we've had an applicant who has spoken about their intent, it is reasonable council can ask some questions around that. So I just want to both inform council and the public as to sort of how we're going to manage this public hearing, recognizing that technically the visitor of a building is not relevant, but the impact of a use is relevant. So that's why we're engaging a little bit in this conversation. So Councillor Rutherford is next. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. This is bringing me flashbacks to Dominion Industrial. I guess I'm going to go to Sandra first. Do you talk at all, or are you affiliated at all with the Pure Yellowhead Casino?
That's our property, yes. And yeah, if you're going to reference the Hope Mission facility there, please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to know, since that one is in operation, if you have any data or pertinent information about the effects of that on the Yellowhead one that might be pertinent to this discussion today.
It's been similar to what we experienced during the period of time when the mission had an emergency shelter here off Gerard Road. A lot of incidents related to security, people in the parking lot, people attempting to access the property, that type of thing. And in terms of response times and transportation, there's a lot of people that on the west side, there's a lot of bicycles. So people have figured out how to get around, despite the fact that there's no real easy transportation in that part of the city either, because it's a similar sort of setup to what we have here. But yeah, it's definitely impacted our property over at Yellowhead.
Yeah, I was hoping you might have some hard data, like, once the Hope Mission, security incidences have increased by X, something a little bit more, or stay the same. So do you have any of that kind of stats?
I have it for the time the emergency shelter was in place here, and our security incidents rose by 60%.
60%, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
60, yeah.
And then I wanted to go to Isaac. Is he still on the call from the celebration?
Yeah, I'm just here online.
I know, I wanted to know, again, it's very parallel to where the current Hope Mission is located. There's a Church of the Vine that's also adjacent or just across the street from that location. I was wondering if you had talked to that church at all about their experience.
No.
Okay.
We haven't had a discussion with them. Again, similar to, I believe it was the gentleman from the hotel. Like, this kind of came on our plate maybe 2 to 3 weeks, not even before the council meeting. Again, we weren't identified and got given notice to. So no, we had, and again, with vacation schedules and all the rest, it kind of came on our plate last minute.
Okay, so but I also just wanted to flag for you that, regardless of what comes out of today, they might be a good contact to connect with.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess sorry, I don't know if I may be able to speak to real quick. My big concern right now, and I haven't heard it, with all due respect from any council members, and obviously it wasn't identified in the administration's proposal, is the impact to minors and young people in the area. Because again, our church was within 500 meters of walking distance. There's also a daycare kind of kitty corner to where it is as well. And again, we have, about 2,000 people on a Sunday, 250 youth at Friday nights that are in and out between, 6 to 10 p.m. So there's a lot of concerns from us when it comes to the impacts and the risks it can have on minors that obviously us as, citizens of the city that have to do whatever we can to protect those minors and all the rest. So that's my main concern at this moment.
Yeah, and I think just to the mayor's point is, sometimes even when we do these rezonings, we don't know the intent. We approve uses, and this one would fall under a general community services use, as an example, in the land use. And so it's kind of a bit of a gray area because when we're at public hearing, we're meant to regulate the use, not the user. And so in this case, it would be broad umbrella of community services. So that's where I think we're not that we're not hearing your concerns or understand them, just really legislatively limited here in this space.
But shouldn't that be identified in the risk assessment or the land use compatibility, like with the existing organizations in the area?
Yeah, that's a great question for administration on how they assess that, for sure. So I'll make sure to note that one. Thank
Do you want to move another round?
Yes, I'll move a second round.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on another round of questions.
Councillor Jans, can I get your vote on the second round of questions?
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 13-0. Just from an agenda management piece, I think noting the number of Fulton Place speakers, I'm going to say to the Glenwood folks, if you want to go for an early lunch, go ahead. You'll be okay. We won't get to you before lunch based off what's still remaining, because we still have questions of admin, new information, and the Fulton Place. So welcome to stay, of course, anyone for Glenwood, but I'm just going to say you can definitely take an early lunch if you want. With that in mind, I'll go to Councillor Salvador for a second round.
Great, thank you. I'll stick with Speaker Vardy as well, and appreciate you raising some questions around compatibility with surrounding land uses, and I'll definitely ask some of those questions of our city administration once we get to that part of the process. I wanted to come back to, this idea, and it was raised by a number of speakers as part of your panel. We heard it again today, just the importance around not just providing a bed. And I think you spoke about the importance of having access to those wraparound supports and services on site, and ensuring that that's actually part of the operational model. And I'm wondering, given what you heard from the applicant as part of this meeting around the plans that they have in place for wraparound supports, just some reflections on that, and sort of what are the things that you'd be looking for on that list of operational supports?
So when it comes to wraparound services, I guess, if they are able to provide that on site, but it was kind of unclear to me if some of those were happening on site or if they were saying that they would hopefully be able to transport them downtown to receive some of those services. So that was, I guess, one question there. It wasn't totally clear. So I guess from that perspective, whatever they can provide on site is obviously not helpful, but it's needed. It's a must. But then I guess that doesn't still answer the questions of what happens during the day when they are, being sent out of the shelter, and then the impacts again on the organizations in the area, the businesses. For us specifically, we're concerned about young people and minors and children and youth.
Right, okay. So the question around sort of whether those supports will be actually on the site versus whether the folks will be transported off-site to access some of those, or a mix of the two. My recollection, and I'll clarify this once we get to this point in the process, but my understanding is that there would be opportunities for day space as well, for people who are accessing the shelter space to be able to have day space, have a place where they can grab a coffee, and access additional supports. Was that your understanding as well? For that
I believe so. Not. Again, I don't have total clarity on the day space, and again, on if this is, again, I don't have total clarity on how the day space works.
Okay, we can.
But even if there is a day space, that the people experiencing homelessness are not going to stay confined to the day space. They're not going to just live 24/7 within the shelter. No one would want to do that. They're going to be out in the community.
For sure. Okay, and I apologize if you mentioned this, but Did you have a chance to connect with Hope Mission directly in advance? I think no.
No, I did not have a chance. No, I was out of town until like basically 2 days before the council meeting last week.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to go to Speaker Singh. Are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Great, thank you, and thanks so much for rejoining with us today. Yeah, I wanted to ask you a similar question just around specific like operational commitments or I guess expectations that you might want to see for the kinds of supports and services that you'd want Hope to be offering, just in response to
Yeah.
the concerns that you raised.
Yeah, so we have two buildings on this same road, just side by side almost. And we also own the laundry building also in our building. So we have three businesses on this one line of road. And especially on our new building that we got down the street a little bit, we've had multiple break-ins almost once a week. I have to come down at night, almost 10 or 11 or 1 a.m. just to check in, see if the shop's all right. There's always a door open or something. A bit back, just a couple months ago, we had someone start a fire. They were cooking at our building and they lit the whole garage on fire, which is also a safety hazard for all our employees. And luckily, we caught it on time, and the fire brigade came and stopped it. But we've had multiple situations like this where we have break-ins almost every single week, and our main concern is that how will Hope Mission deal with this, especially. And once I reached out, someone came down from Hope Mission to our building to talk about it, and asked them what they would do to prevent it. And at the time when they were first going around, I think they said they can't do anything about the homeless community that's already here. They said they'd only bring in the people that want to actively seek help. So what would happen about those people who don't want to seek help and want to continue doing these things? How will they help that?
Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to guest Sandra Leger. You mentioned the 60% number to Councillor Rutherford. Can you, I was unclear as to when that number, what was that referencing? Was it a year before, a year after? What's the data?
That was yeah, you betcha. That was referencing the time that the Hope Mission here on Gerrard was functioning as an emergency shelter from the months of January through April in 2023.
I get it.
I mean, we continue to have, like Speaker Singh has mentioned, regular visitation, if you will, by folks that are homeless. But when a shelter is there, the incidents rise very sharply. And just as well to mention, Hope Mission has not consulted anyone from our company as well. And previously we'd had pretty good rapport with them. So it's a bit surprising that we weren't connected with prior to this hearing.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's interesting. So yeah, because I think, and we'll probably ask questions of new information.
Sure.
Because I think, I think that I thought we had a record of them having gone out to 45 businesses in June, but I'll have to double check, and I thought that included. But no worries either way.
Yeah, we do. We checked here at the property, and no one was spoken with.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
And
Thank
so
you.
and so and when that location was being run as an emergency winter shelter, I think that my understanding is that was a situation where it was just an overnight spot. People were removed at the beginning of the day, 6 or 7 in the morning. It wasn't like the location Councillor Rutherford was mentioning in the West End, where it's a 24/7 location. People can go there in the middle of the afternoon to sleep, to get health care, to get mental health support, housing workers, right? That my understanding is that was truly just an emergency sleeping spot for overnight. Is that right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, it was. Yes.
Okay. And so I'm guessing maybe my last question to sort of all the folks, nobody's had a chance to visit the West End location because either due to lack of engagement or other pieces. Okay. Because I'm hearing a lot of what there's a desire to see in it, and I think there's a lot of alignment with what I've seen when I witnessed the West End one directly, but I just wanted to double check that. Okay, I think those are probably... Okay, no, I think, I guess maybe the last question, Mr. Varty, to that point, and maybe I want to just elaborate on it. So I had a chance to visit the West End location where it is truly 24/7. You're not removed in the morning. You can sleep at any point in time throughout the day. You can take a pet there. You know, you have healthcare workers, housing workers, mental health workers. You have that true wraparound support, and so that's what I'm hearing. If it was going to happen, you would, and I'm hearing still a desire, maybe not, but if it was, you would want to ensure you have that level of support and care in the space at all times, right?
Yeah, of course, we would want to have like the highest amount of care and support for the shelter. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, essentially, that's what I think I've heard from you is that you're worried that what essentially is going to happen is another winter shelter like it was a couple of years ago, where somebody can go and sleep and then they're out in the morning. There's really nobody on site. There's nothing there that supports the individual to potentially making a different life choice of getting into recovery, getting into something else. That's your biggest concern, I'm hearing.
But my concern still stays the same, whether it's 24/7 or not, because at the end of the day, even if it is 24/7, we do know that there's going to be an influx of people in the area, and that's where the risk arises is when
So
a risk is presented when it comes to, again, we have minors, hundreds of minors in the area that we're doing day camps, summer camps. We just acquired 2 more acres of land adjacent to us that we're going to be doing even more activities.
And so how do you manage, so recognizing what we've heard today from a lot of folks, how do you manage that right now? Because I've heard from a number of folks and business operators that that's happening right now. So what are you doing as a church to try to help manage that?
Good question. So I guess right now, we're experiencing things like we're picking up needles out of our parking lot. We're basically having to engage people experiencing homeless one-on-one. Like, we're the ones that are going up to them, having to, politely ask them to move along or clean up all the garbage. I've lost count of the amount of garbage we've had to handle from people just abandoning their belongings and things like that.
Thank you,
We've
Mr.
had to
Markey.
call.
Sorry, I'm out of
Mayor, time is
Thank
up.
you.
I'm next up for questions.
I'll take the chair back and I'll go to you, Councillor Wright.
Okay, thank you. If you would just like to continue on, because my questions were going to deal with the youth and that in the area. Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Vardy.
If you want to complete that thought.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. What was I saying? Again, so we're just like kind of running around trying to manage it ourselves right now. If that answers your question.
Okay, so
obviously we've been increasing security. We've increased security cameras over the last 2 years.
Okay, so if we could ease some of that pressure by having a place for people to go, would that help you?
So I guess, is there the data to show that it actually relieves that pressure? Like, has that happened in the West End? Has it actually relieved pressure of crime and all the rest?
And
there should be a
I was going to ask the representative from Pure Casino as well, if she's got stats on that. But I wanted to, and I will ask after. I have another couple of questions for you, because I was concerned when you were talking about that there's young people and minors and youth in the area, but that's for your summer camps, correct?
No. Every week. That was just like our largest scale. But no, first off, every Friday night we have our youth ministry that runs from about 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Again, I average about 250 students at that. And then all throughout the week we have different groups, different programs that happen during the evening, obviously, because they happen when people are out of school, people are away from work, and we have small groups that happen all throughout the week. We have something happening about every single night, pretty much of the week.
Do any of those gatherings talk about, outreach to community, taking care of others in our community? I'm just wondering if this would be a good opportunity, as an example.
I understand where you're trying to go there with that. And of course, we do that. We do, whether missions work, whether it's here locally, nationally, and internationally, we obviously focus on all those different levels. But again, when it comes to operating of the shelter and the proximity of that I don't see how those things are related when it comes to the risk that could have on a young person, because at the end of the day, their awareness of helping others doesn't reduce the risk of, a possible crime or anything else, or an exposure to a substance to them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, we've got, and I understand, the exposure to needles and whatnot, we've got, school groups and that come to our city hall school that go out and pack lunches and make up cards and hand them out to those at like the Mustard Seed and other missions here. So I'm just
Yep.
wondering if there's something
Yeah,
like
we've
that.
done similar type things. We've had small groups that go together, go to Mustard Seed. Again, we donate financially to Hope Mission pretty much every year. And the largest capacity we did was towards the Herb Jameson Center in 2021. But yeah, again, when it comes to supporting these needs, again, that's not in question. That's what we've done and will continue to do regardless of what happens with this decision.
Okay, thank you. And then I am just going to quickly go to Sandra. You talked about, 60% increase in crime with the emergency shelter at the Girard location.
Yeah.
But your Yellowhead location, is that not near Hope's or nearby Hope's other West End location?
Yes, it is.
Do you have any stats to show sort of, crime before that was opened and what it is now?
I don't have them in front of me, no. But I could collect them if it was useful, but I could get them to you later today, but I don't
just
have
wondering
them.
for comparison purposes, just to see if there was a benefit of having that location nearby. And I don't know if I can ask this as a question, but were you aware that the letter from Hope Mission outlining what the intent of the shelter was is now included in our council communications on our city meetings website on page 53 to 55?
No,
okay.
was not aware.
So that information is there for anybody interested in looking at it. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thanks for flagging that. That is a public record. So those are all the questions of our speakers in opposition. We're going to move to questions of our administration now. And Councillor Salvador had selected this, so we'll start with Councillor Salvador. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. I'll just start with some questions around surrounding uses in this location and just the broader site context. So we've heard some concerns around proximity to things like grocery stores, pharmacies, health services, and maybe the access to those kinds of amenities. Can you just speak to how proximity to those supportive services factored into the recommendation?
So, Councillor, I think first I just need to talk about the zoning, right? So just to kind of bring it up to that level, we are talking about a change in zoning. We're not talking about a specific use. I know that the nature of the applicant and their intention is, like the mayor alluded to, is something that we're going to want to talk about. But if we're talking about compatibility, I just want to first talk about the zoning, right? So the business employment zone is an industrial zone. This is an industrial area. It's kind of our lower level industrial zone. It's designed to be compatible with commercial areas, with residential areas. And it's not, and it does allow for a shelter use, a community services use. And that's a very deliberate thing. So there has been a lot of work on this that looked at the appropriateness of having shelters allowed in the BE zone. And that work concluded that, not having shelters in the zone would limit opportunities for shelters in the city. And there was a decision last fall from council to maintain that. So we are looking at the zoning, and then when we get drawn into the conversation about the specific use, we see that are very, very compatible. Now, with regards to these other comments about being near other uses like grocery stores, I think it's a challenge because it would be an interesting response. I'd be curious what the response would be if the shelter was proposing near grocery stores, which are typically in more residential areas, and around those other services. And so I think, there's questions about, children and whatnot. There's certainly overall probably less children in this industrial area than in other places in the city, right? So it's difficult to answer the question without asking another question, which is where would be more compatible, right? And when you look at sort of on the fringe in the industrial area, the overall compatibility here is probably better than in a lot of other places that it could be.
Thank you so much for that, and thank you for focusing in on sort of the land use and zoning component of this conversation, which we must remain focused on. And you alluded to some of the previous policy conversations that have been had that actually enabled this particular use through the business employment zone. Can you just elaborate on how we got to this point to actually allow this particular use within this zone? My recollection is there were a number of conversations that came to council. Ultimately, amendments had to be made to enable this use, correct? And was there engagement that happened as part of that as well?
Yeah, so when the new zoning bylaw came in, the opportunity was there. There were questions that arose about that, and then there was a review that took place to the minimum emergency shelter standards review. And that's kind of what brought the question of whether or not they should continue to be allowed in the BE zone. It was ultimately decided that they should be. However, there were some regulations added, so that's where the 125 person cap came into effect to try and make sure that there wasn't a huge concentration of individual shelters in the BE zone. It's also when the exemption was added for the floor area restriction. So mostly in BE zone, community services are restricted to 500 square meters. That was removed for shelters specifically to allow them to have more space for wraparound services, to make sure that it wasn't just going to be the entire floor area of beds, no opportunity for services. So those two combinations were kind of the outcome of the previous decisions for the BE zone specifically.
Great. Thank you so much for that additional info. We heard a number of concerns around, I guess, like proximity to certain uses. I know question around proximity to a casino was referenced. Can you just talk a little bit about are there any separation distances or those kinds of mechanisms that are built into our approach and to our zoning bylaw for particular uses that would be allowable under the BE zone?
So when we look at separation distances, there's very few separation distances that exist in the zoning bylaw. This use is the community services use. Something like a church is also the community services use. It's providing different or in some ways similar services to the population. And obviously historically, some churches have been the location of shelters in the past as well. So that's the same use. We don't consider any compatibility issues between the use. When it comes to casinos, again, we didn't do like a really in-depth analysis of these specific uses because we're not.
We'll probably get some more questions. Don't worry, there's probably going to be more to follow up, but just recognizing time. Councillor Elliott's next.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a couple of questions. Hopefully I get some latitude from you. We'll find out.
I'll do my best.
Okay, thank you. To administration, the speakers are mentioned they talk about the increase in crime disorder in the area. Do we have any data available that shows I'll say for the last 5 years, how crime trends have occurred in that area, and was any correlation? I'm throwing on a straw here, but I just want to ask the question.
Yeah, so for this particular item in front of you, we don't have any in-depth crime stats associated with that. We do know that generally speaking, when we talk to the EPS about the impact of shelters, there's a general recognition that there's a benefit that comes out of those for the city overall, and helping to decrease the amount of people that are experiencing homelessness.
Okay, and thank you. And maybe I should have asked for the first round of questions, but I didn't. But I'll ask you to see if you know this. Do we know if the numbers have grown, reduced, or remained constant in that area because here we are before us now looking to set up a permanent position. And do you have any data on that by chance?
No, I don't have any data for this particular location with regards to Hope Mission's operations. But I think we can all reasonably recognize that there are some impacts that come with shelters. But overall, the existence of the shelter should reduce the instances that you heard from some of the speakers about, people that are in more crisis than they might otherwise be if they were using the services at the shelter.
Okay, and I have time. And with that, because I know the Care Point Wellness in the West End, from my understanding, it's doing well, and I just want to find out. I'm asking a question which I already know the answer. I know there was a need for it in the West End, and since it's been implemented, I think it's been around now since 2024, I think, give or take. It's been a few years. And have we seen an impact there? And because this is a question I probably should have asked for the Hope Mission, but I just didn't know if you, either one of you on the panel would have any insight into that as the impact it's had.
You still have an opportunity to ask the Hope Mission group about that. I'd invite you to do that. In general, it's part of the decentralization of these services that is a goal. And I think certainly having opportunities for people out there, similarly would be if they, in this area, is going to help with some of those impacts that are happening in the core. And, you know, just to add to that conversation last fall, there actually was a motion that council passed to look at opportunities to reduce the capacities in the downtown without reducing the overall capacity in the city. And one of the ways to do that is obviously to create more opportunities in areas not in the downtown.
Okay, thank you. And is there any discussions moving forward about maybe increase in transit or crosswalks, lighting improvement in that area that's coming up?
I'm not aware of anything specific there. I don't know if our colleague, transportation colleague, has anything to add.
Nothing programmed at this time in that area.
Okay, that's all for my questions right now, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. So if we trace this back, and this is just questions of admin, so I can't ask questions of the applicant.
That's correct. You'll have a chance later for that.
So this kind of goes back to the Chinatown Safety Plan, where council was directed and the mayor was directed by Minister Shandro to come up with a plan for him to decentralize high concentration of social services in the area. Is that correct?
Is your question, is there a response to that
Yeah.
work? I would say so, yes.
Yeah, so basically the minister says the city must decentralize services, and now the providers are having a look and say, okay, what land do we have available within the city of Edmonton? And they're having a look at parcels, and just so happens it's this one and not, say, Castle Downs beside the rec center or Lago Lindo or something else.
That's correct. They would look for other opportunities, yeah.
So there's not, are there many parcels that they could look at for a shelter?
Well, there's certainly other land in the city that allows for community services use, and any of those, would be places that could have shelters in a variety of zones. I think Hope Mission has been established at this location doing other services for a while, so obviously it was the easiest one for them to try and secure this change.
What would be the consequence of non-compliance with the minister? Like if we just said, no, we're not going to decentralize services?
Councillor, I caution against that.
I'm starting to get that. That's, yeah.
Well, was it a zoning directive? Did the minister say that?
I can't speak to that. Like, we're discussing is this file in this location and the appropriateness of the BE zone. So while we know that this is going to be used for a shelter based on the information that's been provided, our evaluation has been for the BE zone at this location, not in context of any kind of direction from the minister. Yeah.
So when we're doing a land use consideration, I think the question then is where is it appropriate for this space, right?
Is it appropriate at this location at this time?
And a consideration could be it's not appropriate at this location, it should go to a different location.
So again, we're just not talking about a specific use though, right? So if the decision were to not approve the rezoning, the decision would be saying that the business employment zone is not appropriate at this location. And again, that getting back to our opinion on that, obviously, is that this is industrial area, this is industrial zone. The business employment zone exists in this area already, much closer to the residential neighborhoods. And all of those existing business employment locations would allow for the community services use already.
So I asked for a memo back in January about regional affordable housing and shelter capacity. And it came back and basically said that there's no shelters and no day spaces in Beaumont, no spaces in Devon, no spaces in Fort Saskatchewan, no spaces in Leduc, no spaces in the county of Leduc, no spaces in Morinville, no spaces in Parkland County, no spaces in Spruce Grove, no spaces in town of Stony Plain, no spaces in Strathcona County.
Is this leading to a question, Councillor?
Yes, no spaces in Sturgeon County, and St. Albert, I think they might have had 30-day spaces or something. So how do I phrase concern about a land use around kind of a at some point Edmonton has done its part, and that there's a lot of opportunity in the region to better locate some of these transit concerns, these transportation concerns, some of these other pieces. Because those are valid land use considerations, right?
Transportation related, absolutely, yes.
And so saying, instead of driving people from downtown to Girard, maybe they just have to go another 10 minutes and set up something in Sherwood Park.
I think it's important to consider that, again, the application that we're looking at today is for this specific site, and not whether or not a site 10 minutes further away would also be an appropriate site for that kind of zoning, or in a different municipality, because we don't have control over that specific decision.
Councillor Jans, I'll also just add, it's Kim over here, that there is advocacy across the region in terms of supports in other locations other than just the city.
Has that advocacy resulted in any day spaces in the last calendar year?
Not relevant to this particular land use public hearing in front of us.
Councillor, I'll just add, our review is limited to that land use compatibility piece. Council, as they see fit, can vote any way they choose for whatever reason they choose.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. So again, I think the taking some of those questions, the operations of a community services use like this ultimately falls to the operator plus the funding of the provincial government. Those are the bodies that deal with the day-to-day operations.
That's correct.
So for us, we've got to focus on, as you touched on, so we've had a conversation about the business employment zone, which the business employment zone is one that regularly is placed within industrial areas and often on the perimeter of an industrial area leading towards a residential area, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So I mean, purely from that standpoint, that the business employment zone is a very valid, I think, I can't think of a single time except maybe when we had a conversation about a crematorium and how that fit, of not approving a business employment zone, and even that resulted in a change in the zoning regulations. Every other time, I think, for decades, business employment would make sense in an industrial area.
Yeah, I think it's well established. Most industrial areas have a mixture of industrial zones where there's business employment, medium industrial, heavy industrial, as appropriate.
What other zones allow for the community services use? Can you remind me?
It'd be a very long list. Almost every residential zone and commercial zone. I can find that out.
The only thing we don't allow, maybe the reverse is, I think
industrial.
It's heavy industrial, medium industrial?
Medium industrial, no.
No. So every zone we have allowed for this type of use because of a gap and a desire based off some of the other questions. There's an understanding that this type of zone sadly is needed across to fill a gap that exists right now.
I mean, the community services use is somewhat broad, right?
Yeah.
So
specific to this aspect of the community services use, we've included that.
Yeah, I think there's intention to have those opportunities be widespread. Again, as part of that decentralization.
Yes. Okay. Can I ask for the downtown locations, which I think a lot of us, when we think about this use, that's what we visualize first. And those locations that are operating downtown were approved, built long before we had minimum shelter standards. The province updated their rules around how they operate. Those are all sort of legacy projects that are sort of grandfathered in a lot of cases, correct?
Certainly long-term locations, yes.
And I think, because I think it's part of the question, if you've only ever seen the spots that are in our Chinatown, there's a feeling that use, if you approve it in another area, if it's allowed, that you're going to generate the same impact, which might not be the case considering the history of that zone and how we've allowed that from our end, and also how the province has allowed the operations of those sites over the decades as well.
I think, yeah, there's a lot of factors that go into what you see around the locations downtown, and it's hard to decouple that from, for a specific kind of shelter use, that is going to be a little bit separated from some of those other factors. So, yeah, I think more accurate would be, and there's been some questions about the West End location in Dominion Industrial. That's probably a more accurate sort of comparison if you're wondering.
That's a more current, well, that is the current model of how they would be required to be built through city zoning regulations. And there's a separate set of requirements by the province of how they operate those spaces going forward now.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's an important distinction on that as well, because that's how we would sort of approach this one here. I think the rest of my questions would probably be for new information to the applicant. Okay, that's it for me. I'll take the chair back.
Chair
Thank you,
return.
Councillor Wright.
So currently, it does fit, the zoning does fit the retail thrift store under the, what is it, industrial medium? Because that was in place when we took over, when we went into the new zoning bylaw, correct?
Well, I believe Hope Mission mentioned they're not actually operating the retail store, but yeah, essentially in the existing zoning, indoor sales and service is allowed existing as of January 1st, 2024. So if it predated that, then it would be carried over.
So if they just came with an application saying they just want to sort of update it with current zoning bylaws and change it over to BE, or request a rezoning to BE, that would qualify, right?
They could ask for a rezoning to the BE zone without, are you asking if they could, did they have to express the intent for a shelter? Is
Correct.
that kind of your question? No, they did not.
Okay. So, but being more upfront with the community, I guess is.
Yeah, when we had conversations with them, we felt it would be appropriate for public engagement to be transparent about their intent. But we certainly have applications that where we don't ever have a conversation about the specific use that's intended. A lot of times, a commercial zoning might change from general commercial to neighborhood commercial, and it's just to change the opportunities would be the only real question we would have in terms of an intent.
Right, because often we get that come before us, rezonings, and we don't know for residential, we don't know what the actual building's gonna look like. It's that
Correct,
blue
yeah.
box, okay? But a shelter would not be applicable. Community services is not in the industrial, in the medium industrial zone, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Just want to get clarity on that. So previously, when the temporary shelter was functioning at the Second Chance thrift store location, that you just said IM doesn't include community services, but at that time, the temporary shelter use was allowed without rezoning. Can you just clarify that for me?
Yeah, I don't have the history on that permit. We could probably look that up. But there are opportunities for temporary uses that don't exceed a certain period of time. Sometimes they get approved as special events, or there's other things that don't trigger the need for a development permit. So we can look into that.
Okay, so that at that time, it wasn't, it may not have been considered community services.
I'm confident that the permitting process would have been done correctly. I just don't know the
Right.
details of exactly what was done.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering if there was a distinction between temporary and permanent. Anyways, and why at that time there was no rezoning and now we're talking, anyways, okay, that's helpful. I can move a second round.
Thank you.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Please vote on another round of questions.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. And I think Councillor Salvador is our last one left on this round.
Thank you. I just wanted to close the loop on some of the questions around separation distances and when we do or don't have separation distances. My understanding is they're fairly limited within our current zoning bylaw. And it was just coming up in the context of, proximity to casinos, daycares, things like that.
Yeah, so the separation distances we have are mainly for liquor stores and cannabis. There isn't any separation distance for a community services use. you know, if we're expanding the same logic as for liquor stores and cannabis, I think it would be generally more likely that it would be the other way around, that the casino would have a separation distance as opposed to the shelter.
Right, okay. Thanks for that. I'm looking for a little bit more information from administration around the response to the Rail Association's concerns about proximity to the rail corridor and how we approach that.
Yeah, so they made us aware of their concerns with the proximity of a shelter next to the rail line. We looked at their guidelines. Generally, the guidelines are intended to address ongoing nuisance concerns associated with like permanent residential, so things like noise, vibration, and noise complaints. The specific concern around you know, people accessing the tracks and the safety associated with that, we're fairly confident that, you know, through Hope Mission's operations and everything that they've stated already, that they'll be able to restrict that as much as possible, and certainly not make it any different than it is today. And, you know, when it comes to the ask, I guess, you know, was 30 meters kind of as a separation. I'm not sure that that would make much of a difference for this specific issue, right? Whether there's that adequate strong fencing 30 meters away or 10 meters away probably isn't much of a difference in terms of stopping people from accessing that. It is a difference when you get to noise, vibrations, and those other things, which is primarily what those guidelines are about.
Okay, so we do not have concerns, administration does not have concerns about the correspondence that has been shared, and that mitigating factors are in place to address them?
Yeah, we're confident that through the permitting process and with the commitments from Hope already, that they will address those.
Okay, and in the permitting, during the permitting process, that's where things like, I know Hope mentioned entrances would be on the north side of the building, there would be a fence in place, like no access points would actually be on the south side towards the rail.
Not all of that's going to be specifically required of them from the zoning bylaw regulations, but you know, they actually have submitted a development permit already. We kind of know what they're intending and anticipate they'll follow through with those.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just wanted to come back to the question around transit access, but also pedestrian movement and safety in the area as well, and any additional need for sidewalks or shared pathways from a transportation perspective.
Typically in industrial areas, we condition sidewalks based on what's being developed. Here at the development permit stage, it will be assessed if there's any need to condition some of those sidewalks.
Okay, so if there is a need, that would be addressed at that time. Additional sidewalk space could be provided. Okay, and then just around, sorry, also related to transportation, I'm thinking of safe drop-off locations as well. Where is that conversation had? Is that also at the development permit stage?
So the intent that we understand from Hope is that they will have that occur on their site with the opportunity to direct people to the proper accesses to their facilities. I don't think they intend to do anything like using the street as well, but obviously they can be asked as what their intent is there.
Okay, yeah, I'll follow up with some of those. And then just finally, it was mentioned briefly around when we previously had policy conversations around the inclusion of community services in the BE zone, the 125 person cap, but also allowing more space for wraparound services within the building, and sort of reducing some of the restrictions that were previously in place. Did I hear that correctly? And is that sort of one of the enabling factors to accommodate the wraparound supports that we've been hearing about today?
Yeah, you heard that correctly. So that was specifically designed to make sure that there was a greater flexibility for a shelter to have a certain capacity for the beds and then floor area left over to have areas that have services.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Yeah, I'm just kind of going with that rail access there. I'm just thinking again about, I brought it up with the applicant earlier, but like 95 Street, I keep thinking about with the LRT and how we've had to add extra fencing there over the years just because of trespassing incidents. I know that there's some Hope Mission has already talked about adding better fencing along their property line. If they wanted to do that more, or if there was a need for that more for trespassing incidents, who would be responsible for that? Would that be the rail line? Would that be Hope? Would that be the city?
So for this specific site, I think generally any landowner is responsible for maintaining the safety of their site. So I don't want to speculate on liability or anything that might get into the legal territory, but Hope Mission has committed to not only fencing, but other factors that will help reduce the likelihood of people moving from the site to the railway, and that's been the basis of our review.
Have we done like a scan of other area, like similar areas like that, to see if that's?
Well, I think rail
what
lines exist throughout the city. Sometimes they border residential areas much closer than this. The city's always going to, when it comes to like a crossing or whatever, we'll work with the railways to ensure that crossing is as safe as possible based on the volumes of vehicles and pedestrians, whether it makes sense to have crossing arms or lights or all those kind of things would factor into it. In this case, there is consistent fencing, not only for this site, but, hundreds of meters to the north and south, with one road crossing, which will remain to the southwest. So in this area, it seems like a fairly consistent barrier between multiple properties in the industrial area and the rail line.
Remind me, is there a pedestrian rail arm? Pedestrian crossing arm, as well as I know there's a vehicle one there.
Yeah, and 75th, I believe, it's pedestrians and vehicles that it crosses on.
Just one arm or two?
I don't know.
Oh.
So 71st Street, which is kind of the nearest road rail crossing, doesn't have sidewalks, and there are no crossing arms either.
There's no crossing arms and there's no sidewalks?
71st Street, which is not a particularly busy road, but that's the crossing that is there now.
Okay. Walking to this site, do we see guests walking through that area, or what's the?
There are some sidewalks. So Gerard Road has a sidewalk on the north side of it that connects up to 76th Avenue, not across the rail. No.
Okay, so we don't see. Okay. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask a question in regards to the ASP. One of the speakers spoke about it possibly being in contradiction to the ASP. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, I heard those comments. I'm not totally clear what they are referring to. From our assessment of the district plans and all the applicable statutory plans, again, the business employment zone conforms with the direction for this industrial commercial area, and that's the basis of our review there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the questions for administration. Now's an opportunity for members of council if they have any questions of new information related to the public hearing, and that can be questions of the applicants, those in favor, those opposed, or administration. So if you have questions for any of those folks under new information, please click on the board. I'll follow the, maybe if, okay, do you want to go? Okay, well, we'll go in order then on here for new information. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson and turn the chair over to Councillor Wright for just a minute.
I have the chair.
Well, thank you. Thanks very much. I just wanted to follow up on some of the questions and concerns that were raised. So I don't know if there's an applicant representative in chambers that could come down.
I think they're getting in place right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. I was just wondering if you could speak to, the concerns that some of the surrounding businesses saw during the operations of a temporary shelter. I think it was from January to April in 2023. Was that sort of a similar service model to what's currently proposed?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Stevenson. So that shelter in 2023 is quite a different model. That was more of a surge shelter. That was very much set up during the height of COVID when as a city, we were running out of isolation spaces, and so that shelter was set up as overflow. The capacity was intended to be 50. It surged considerably higher than that during that time. But it's important to stress that wasn't necessarily a wraparound shelter. Like, that was very much to increase capacity for the downtown, for the shelter spaces that were situated around the city. So quite different. Similar was the transportation. Obviously, we brought people to and fro, but in terms of some of the concerns about wraparound services, housing outflow, those were not present in the same way.
Okay, that's helpful. So just with the new, again, I think I heard some questions and just wanted to confirm, will there be meal services on site in the proposed?
Absolutely, yeah. So
Remodel? Okay. And then also just in terms of sort of having that 24/7 access, and that there would be programming space, so people aren't just having to stay um, in a bunk all day. Like, there would be programming and community space for folks during the day.
yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think we heard that from a lot of the opponents as well. I think it's important to stress that this shelter is, as of now, the most comprehensively designed model that we have within the continuum of services that we have. The intent is that it's 24/7 spaces. People are not, discharged or released, or whichever language was used early in the morning. That's not the way it works. There's 3 meals a day. It's intended that people are able to access outflow services directly on site. You don't need grocery stores because there's food being brought there, right? That's very much the intention. It's meant to be an inclusive service where folks are able to safely shelter, but also find outflow. And in terms of the overall impact on the area, I think that is the if I can expand on this slightly. The idea with emergency shelter is not just to shelter someone. We've certainly heard, I think, from people around the table, the concerns of the impacts are already in the area, and to have a building like this with services to ensure that outflow from homelessness overall as a system, that's what we're looking for, and then that those wraparound services are all included in the building plan, in the program plan, pardon me.
Okay. Well, thank you. I think that that addresses the questions I heard that I wanted to get clarity on from you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Parmar?
Thank you, Chair Wright. Just a question around the 24/7 bus that the Hope Mission operates. Is it the expectation that this bus would also be transporting between all of the other shelters that the Hope Mission has?
Yeah, so there's I think there's a few levels of transportation. So there's the baseline transportation to and from, going to sites not only between Hope Mission but other service sites throughout the city. Like, those are established. The city will be involved, I think, with some winter emergency plans, and so all of those will follow a route. So there's the regular transportation, and as well, crisis diversion operates 24/7, and those are the direct transfers. And Councillor Rutherford, we spoke a little bit about this last week. A lot of the calls to crisis diversion are for those transportations, so that operates 24/7. It's available both on demand from a service provider, from community, and so there's both the scheduled and then the on-demand services that are accessible.
Thank you for that. Also, I think when people think about shelters, they think about the pictures on 106 Ave. They think about what's happening in Chinatown, and they're worried. The businesses are worried. And I'm just wondering, what steps are you taking to address those concerns with the businesses?
Yeah, so we're worried too, right? Like, ultimately, the impacts of homelessness are exactly why we're doing what we do, right? And so finding pathways out of homelessness is the core of our business. It's really the intent for why we want this extra space. In terms of Councillor Palmer, in terms of what we're doing about. Is the question about what we're doing about engagement with the businesses, or specifically about how to like external impacts of the program?
I would say engagement with the businesses currently.
Yeah, for sure. I think we have so just confirming, Councillor Wright confirmed that the letter's been received. I think we conducted initial engagement with 45 businesses. Since last Monday, we've gone around again to a number of the businesses. I think we've gone back to the church and the casino. And I think we've spoken to some frontline folks at the casino who maybe didn't speak to the people on the phone, but again, we're happy to reach out for them to reach out to us at any time. I think we're available. Like, we understand that there's worries about this. We understand that, separating the impacts from homelessness and the business model of a shelter, and then how the external operations of our building, those are all intersected and they're quite complicated. I think we commit to doing our part to providing pathways and safe places for people to be. We encourage people to access spaces that we're providing so that they're not impacting our neighbors and businesses. And we're forever available, as people want to engage.
That's really great. I think what we heard from the speakers is that they've had to see more security at businesses. Do you have any data around when, in some of your other shelters where maybe businesses would have less security after you've come into the neighborhood?
Yeah, I wish we had that. That would be, the causation correlation is it's hard to really prove, right? I can't speak to that. I think from a knowledge perspective, we know that there's a certain number of people experiencing homelessness, and we should also be clear that people in shelters are still experiencing homelessness. They're not housed in shelter, right? We know that there's a certain number of people, and the more places they have to be, the less that they're externally. We toured a number of businesses through yesterday, and we answered some of those questions directly as well. Those are not questions we've asked them, but that's a good one to bring up for sure.
And then can you talk about the need for more shelter space? So is our current shelter spaces at capacity? Can you maybe talk about that?
Yeah, so inevitably we will have a surge in the winter. It's not only, I think, the places that are listed on a list as, there's a place for someone to sleep, but there's also the sort of shared spaces, the amenity space, the community space to do work. And so those two factors are both included. I think that, I'm just looking at 30 seconds. I would encourage the council not to think just in terms of, does everyone have a single space, but how do people exit as well? And so when we're talking about this later on in the winter, as we're talking about extra spaces, extra mats that we'll have to mobilize on top of the semi-private spaces that are designed into spaces like Gerard Road, that is an evolving question, Councillor Parmar. And, I think the only thing we can say is that we're quite sure we'll need more space.
Thank you, Speaker Liu.
Thank you very much. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Liu, on that point, can you just help educate me on, because when you put up the temporary previously, you didn't just show up and go, hey, I'm just going to start up a temporary spot here. Why and how did you set up there? Can you describe about, was it the need? How did that proceed?
So I think the preface for this is that I wasn't involved with Hope Mission at the time, but I was operating a separate isolation facility in the system at the same time. Is it fair just to comment, I guess, on what I know?
Or if somebody else with your delegation can.
I think what I will share with you is that in October of 2023 was around Surge 4. I think is what it was. And this is when the 6-foot spacing was implemented in downtown, and we dropped precipitously in available shelter space in downtown. And so the province was scrambling for extra shelter spaces. This is what I recall. This is what also led to Bedford in the south, and in the west end, pardon me, and I think the activation of Pamatswin for the first time, I believe, right? I could be wrong in there. And the Gerard Road activation was part of that move to have more beds. Like, we physically needed more space. And Hope Mission happened to own this land and this facility, and it was activated for that purpose. That's what I know. I think there's a lot more detail, especially with the province, that went into that. But it was very much in a time of crisis and not planned in the way that I would say that this one was planned and engaged in the way that this one is.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to ask the same question to yourself or your delegation about the same I asked for administration. The CarePoint Wellness, since it's open in the West End, are you able to speak about how it's impacted that area in regards to, because clearly there must have been a need there as well, and are you able to just provide any insight how things have occurred since you've opened?
I think Just to be factual, the only thing I really have here, and this is in response to Councillor Rutherford's questions last week, were about the calls to crisis diversion. And so what we do see is, for certain there's more activity, right? Like overall, like we can say there are people in the area, but there are people in the area that we know about versus ones that we don't. So when the City of Edmonton and Homer Trust and Redwood Healing Society do the point-in-time count every year, I think we identify that there's places where people are displaced and people are sleeping rough, right? And so I think over the last few years, we know that people have been displaced from their traditional place where that have been closer to downtown and into the River Valley and sort of up into the adjacent neighborhoods. So I think the overall the city impacts of people experiencing homelessness are felt further, and so there's more people around that we don't necessarily know about. What our data shows from crisis diversion is that when we do know about them, they do activate services, and they are perhaps more visible, right? Because now we have crisis diversion vans going around, and there's a destination for them to go to. So, yeah, sorry. I guess it's tough to exactly answer, Councillor Elliott. We think that we have a positive impact, right? Indications are that people that access shelter safely have a place to go safely and then are able to connect with recovery and housing workers, have a path out of homelessness. And so our metric of success is that we're engaging with people who otherwise may be sleeping rough. And so that's how I would answer the question. Tough to comment on what the neighborhood might be seeing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And Councillor Clark?
All right, thank you. Speaker Lou, just question for you. And so if this goes ahead and gets approved, you guys have been very clear on kind of your intent, and I appreciate the engagement to the businesses and the community that you guys have already done. I guess what will be your next steps if some of these concerns actually happen, right? How do you guys take that on, knowing that's not all on you? We got, police are involved and everyone else, but I guess what are your steps if some of these issues arise, especially on the businesses?
Yeah, that's thanks for bringing that up. The engagement doesn't stop. It certainly doesn't stop at this vote. It'll happen all the way through as we open, as we encounter new things, as winter comes upon us and the situation might change around the city. I think we would invite we invite those businesses and neighbors to continue to chat with us. Mentioned very briefly, I think we've shown our responsiveness to that since the meeting last week, we've reached out to some of the people who had concerns and toured them physically through the site. That's I don't want to say it's an open offer and that please let us know, don't just come by, right? But we want to be really we want to be very transparent about how we're doing things. The 24/7 phone line will be open, so people will always have a physical person to talk to around the clock, and then that'll be backed by our crisis diversion services. And so that commitment is, that commitment starts as soon as our doors open.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions from members of council on new information. So at this point, we would be able to take a motion to close the public hearing. Councillor Salvador?
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Salvador, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried, closure of the public hearing, 12-0. And Councillor Salvador?
I'll move first reading of bylaw 21559.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. For those wishing to speak on first reading, please click on the board. Councillor Jans is on the board. Please go ahead.
So I'm frustrated, and I'm struggling to figure out how much of my frustration is directly attributed to this or is relevant to this public hearing today. So I'm going to look to the mayor for some guidance here, and maybe I'll say my piece and then decide how I have to vote. Because I think if I zoom out, and if the region was pulling their weight, and if the region had their share of shelters, and if the region was doing their part, this is an appropriate land use, and this is a reasonable location. So I think if it was just down to that local decision, I think I would be voting in support here. but I struggle with the bigger picture of ministerial pressure on the city that we have to decentralize all of our services, lack of action on appropriate support for the provincial responsibilities here, which ultimately this isn't a city initiative. This is a provincial responsibility, just like healthcare and everything else. A system that is sending more and more and more high needs users of services and heavy users of services and people who are coming here for healthcare without support, coming here from prison without support, coming here to Edmonton. And I really don't understand why the Sherwood Park Freeway is just another 10 minutes if we're already driving people, why we can't be setting up even one day shelter in Sherwood Park, in one in Fort Saskatchewan, one in any of those other places. I kind of feel like leaning towards approval of this item today and then asking for a moratorium on any social services in Edmonton until the region meets even 15% of what Edmonton is doing. Because I don't know how else it stops. Leduc closed a shelter and got away with it, and with the express, we're going to push those people into Edmonton. And yes, that was a year ago. Nothing has changed. I got that memo that I was quoting from earlier, January of this year. I know there's advocacy, but this advocacy is not bearing fruit. What's the point? So long as the province knows that they can just say, put all the homeless in Edmonton, put all the high needs in Edmonton, put all those hurting in Edmonton, put all the hopeless in Edmonton, put all those who need support here, and City Council will just keep rezoning and keep doing their thing. When does it stop? And I'm really struggling here. So, like, part of me is like, yeah, I'm voting no unless the mayor convinces me otherwise, because I feel like I might be missing something, and not just to put it on the mayor, but the mayor's more aware of the bigger picture in all of this, and I'm struggling to separate at what point it is an inappropriate land use to keep putting things in Edmonton, given the fact that the rest of Alberta, the rest of the region, is not pulling their fair share. Whether it's Wetaskiwin, Red Deer, Leduc, others that are closing supports, knowing that people can be sent to Edmonton. So Edmonton taxpayers pay more, they pay more for services, they have more traffic, they have more this, more and more and more. It just feels like Edmonton is being used as the blood bag for the rest of our region and the rest of our province. This is an excellent applicant. They're doing good work. They're doing great services. They're incredibly caring. They want to do well by these people, and that is amazing. And I don't want this applicant to be punished, and I don't want to take away anything from the hard work that they're doing and they're doing in our community. And I commend them, but I'm wondering at what point is by continuing to allow land use in Edmonton, we are negating equity of land use elsewhere.
Thank you. And again, reminder, you can technically use your closing to say whatever you want, so that's fine. I don't know exactly what you meant by blood bag. I didn't jump in. I don't actually know what that was referring to. That would have been the only thing I would have commented on, depending on that you're being drained. Okay, that's acceptable. As long as it's parliamentary language, that's about the only restriction that we have in our closing comments. So, therefore, I'm going to continue on. Obviously, Councillor Salvador will be to close. Councillor Rutherford is next. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Appreciate this conversation, though I'm having some flashbacks to Dominion Industrial. I'm like going to be way less exciting than Councillor Jans, because I'm going to stick to really land use considerations in this space, and how I'm also struggling with this one, because the reason I didn't support Dominion Industrial, the Hope Mission there, the West Care, the Care Point one that was referred to in this public hearing, was not for the same reason that a lot of our speakers in opposition spoke about today. They want to see services, they want our unhoused to be supported. It was really about, is the location appropriate? And I have said time and time again, and in fact did subsequent to that debate about whether that it was appropriate for community services to have been added to the BE zone, and then now opening up industrial areas to homeless shelters and other community service uses that may not be compatible with industrial. And then I think about our economic focus and priority area and how areas in some of our industrial areas, including in the area that I represent, are struggling to even fill vacancies of current buildings. But I also recognize that council is a continuum, and I lost that vote on Dominion Industrial. We had it come back. We did amend the zoning bylaw to not allow for this use next to medium industrial. So there was a slight amendment that was made, but in general, the broader conversation of whether industrial is appropriate for this land use was debated 3 times, and at each one of those 3 times, it came up as a council collective that this was appropriate. So I struggle not to support that based on the guiding conversations and decisions of council as a collective, regardless of my belief. That being said, I kind of debate whether I should vote no, just to again reiterate that I still don't believe that industrial areas are the appropriate place for homeless shelters, just to have that on record with this vote. So I'm really struggling. So, wanting to hear from my colleagues about that, because again, recognize we've debated it, this is policy, we've said it's appropriate, so in many ways I should support this, but I have consistently been vocal about not supporting this, and so I'm just really struggling with whether I go with the council collective or the, kind of my continued belief that industrial is not appropriate given just some of the land use conflicts and the things that we want to achieve as a city as our broader goals. So I'm still, going to listen to my colleagues and their arguments on this before determining my final vote, but I did want to just ground it in. I'm really focused on the land use, and it is really pertinent to recognize, and I think administration said it really well. The conversation shouldn't be about whether there's homelessness or not, like a homeless serving agency or not. It should be about whether community services is appropriate in industrial. They had to come for a rezoning in this case. There are many other BE zones, and in fact, we had a memo that came to council that highlighted how many business employment zones are in industrial areas, and there's a significant amount. So they could have picked any that are already zoned BE and gone forth without coming to a public hearing. So, I just want to remind everybody of some of that, trip down memory lane, as our former council colleague and now mayor used to lovingly call it. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. We have time for 2 more speakers. Since everyone, it looks like most members of council are speaking, we'll do our best, but we will come back after lunch once to finish. Councillor Tang is on a tight timeline. It seems like most of council is okay if she goes because she is unable to join us after lunch. Councillor Tang?
Yes, thank you for your indulgence, everybody. I have a medical appointment, so I'm not sure if I will make it back this afternoon, but I do want to share some thoughts on this application. I think it's been a bit of a struggle throughout the whole debate because we focus a lot of the conversation on the users of the site, which we get repeatedly reminded about how that should not be a determining factor in a land use decision. And I think it is interesting, as Councillor Rutherford pointed out, that if we really just focus on a community service use, which in a typical application, we don't get kind of the amount of details that we got in this application. We get that blue box. I wonder how many things we would not actually see in industrial areas, including schools. I recall a charter school that was zoned industrial area, or churches, or other community service that's not shelter. I think about the consequence of not passing this bylaw, because I think, I've heard a lot of speakers say about the current situation. If we don't pass a bylaw, the current situation will continue. I think those who are whether seeking support or just not seeking help and causing social disorder will continue to be on the street. I don't know if the answer to the current state is necessarily continue the way it is right now. I also think if we don't vote this, we will continue to see surge capacity issues in other parts of the ecosystem. And the organization may just fall back to kind of what happened a few years ago with the temporary shelter permit, which was under a special event use that I got confirmation from administration from. So you end up having these temporary uses come up periodically that is not wraparound support, that doesn't have dedicated transportation, that doesn't have any of the things that I heard people say they would like to see the service provide. Is that what we want as a city? And I will hesitate to say yes. And I also really appreciate a lot of the comments from speakers coming out, opposed. I know the answer to a lot of the transit use questions was, fall back to, well, the service will have its own dedicated transportation, et cetera. But I will say the site is pretty close to the Avonmore Valley Line Southeast station. Yes, and that station is in the neighborhood, and there might be more activities as a result. But there's also currently activities there, social disorder there as well. So I wanted just to add, that particular point to the discussion, because I didn't hear our team necessarily getting raised. And I also heard a speaker talk about how none of us here have the answer to the current state of the broader challenge around homelessness, mental health, and addiction. The city's role is very limited in that. This is one of our roles, and even with this role, it's pretty limited, and there's a lot of what ifs that need to happen for something to. Isaac, if you don't mind muting yourself. Thank you. So I just, I know that we're all kind of concentrated on this particular issue, but if we dissect it, there's lots of different pieces to it. Again, I don't know if I will be able to make it for the vote, but if I were, I'm inclined to support this, because I think the current state is also not the answer. And I think if we were actually to pull out and look at the community service, we have lots of different kinds of community service in BE and medium or light industrial areas. And I think given past use, I think given some of the kind of how this model is going to be different, those were some of the reasons I would be supporting this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. I went back and forth with this one as well, and I look at my colleague, Councillor Jansen. I completely understand where he's coming from. It reminds me of Field of Dreams. If you build it, we will come. And I've always wondered what the demographics are for individuals that we're trying to help in our city. Where is home? So I can speak about dealing with people that, where you're from, Balgonie, Saskatchewan. How do you get here? On a bus. Where's your home and supports? Back in Balgonie. Why are you here? I have no place to go. I have no way to get back home. And I would love to see what the the residential home for individuals that we're trying to help in our city here. From a simple standpoint, from a land use service, it makes sense, very straightforward. And I see the pressures on Chinatown over and over and over. I don't have to talk to you as my colleagues. We see it, you've seen it year after year, and the citizens have seen it out there as well. There's no perfect location. there isn't, because if we were talking about a residential, we'd be here having similar, if not even more in-depth conversations about this. I do feel for my colleagues who have businesses. Showing up or getting to call late at night, having to deal with either a trespasser or B&E, whatever the case may be, it's frustrating beyond belief. What I was trying to determine, and I think I've got the answer out of this, was that there are people in this area that need help. There are people in this area that do commit crimes. There's people in that area that do not commit crimes. However, there is a need there to help those individuals in some way, shape, or form. I've seen the shelters change year after year, and what I mean by that is, from my previous occupation, showing up and dropping somebody off, and it was a mat on the floor. That's all they got. To when I had a tour of the CarePoint Wellness Center in the West End, I was so impressed about how the needs are being met of those individuals, from having a locker for their own private matters, showers, and supports within. If this wasn't a 24/7 facility, I would probably say no against this, because you do see when other facilities open up in the morning and the dump, and then where do they go? And they pop into the hotels, and they pop into the businesses. They go to the casinos, whatever's going to be around this area. Once again, I'll summarize this. I struggle with this because I would not like to see another shelter built in our city. However, that's not the reality here that we're facing today. So given that I've seen the improvements that have been made with facilities and wraparound services, I'm going to support this because I believe the pros outweigh the cons on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are pretty much at our recess, and I want to be able to give each councillor up to 5 minutes if they choose to use it. So just from a setting expectations of what will happen next. So we will be on recess until 1:30 p.m., at which point we will finish speaking to this. There's a number of councillors on the board to speak to it. Then we'll vote. As soon as that's completed, we'll move on to the Fulton Place item. Once Fulton Place is complete, we'll move on to the ALSIS item, which again has no speakers in favor, or at least no speakers wishing to speak in favor, just answer questions only, none in opposition. So that might go fairly quickly. And that would take us then to the Glenwood item, followed by the Inglewood item, and then we have the ALSIS and the zoning bylaw. Realistically, and we'll think about it over lunch, I'm worried about the ability to hear the Inglewood, ALSIS, and zoning bylaw items based off the number of speakers. So we'll take a look at the agenda. We'll see if we can get there, but hopefully by the lunch, once we're back from lunch break, we can give some clarity to those folks. Because if we can't get to them throughout the day, I don't want them to have to sit here the entire day. Instead, give them certainty on the next meeting. So we're on recess until 1:30, and we'll sort through that in between now and then. Thanks, everyone. we put on those spaces so as to not over-concentrate, to the requirements of actually how they operate. And the provincial government, again, to their credit, has actually enacted significantly higher standards than they used to have on shelters. And that's why when I look at that West End location, I feel a lot more confident. I've toured it. It's a very good site. But I will be supporting this, but I need every single person, whether you're here for this item or another item, please reach out to the provincial government today, remind them of why we need to continue to get permanent solutions in place. I'll take the chair back.
Chair return.
Thank you, and Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks to everyone who participated in this conversation today and during our previous day at public hearing, and to all my colleagues for sharing their thoughts and speaking to this. So just want to start by focusing in on the appropriateness of the BE zone in this location, knowing that we, of course, need to focus in on land use, and appreciated some of the background and reminder that there was an extensive conversation in the past about allowing the community services use in the BE zone, and it was determined that it was appropriate with some additional direction around having some caps on the number of people who can be in these spaces, but also allowing for more space within those buildings for wraparound supports and services. So with that in mind, from a land use perspective, agree it is compatible with the surrounding land uses. And I understand the challenges and appreciate some of the commentary around, if not here, where? And I always think about many of the concerns that we heard as part of this application, we would likely hear about in other locations as well, including locations that might be more residential in nature or potentially closer to other or different types of amenities. I do want to take a moment to appreciate the businesses and organizations who spoke today for sharing the compounding pressures that they're experiencing in the area. There has been an increase in the number of people who are struggling and an increase in visible homelessness in these communities and in these areas. And I know that right now businesses, organizations, and staff are oftentimes on the front lines of trying to help people who are in distress, who don't have a place to go during the day, or who might be, seeking out a meal or other essential services. And those businesses and staff are not equipped to do that work, right? They're not healthcare professionals or social workers. And I do know that there's been additional costs incurred by individual businesses who are looking to support safety and security in the area. And what that says to me is that it's a clear indicator that there is a gap and a lack of supports and a lack of services and space for people who are experiencing homelessness to get the help that they need. We also heard from speakers about the importance of having wraparound supports, and I did just want to take a moment to touch on what we heard from the applicant. I appreciated some of the additional clarity regarding the operational approach, the 24/7 nature of the supports that they intend to provide, whether that's healthcare workers, mental health, social workers, as well as programming space during the day. It does sound like quite a comprehensive model that includes things like meals, shuttle bus service, and building on an existing model that is working on the West End. I'm also thinking about some of the commitments we heard around ongoing engagement, ongoing conversations with surrounding businesses and organizations, that if concerns do arise, there's a commitment to responsiveness. I heard that, and heard things like having a 24/7 phone line that people can call if those concerns come up. Also appreciated some of the clarity around safety on site, having things like designated outdoor areas, controlled access points, fencing, and no access towards the rail corridor, just to make sure that that is safe for people who are on site. And also good to hear that the site design is based on what has worked in other areas and that there's learnings from that. So all that being said, also want to echo the comments from colleagues who shared the significant and urgent need for more 24/7 shelter space in our city. Right now, there's thousands of people without a safe place to stay and without access to the supports and services they need. And absolutely, it is critical that other levels of government who actually have more levers and the appropriate levers to make a meaningful change and to help people who are experiencing homelessness, mental health challenges, or addiction do their part to support Albertans in crisis. The mayor and other colleagues spoke to this, so just echoing their words as well. Yeah, all of that said, coming back to our focus on land use, on the appropriateness of this zone in this location, I do believe it's appropriate. After hearing from administration and speakers, I will be supporting this application, and I would encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you. Please vote.
Councillor Tang's a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12 to 1. That's carried 12 to 1, not defeated 12 to 1. I don't know why eScribe is showing that incorrectly.
We'll make sure that's corrected in the minutes.
Yeah, might have thought it was a consideration vote, which was not before us. So first reading has passed 12 to 1. Councillor Salvador.
Move second reading.
And
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
Councillor Tang's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13 to 0. Okay, very good. No, that's perfectly allowed. So, Councillor Salvador.
I'll move consideration of third reading.
Second.
Moved and consideration, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for consideration of third reading.
Councillor Tang's a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13 to 0. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move third and final reading of bylaw 21559.
Second.
Third and final reading moved by Councillor Salvador, seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third reading.
Councillor Tang's a yes.
Thank you.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 13 to 0. So our next item of business is the Fulton Place item, and we see the city staff rotating in, so we'll bring them in and start with the presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Fulton Place neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone, or RS, to the medium-scale residential zone, or RM, with a height modifier of 16 meters, or approximately 4 stories. Next slide, please. The subject site consists of 2 lots along 106th Avenue, which is an arterial roadway. The site is well connected to a variety of amenities and services that can be reached within a short walk. This includes commercial uses, bus service, planned district connector bike routes, religious institutions, and the St. Gabriel Catholic School. Next slide, please. Administration sought public feedback through a mailed notice, site signage, and information posted on the city's webpage. 37 recipients were notified, with 12 expressing opposition. The main concerns heard included an increase in parking and traffic congestion in the area, the proposed height being too tall and reducing sunlight and privacy for surrounding properties, and reduced property values. Next slide, please. This slide shows the massing models of the existing RS zoning and the proposed RMH16 zoning for visual comparison. At approximately 4 stories, development under the proposed zone will be taller than its smaller scale surroundings. The site has the added benefit of being surrounded by 3 sides on either lanes or a road, helping to buffer and offset some of the impacts to surrounding properties. To mitigate impacts to the abutting property, the proposed zone requires an increased side setback of 3 meters to support a more sensitive transition in building scale. Next slide, please. The city plan and district plans establish a system of nodes and corridors which are intended to accommodate the most substantial development as we grow towards 2 million people. These plans also include the opportunity for nodes to emerge outside of this formalized system referred to as local nodes, where a mix of business, services, gathering, and housing coalesce to form a community focal point. Given that this area of 106th Avenue includes the mix of uses that create this community focal point, including open space, businesses, a school, and 2 religious assemblies, administration considers this area to be a local node. To ensure more people can benefit from living closer to an important neighborhood focal point where daily needs can be met, district policy supports the development of low-rise at these locations, which is defined as a building up to 4 stories. The proposed RM-H16 zone will enable 4-story residential development in alignment with this direction. Next slide, please. Administration supports this bylaw. It supports the objectives of the city plan and district plan by enabling the continued emergence of a local node and supporting more housing at a location where residents can complete their daily needs within 15 minutes of where they live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we're going to move on to our speakers for this item. We have 2 speakers in favor, which is Shannon Lohner and Allison Rosalind. And Allison, are you online?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. I am.
Okay, thank you. And are you still just to answer questions only, just to confirm?
Yes.
Okay, so Shannon will be doing the presentation, and Shannon is getting settled in. And then after we're done with the speakers in favor, we'll be moving to our speakers in person. We have 4, Gavin Palmer, Miles Berry, Paul McEwen, and Ravik Arns, and you'll all be after our speakers in favor. So now that you're settled in, Shannon Lohner, please go ahead.
Thank you. I do have presentation slides.
Yeah, we'll get those up. There they are. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of our client JVR Construction's proposed rezoning from the RS to RM-H16 zone at 5103 and 5107 106 Ave Northwest in Fulton Place. This application supports council's city building goals, more housing in the redeveloping area, better use of existing infrastructure, and directing growth to the places identified in the city plan and district plan. Next slide, please. Like many mature neighborhoods, housing diversity is limited in Fulton Place. Our client aims to redevelop this site into a seniors housing facility, which will allow residents of Fulton Place and surrounding neighborhoods to remain in their communities as they age. Additionally, low-rise multi-unit housing will improve the mix of housing types, which will help Edmonton achieve City Plan's vision to provide more housing at a variety of scales, densities, and designs within all Edmonton neighborhoods. Next slide, please. The site is a great fit for more homes. It's located at the edge of the neighborhood along an arterial road, 106 Avenue. The site is also located in a local node. Local nodes are places within urban mix areas that act as local anchors for the neighborhood and are characterized by commercial and community uses and multimodal transportation options. The site is located near a strip mall providing commercial amenities such as a specialty grocer, pharmacy, daycare, and more. It's located near several schools, parks, and religious assemblies, including St. Gabriel Catholic School and Park, Kathleen McAllister Park, Edmonton South Seventh-day Adventist Church, and Resurrection Catholic Church. It's also well served by transit with bus routes along 106 Avenue and Fulton Road, including a bus stop right in front of the site. 106 Avenue is planned as a district connector bike route, providing future active transportation connections. Therefore, the subject site and surrounding area are a local node, meaning low-rise development under RM-H16 is supported by district policy. Next slide, please. We know that change in a neighborhood raises questions. That's why we reached out to the community. In May, we created a project webpage to provide information and invite feedback. We mailed postcards to nearby homes. We posted a custom rezoning sign with our contact information, and we also reached out to the Fulton Place Community League. We heard from 3 neighbors with concerns. The most common concerns shared with us and administration were regarding parking, traffic, and building scale in transition to the surrounding area. I'll address these concerns in the remainder of my presentation. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the site is located on 106 Avenue and can be accessed by a service road. Our client is planning to provide parking on site to meet future resident needs to be accessed via the alley. The site is surrounded by roadways on 3 sides, providing a natural buffer between the adjacent small-scale residential properties. Additionally, the RM zone requires a 3-meter setback from the abutting property to the southwest, providing a transition between the 2 properties. Next slide, please. As I start to wrap up my presentation, I'd like to share a bit more about what our client envisions for the site. They're planning for a low-rise residential building up to 4 stories and are exploring a seniors housing model. Our client is drawing design inspiration from a successful project farther down 106 Avenue in Forest Heights, the St. Clair building. They're excited to bring a high-quality product like the one pictured above to the Fulton Place community. Next slide, please. I'll leave you with these final thoughts. City plan and district plan are clear. To meet our housing goals, we need more homes in Edmonton's existing neighborhoods. This proposal is a step towards meeting those goals and bringing more people to a local node where residents can access services and amenities and provide housing for community members to age in place. For all these reasons, we ask for your support today. Thank you, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, and we'll go to questions of our speakers in favor, and we'll start with the ward councillor. Councillor Salvador, do you have any questions for those in favor? No, that's all right. That's perfectly fine. Any other questions? We'll see if the board shows up. The scribe's having a little nap right now. There it is. No questions for our speakers in favor, so I'll ask you to... Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright does have questions. Please go ahead.
Hi, I'm just wondering, so you showed the other building further down 106th Ave. It's got like retail and space for retail on the bottom. You're anticipating that as well in this
Hi,
one?
Councillor. Oh, sorry, Councillor. Yeah, Alison here online. I'll take this question. So the RM zone does allow some limited commercial and community uses on the ground floor. At this stage of the process, our client hasn't started any of the design process, but they are exploring options to have commercial uses on the ground floor. So if the rezoning here today is successful at the development permit stage, they'll do more investigation to figure out if there's market conditions that would support those uses.
Okay, and those commercial uses could include things like medical offices?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, exactly. And some of the ideas that would be explored is, could there be some of those types of uses that would support the future residents in the building as well as the surrounding neighborhood?
Okay, so nothing necessarily that might compete with the shopping plaza across the street?
That wouldn't be the intention. And from a market perspective, you want to have uses that are complementary, right? As opposed to bring in something that maybe already be provided within the community.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Yep. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Just one of the things that we're always asked here is about land use. So even though you talked about it being a seniors center, that doesn't actually preclude what the actual user is going to be. What we're approving, maybe this question is still legal, we're approving the use and the height and all the setbacks, but not actually that it would be a senior center.
Correct. You'd be approving the whole bundle of rights that come under the zone. So.
Okay, thank you. And just to situate then, maybe to Speaker Lohner, so that would mean, is this the intention that this is where the developer would like to go? Is to the senior and the seniors home, and can you maybe speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the intention that the developer has right now with rezoning this site is that his plan is to explore a seniors housing model. He's in talks with a couple of different companies that he would build the project and then they would operate the facility. That said, like, everything is still yet to be finalized. We're just at the rezoning stage right now. So right now we're at the stage of asking for council's permission to rezone the site so that we can get the height and the density needed to support a building, to support a facility of this scale. And then later on in the development permit stage, that's when we would actually get into like, is there commercial on the ground floor? What is the actual specific use in the building? More of those like nitty gritty questions.
Yeah, I appreciate you just shedding some light on that. I know that in the ward that I represent, that I think somebody did come to council and presented on a senior's home, and then it was not a senior's home at the end, and we're not happy. So I'm glad I wanted to just shed some light to those that were listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thanks. I just want to get two points of clarification. Just around the site size and sort of the scale of the site. Is it my understanding that this is also sort of a larger consolidated site? Just wanted to get that context.
Yes, 1 second. Allison, I'll let you take this.
Yes, hi, Councillor. Thanks for the question. So yes, it is a consolidated site of 2 properties with an area of just under 1,350 square meters. So great size of site for low-rise development.
Okay, and can you just speak a little bit about like how you landed on this particular zone? Like, did you look at other potential opportunities?
Thanks for the question. Yes, we did. So initially we looked at the MU zone. And when we proposed that to administration, they had some concerns, in part because their intention is for the MU zone to be used more in the defined nodes and corridors network, as well as there's some uses that are allowed in the MU zone that are larger in scale that administration had some concerns with at the local node level. So this was something like major indoor entertainment uses, as well as larger scale healthcare facilities. So we also looked at the MUN zone, but one of the requirements of MUN is that you have to have ground floor non-residential uses. It puts a lot of restriction on flexibility of what could be built. So if there isn't enough market demand for ground floor residential uses, that really limits the buildability within that zone. So we still is keeping with a low-rise form, which is what MUN allows for and what is supported at by the policy in the district plan for local nodes. We opted for RMH 16, which allows for those ground floor non-residential uses, but they're not required. So it just provides a little bit more flexibility around uses that could be constructed in the building.
Okay, thank you so much for that additional context.
Thank you. Those are all the questions for our speakers in favor, so you can go ahead and grab your seat because we do have some speakers in opposition that we're going to invite up. I think some are online. I'll just read out the names, and if you're online, just unmute and say hello. Gavin Palmer, you're online, I believe?
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Miles Berry? I think will be joining us in some capacity very soon, I believe. Paul McEwen? Right there, please come on down. Our clerks will get you settled in. And then our final speaker is Ravik Ahrens.
It's Ravik Ahrens.
Ravik Ahrens, thank you.
Yes.
We'll have a chance for you to speak during your 5 minutes, sir. And so you'll get settled in first, and then you'll have your chance to share your thoughts. And what we'll do is we'll start with our first speaker who is online, and that is Gavin Palmer. So you'll have up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. My name is Gavin Palmer. I live directly adjacent to the property rezoned at 5103 and 7, 106 Avenue Northwest. I'm also a professional engineer registered in Alberta. I'm asking Council to refuse bylaw 21564, or at minimum require the applicant to come with a lower scale transition option. I want to be clear. I'm not opposed to infill, and I'm not arguing this property can never redevelop. The current RS zoning already allows meaningful infill, including multi-unit housing. My concern is that this application jumps directly from RS to RMH 16, which is a much larger entitlement than this edge location can reasonably absorb. Administration's own report identifies the compatibility problem. It confirms that the subject site is RS, and the surrounding listed zoning is also RS. It states that the existing residential context is primarily one-story bungalows. It also states that the redevelopment under the RMH 16 would be taller than any existing surrounding residential context, and that transition from a taller building can be abrupt. This is exactly my
You just muted it. There you go. You're unmuted. Go ahead.
This is exactly my concern. The report identifies the abrupt transition, but then treats 106 Avenue and 2 alleyways as enough of a buffer. For homes that are directly affected, this is not a meaningful transition. Under the current zoning, the site can already redevelop, but the proposed zoning would allow a 4-story building much taller than surrounding bungalows with the rear setback reduced from 10 to 3 meters. That's the part that matters to the neighbors the most. The building can get much taller and much closer to the homes around it. This is not a modest infill change. Administration relies heavily on the idea that this is a local node, and I accept that there are node-like features nearby, commercial space, churches, parks, school space, etc. This does not mean that every parcel nearby should automatically become an RMH16. The site is better understood as the residential edge of a local node, not the commercial core. At that edge, transition matters. If council believes more housing is appropriate here, there are lower impact options: RSF, RMH12, or direct control. RSMH12 would still allow low-rise housing, but with less height and a better transition. Direct control could address rear setbacks, step backs, privacy, balconies, waste storage, lighting, and commercial uses. RMH16 gives away too much before those issues are solved. I also asked council to consider whether additional commercial permission is actually needed at these residential lots. There's already a large purpose-built commercial site across 106 Avenue. After Sobeys and TGP left, that main space sat vacant for years before Catch of the Week reactivated it. That property has also been listed for sale again, and I understand another tenant is currently looking to leave. There's also a large parking area that could support future commercial redevelopment on the existing commercial parcel. If we want to strengthen the local node, we should reinforce the existing commercial site, not push commercial impacts into residential backyards. Traffic and access are also being simplified in the report, and I would question their conclusion. This is not a clean arterial-facing site. Vehicle access would be restricted to alley. That means residents, visitors, deliveries, waste collection, and commercial activity would use the service road, alley, 58th Street, and 106 Avenue intersection area. This is already a busy and awkward location, especially with the traffic turning off 50th Street towards downtown or Wayne Gretzky Drive. This intersection has implemented traffic barriers on the one-way street, which we continue to see drivers ignore. There's also been installation of pedestrian lights, which also continue to have serious accidents requiring both fire and ambulance on scene. This area has safety pressure. Adding more turning, alley delivery, and visitor traffic should not be dismissed as insignificant. As an engineer, I am also concerned that several technical matters are being deferred to the development permit stage after the major land use entitlement would already be granted. The report identifies fire protection deficiency involving hydrant spacing and flow rates, and says it will be addressed in the development permit stage. Stormwater is also deferred to the development permit stage. But once council approves RMH16, the main land use decision has already been made. That is too late to discover whether the infrastructure and design impacts can be properly resolved. Only 37 recipients were notified. Administration received 14 responses, 12 opposed, 2 mixed or asking questions, and no clear support. If this is being justified as a local node intensification decision affecting the broader area, then a 60-meter notification radius was too small. Please refuse bylaw 21564. Refuse this rezoning does not prevent infill. It asks the applicant to recover with a scale that fits the residential edge of the local node, RSF, RSMH12, or direct control with stronger protections for the adjacent homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand Miles Berry is going to be here soon, but not here just yet. So we'll continue on with our list of speakers. Next up is going to be Paul McEwen, who is here and has a presentation and some slides. We're just going to need your microphone first of all, or otherwise we won't be able to hear you there. So just make sure that's almost. Is the button on?
Red light.
That should be better. Yeah, I think folks can hear you now. Please go ahead.
I was pretty unimpressed with what the previous lady just said about a number of things. Maybe before exploring whether or not it's amenable to seniors housing, maybe before they explore whether or not we could put in, or they, whoever they is, could put in commercial development, maybe they should explore that and present to those of us who live in the community with an absolute rock-solid plan. This is what we're going to do, not a bunch of airy-fairy stuff that, well, we're exploring the possibilities of doing this, that, and the other. And one other point about her little speech was that I live there. The alleyway is not in any way, shape, or form going to provide a buffer to a 16-meter tall building. I've lived here for 27 years, and I was completely unaware that City Council has the power and authority to destroy constituents' lives. I'm sure you've seen these before. Zero property value, zero property value. By being so beholden to developers, until I attended an INU meeting. I'm now shocked and disgusted by your cruel behavior, and I'm very scared. I've lived here for 27 years, and for the first time, I'm scared at what you people could do to me. I worked in the oil patch for over 50 years, so I could afford to live in a nice neighborhood, in a nice house. Why would I want a 24-story slum apartment dwelling plonked down beside my house, reducing its value to zero? Nobody, but nobody, wants an 8-plex Airbnb brothel as a neighbor. McKernan rents theirs out by the hour, so draw your own conclusions. Our community was not adequately advised that we were being forced to absorb a 24-unit, no parking residential slum abomination. Everyone on my street that I've talked to, beyond the 50-meter circle of doom, and that is everybody on my street, because I know them all, would really have liked to have known that this was going in, because it's in our neighborhood. It's not in a 50-meter circle of doom. It sets an ugly precedent. The constituents live harmoniously where they live because they like the neighborhood, and there are very few, if any, rentals, so properties are extremely well maintained. And this thing that's being put in is not gentle densification. Gentle densification is two skinny buildings, not an 8-plex, not a 16-story, 24-unit slum. And I have a question, and that would be for my counselor. What do you view as your fiduciary responsibility towards me?
So just so you know, you can keep using your 5 minutes, and then afterwards, counselors can ask you questions. So if you have questions of your counselors, list them out or anything like that. So.
But that's still going to be knocking off my...
Yeah, so I'm saying you have 5 minutes to speak, and at which point counselors get to ask you questions. I'll make sure I give you 20 seconds, but counselors, it's again, very rigid process, and that you get to speak, and then counselors get to ask questions. So we'll add about 15 to, I think, 20 seconds to their time just to make sure that they have the chance to finish their...
Gracious of you, thank you. I've got the planning report here. First page, administration supports this application because it is compatible with the surrounding land use. Second page, there's a graph, site and surrounding area. North, small residential zone. East, small residential zone. South, same. West, same. So on the one hand, the planner's saying, oh, it fits fine with the surrounding land use. On the very next page, he's saying, well, no, it absolutely doesn't. The tallest thing in our neighborhood is a church steeple. So you've got a planner who doesn't seem to understand the difference between land use, the talking head over here, I don't know who he was, so I'm not meaning to be rude, said that there were 3 bullets. He announced 3 bullets. Well, there's 16 bullets, and all the bullets have validity, but
Thank you
we
very
don't
much.
go over them.
I appreciate that. Thank you. That's the 5 minutes. And I see Miles Berry's here. If you also want to grab a seat over at spot number 1 while you're getting settled in, I'll go to our other speaker, which is
I seem to have fit my zero.
Ravik Aarons is next. Please go ahead, Ravik.
Hello, Council. Thank you for letting me speak. I live and work in the community. I work at McNally. I'm an education assistant in the special needs program. I live in my community. I also am the head coach for football and for the rugby boys team. So I am very in our community. I deal with a lot of the parents in our community that live around me. I deal with a lot, and I have a lot of connection to the place that I live and work. When the developer bought both of the lots next to my house, because I'm directly to the west of this site. My house is right next to it. The developer bought the houses. He then rented it out to his employees. And at that point, for the first 2 months, we had issues with police going to the property. And then I also had one of the renters come up to me and ask me if I wanted to sell or if my neighbor to the west of me wanted to sell. So he obviously wants to build more buildings on this corridor. The site that is connected to the alleyway has not had the upkeep that it needed and that it was required until the meeting last weekend. And then all of a sudden the lawn was mowed, the backyard, which was full of garbage, was then cleaned up. The garage that's on the back that leads onto the alleyway had no garage doors, and then all of a sudden they were boarded up and there was a garage door on the site. So as of right now, I do not have any faith in this developer. He has not shown that he can manage this property properly, and now he's asking for a 4-story building which will possibly have a business. So now I have somebody that I do not trust building this apartment building. There, as already been stated, there is issues with, we're worried about parking, we're worried about the traffic on the service road, which is, even when it's not busy, it's hard for cars to get by. When church is in on the Saturday, Sundays, all of that, the whole roadway is used by the churches to park and for the congregants to be able to go to their churches. So not only would we have the apartment building, we will also have the 3 churches that are also using our street. I am worried about as said earlier, I'm worried about garbage, the sewage. This property is not on the end of the block. It is basically, there's a house, then there's an alley, and then there would be this apartment building. Again, with the business, what kind of business goes in there? How will that affect me? I am living right next to it. How late are the businesses open till? What if a liquor, again, there is no plans, so I don't know what's going in there. What if there's a liquor store that goes in there and then all of a sudden it's open until 11 o'clock and it's right next to my house? My wife and I are not against density. We understand that density is required, but we were thinking skinnies or possibly a 4-plex, which then we would have a neighbor. But right now, I would have almost, with the way that it is right now, I'll probably have a minimum of 6 neighbors looking down into my house. The bus service has decreased. When I first moved there were 3 buses. Now it's 1 bus. The number 1 stops in front of our house, and it's every half hour. My wife and I have invested in this house. As an EA, you probably already know that I am scraping by with my salary, and my wife is a manager in a business downtown. She's the one that actually floats us and allows us to have this house that we have spent years investing into having and wanting to live in this community. And as somebody who lives and works in this community, I know how people are feeling. And I know that many of my neighbors are wondering where and what is happening to our community. They have no say, and all of a sudden they are dealt with. They have things thrust upon them, and people do not feel heard. So if you have this stuff, please come and talk to us.
Thank you very much. And finally, we're going to go to Miles Berry, who's a person here. Please go ahead.
Just to verify with City Clerk, we have a video ready to go?
Great, we'll get that first before we start any time. So this will be part of, so that's ready to go as any part of your 5 minutes.
You'll hear me play video.
Oh, okay, perfect. So go ahead and hit play and then start. Oh,
Sure.
sorry, you'll be speaking and then you'll say play video at some point.
Very
Okay,
shortly.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, councillors. My name is Miles Berry, and I invite you figuratively into my backyard. Roll video. Community standards. As you'll see here in Fulton Place, homes are lovingly maintained as investments and taxed accordingly. Neighbors upkeep gardens, keep each other safe, and contribute to our community. Some even try to reduce our carbon footprint. Naturally, we expect planning decisions to respect that investment and consider the major impact redevelopment can have on citizens. The subject property has been neglected and derelict for many years. In that respect, I'm happy to see it finally redeveloped. Our concern is not development per se. Our concern is appropriate development in the appropriate location at an appropriate scale. Now, the other side, 106th Avenue. This gives you a sense of the change our neighborhood could experience. From our backyards, this project will dominate our view and fundamentally change the existing form and character of this part of the community. Could this ultimately be a good development? Absolutely. But residents simply do not have enough information. What will the building actually look like? What commercial uses are planned? How will parking, traffic, garbage collection, emergency and utility response, groundwater penetration, canopy loss, privacy, and transitioning be addressed? These are reasonable questions for existing residents to ask. More importantly, we need to have a broader discussion about where Edmonton should be directing this type of density. Across the street, a central block exists where thoughtful mixed-use development could have gradually started to gently densify our area and add value with housing, commercial space, and vibrancy, and with appropriate parking. That's the kind of development many want to see. The same opportunity existed along 101st Avenue. For many years, our community has talked about the unrealized potential of that corridor. We gathered feedback in large numbers to say that we support opportunities for mixed use and middle density development in a planned and coordinated way. As we pointed out, this street could provide mixed use middle density node development that offers more housing choices, businesses within walking distance, opportunities for seniors to remain in the community, and new investment along a neglected avenue to create a new Main Street destination that enhances our community rather than divides it. That's density with purpose. Instead, our hopes lay gathering dust, unrealized, while substantially greater density is increasingly being wedged between single-family residential properties. Shown here on 101st Avenue is a vacant anchor property where citizens specifically identified and supported upzoning for seniors-oriented housing. This land remains vacant. Can we expect the same thing here in Fulton Place? This is how we waste money on planning only to disappoint volunteers who give their time on things like this. Our process for engaging council at this point asks me, do I support this motion? Do I support this upzoning? I cannot reasonably answer that because I must first know the project will enhance my community on several levels, economically, aesthetically, commercially, and through the amenities it provides. These elements must balance and respect established community standards. New development should strengthen the value and the quality of surrounding community, complement its character, support local businesses, and provide amenities that benefit both new and existing residents. So my question to council is straightforward. Why are we not achieving the development goals that Greater Hardisty has already told you it supports? We're not asking Edmonton to stop growing. We're not saying no to density. We're asking the city to work with communities to put density where it makes sense, where infrastructure can support it, where it can revitalize underused corridors, and where it can actually enhance the surrounding neighborhood. There's tremendous development potential in this area. Let's use it strategically. Growth in established neighborhoods do not have to be in conflict. With good planning, they can strengthen one another. If those elements are not properly balanced, the community does not simply fail to benefit. It ultimately bears the consequences. Development should not simply add density, it should add value. Thank you for your time, and please ask me about the St. Clair building.
Thank you very much. And those are our speakers. Now we'll move on to questions of our speakers in opposition. I'll start with Ward Councillor. Councillor Salvador, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks to all of our speakers for spending time with us and sharing your perspectives. I wanted to go back to Speaker Palmer online. Gavin, are you online?
I'm here, yes.
Great. Yeah, thanks for outlining some of your concerns. I wanted to dig in a little bit around the point you raised about this particular site and its proximity to the local node. I think you talked a bit about, where do we draw the line essentially around parcels that are surrounding a local node? Like this particular one seems to be almost directly across, just a little bit to the west. But wanted to get some further thoughts around what you think about how far that circle should go essentially around a local node.
I think that really is going to depend on what the local node is. Like right now we have a fairly big commercial complex across on corner 106 and 50th Street, and that is fairly underutilized. They sat vacant for a number of years looking for another buyer, and then it went up for sale again early, and I think that it closed earlier this year. It has a huge parking lot that could have development, so that kind of, to me, would be where that kind of central focal point is, that if you're looking for the gathering of the commercial side of things. Right now, this is the both to the east and the west are small residential of this one, so I don't think that is exactly within the local load. I figure as if over years and decades that this area grew up and we had like a redevelopment on that commercial area and a bunch more buildings going up, and kind of seeing what we're seeing in Garneau, where we're seeing sort of like gradual over years coming in, it might extend outwards. But right now it kind of seems like we're, instead of taking steps, we're just jumping the entire staircase.
I see. And it kind of leads to my next question around just sort of expectation of the evolution of that local node. So it sounds like your hope would be to see that the sort of existing site, former Sobeys TGP, that particular site develops in advance of surrounding parcels?
From the commercial standpoint, I think that needs to be explored before we start adding in more commercial, especially with how close we are to Capilano already, and there's a significant commercial thing within 5 blocks of us. Our Capital Mall is like 6 blocks away, so I think that is fairly significant already. I would like to also see some like investment, like we go down like basically from 50th Street all the way down to Hardisty School. There's no infills, no growth at all from what's available to developers. So it's kind of telling me the market isn't there. And same thing with from 106 down to pretty much straight down to Capilano Mall. Also, there's no infills happening there either. So I'm just seeing no demand for it.
Well, and so, okay, I appreciate that answer. As it relates to the commercial retail side, what about on the residential side as well? Like I'm thinking, you mentioned some of the longer standing vacancies. I know this particular area has seen a loss of amenities. One of the other speakers mentioned some of the loss of even transit service in the area, school closures, things like that historically. and the relationship between that and adequate population in the area when it comes to residential development. Do you have any thoughts on that piece?
I think that there's plenty of options with the RS zoning. They can do infills, they can do the eightplexes. There's also then I don't know how well it applies to it. I'm not an expert in city planning. My engineering background is in different areas. But there's definitely also, like, even if we're trying to like push it a little bit and step up the envelope and see what the market will bear, the RMH12 also gives another step in there that we're just completely skipping over. So I think that there are plenty of options in there for developers. There's lots of opportunities, and they're just not being taken advantage of.
Okay, and just in the remainder of my time here, wanted to further understand some of the concerns that you've raised around safety pressures at this particular intersection, just so I know. Are you speaking about the intersection like 50A Street, sort of
yes,
where it
I am,
intersects? Yeah. Okay, and are your concerns primarily just around having additional people parking or traffic volume on the service road?
Yeah, we're on both the service road, the alleyway, that whole area. It's an incredibly dangerous intersection. It was already addressed as best as they could do it. I know I talked to the city administration when I was before they put in the pedestrian lights, and they said that they would like to have done traffic lights, but it was already too close and too chaotic with the 106 turning. I've seen multiple accidents in there, and even in March, after the pedestrian lights were put in, I was almost involved in an accident. My 7-year-old daughter was almost crushed by a car. I pulled her back in time, and then both cars got in an accident. We needed both fire and ambulance on scene because people just are not watching. They're zipping around that corner, and they're going for it. And then they are trying to get people get into the church. They try and go down the one way because they just have no idea how to get back around there. So it's a very complicated intersection that's already a very high safety pressure. The fact that it even got addressed when there's so many intersections that need support.
Thank you very much. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is to Mr. Palmer. I do believe I heard you just answer this question, but I just wanted to clarify. From my understanding, you are not necessarily against infill development, but you just feel RMH 16 is too high?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of options skipped over. Like, I'm trying to keep it like kind of professional and my own bias out of it. I in a perfect world, it would just be the infills and maybe an eightplex going in that I've sat through people complaining about. But I know we're going to be developing. I know we're going to be getting infill. I'm happy to get the infill happen and those things. I'm also happy for, like, if we really need to push it up, stepping it up. But why isn't RMH 12 a viable option that would still give a seniors facility option? It doesn't include the commercial option. It seems that we are just going straight to the absolute maximum that that can be asked for this area. And when it came up, I almost thought it was a joke because I thought that the RMH 12 was would be pushing in that they'd ask for something so outlandish that it would actually give some credit to the RMH 12 discussion. And here we are talking about the 16.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. And then next I'll go to Mr. Barry. You had mentioned something about a Sinclair building. Would you like to?
Right, as Ms. Lohner pointed out, that this is a bookend to the St. Clair building. So I had the opportunity, because of a community contact, to be invited into that building. Now, the top floor of that building is a rooftop patio. Now, I'm not sure whether or not they're totally planning on doing a bookend in form and complete structure, but not only was that rooftop patio a problem for potentially future adjacent residents, now at the 16th meter level looking down on all of our properties, but that particular building, when that was constructed, has now got all kinds of rooftop problems. That whole top rooftop patio is not usable. More than that, there are substantial construction problems related to that building that the resident who lives in it gave me a tour of to show me. So, to an earlier speaker's point, yeah, how a property owner maintains their property that's yet to be developed is potentially a good indication of what that future construction might look like.
Okay, thank you for sharing it. That's it for me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, Councillor Prince-Berry just asked one of my questions because I want a little detail on that. Just a speaker online, Ravik, if I'm saying, Ravik, sorry saying that correctly. just your take on it, because you kind of brought up that they're right by this potential development and just the current state it's in. So, I mean, in your opinion, this is a pretty complex project that might get proposed here. Do you have faith in this developer to really continue and build that to standards you'd like?
No, I don't. And that's like I said earlier, like I was rushed, but my wife and I are not against infill. We understand that there would be skinnies, fourplexes, all of that stuff. But again, we wanted somebody that would come in with a plan that they would show us that would then make us feel comfortable that this would become our neighbor. None of that has happened. From what I've seen of how he deals with the properties that he's in charge of right now, like I said, he has he's not taking care of it. And like, we have not had any outreach from him whatsoever as neighbors, and he's not talked to us. And the fact of I do want to at this point talk about how there was a postcard that was sent out. We never got a postcard. The communication has been subpar when it comes to dealing with this project. So I do not, and the fact that they have no plan already set as to what they want to build, they're just exploring. Why do we allow developers to explore ideas when this zoning is done? It's done. It's going to be almost impossible to change it back. So why do we not ask him? Why do we not ask these builders to have their plans set before they ask for the zoning change? This then allows the people that live in these neighborhoods to be able to have an understanding of what's happening or what's coming, what is going to be their neighbor. We're not right now. I don't see any of this happening. So,
great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Is it Mr. Ahrens? Ahrens?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's Ahrens.
Okay, Ahrens. Okay. In the report, it does say the postcards were sent out, so I will follow up with administration to find out, and you're living right next door, so you
yes, and we got the posting, it was posted on Facebook 2 weeks before we even one of our neighbors had posted the card that they got, and that's how we found out before anything was taught, before we even knew anything was happening.
Okay.
And we're right next door.
Right. Okay. And you had also talked about the decrease in bus service, and I think Councillor Salvador also had mentioned that as well. And are you aware that is a lot of times due to the reduced ridership in the area? So if we don't have the population there.
But I guess this is where living in the community, there are a lot of young families coming in. McNally has now gone from, we are now increasing in our population again, because a lot of the old residents, I went to McNally. So all the old residents that live in this neighborhood are the parents of the kids that I went to school with, so their parents are now passing away or moving out, and these properties are being bought by families. We are now getting the family infrastructure back in, and our schools are starting to fill up again.
And for those seniors that are moving out,
yes,
I mean their options are reduced. Wouldn't it be nice for them to be able to stay and age in place?
But again, I don't understand why we can't build something that we do not need to have a building that's 4 stories.
Okay, it's the mass.
It's the size again. Yes, it's the mass of it. Again, as I said, I have no problem with some infill, but what we want is we want to be able to have neighbors that are going to be neighbors. We don't want to have a massive influx of people. And then all of a sudden, we want to know what's coming into our neighborhood.
Okay, and at this point with rezoning, we don't get those details.
No, we don't. But sorry.
I was just speaking to our legal here.
Yeah.
That is
because once
on a standard.
Because once it's rezoned,
the bundle of rights.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, as of right now, to be honest, just because of the way that they have taken care of the properties that they do own, I don't trust that it, like, again, they can say that they want to have a senior, like a building for seniors, but to be honest, right now, I don't trust that that's what it's gonna be. It can change because there is no set plan as of yet. And they don't have a plan that they can come to us.
Okay. I'm just going to ask Mr. Palmer. You said you were right next door. Does that mean you're right? Because if Mr. Aarons
I'm directly
is,
across the alleyway on the east
You're
side,
on
so
the east side.
in Lyle's house,
okay,
the yellow building on the video.
okay. And you said there's no infills. There's skinnies down 106th Ave and down 50th Street.
On 106th Avenue, on this block, there's no infills on.
No, okay, not on that block, but further down, closer to Hardesty Pool. But do you consider the skinnies infills?
Yes.
Okay. And then over on 105th Ave, I think. So there are some skinnies in the area.
Yeah, a couple blocks away, and not on the main stretch for like on the south side. So the 106 on the south side of 106th Street, that from 50th to Hardesty, there's no infills, no skinnies.
So where should that start, in your opinion, then?
I'm happy with it to start here.
Okay.
I'm saying that they aren't. I don't think the developers are taking advantage of the opportunities that are on the table and asking for a much greater rezoning.
But only as skinnies.
Taking the entire staircase instead of taking a couple steps.
Oh, but only as skinnies.
No, I'm happy with the eightplex. I'm happy with anything with RS, and I'd be happy with a lot more things. It's going to be a sliding scale up to the 16. Obviously, it's in my backyard. I don't want anything. I'm happy with the way it is, but I am pragmatic. I am reasonable that there is infills that I would be happy with. With densification.
Thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you. Can I give you the chair, Councillor Wright?
I will take the chair.
Thank you very much. Thanks to everyone for being here. Mr. Barry, wanted to ask you, because I know, like you say, you've been doing a lot of work on, I would also love to see 101 have, and private landowners we can't force, but I would sure love to see that. But something you said in your presentation, this is why I wanted to dig in, because I know you've been involved in land use conversations for, well, probably longer than I've been on council, but at least as long as I've been, because you've been attending a bunch of meetings. Typically, arterial roads is where we put the higher forms of density, and so this is why I'm struggling a little bit here, because this is an arterial road. If you go look at any community like this in the West End, we're about to hear from folks in Glenwood where they have apartment buildings on a major roadway, arterial roads. I do in my neighborhood. That's a very common built form, and has been for really since the 1970s when a lot of those came in. And so I guess what I wanted to understand is sort of why this site would be different in your mind, compared to other 1950s-esque communities where we do 4-story buildings on arterial roads. Like what's for you the sort of the defining factor that maybe treats this one a little different?
Well, I think as I was trying to make the point in the presentation, and as has been pointed out also, that at this point we don't know what a development actually is going to look like. Mm-hmm. I'm hearing for the first time here today that they're thinking about seniors development. Yeah. So in terms of geographically located, this is the perfect place to start densification. Mm-hmm. They're pointing out that there's no skinnies. Well, in fact, my property is essentially an infill. Yeah. So as you know, you've been
Absolutely,
there.
yeah.
Right, so in my mind, it is the degree of gentle densification that over the past 10 years, the community was tolerating. As you're hearing also, that the tolerance seems to be that there's an acceptance for skinnies at this point. But as I was also pointing out, across the street, that's where the higher density should have started. Mm-hmm. That was the opportunity where, somebody spent some money to fix up a strip mall, yeah, and got some retail going again, but really that should have been a complete bulldoze, and we should have had at least 16 meter in that, mm-hmm, location. So, yes, I think on paper, this is the perfect place to start to gently densify our neighborhood. But you hear a lot of fear.
Yep, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Because at this point in the process, we really don't know. And also to the point that I made in the presentation, we've heard this before. 101st Avenue, that was a seniors development that the developer was managed to convince council to upzone, and it has sat vacant.
Yeah.
The whole time after the Princess Motel was demolished, it sat as an empty, derelict, vacant property.
Yeah, and I think, and I know we're hopefully finally going to tackle those commercial vacant ones. Your councilor's been leading the charge on derelict and vacant residential. We're hopefully expanding that into vacant and derelict commercial, which will hopefully in turn entice further development on those underutilized sites or those truly derelict sites. So I don't disagree. Love across the street even, that would make a lot of sense. They're not doing it right now. I know on the other side of Wayne Gretzky Drive on this same avenue, you have that 4-story condominium that's, I think, like two blocks just west of Wayne Gretzky Drive. And so I'm just, like, from a built form, that is typically that scale of built form. And I appreciate we don't know whether it would be seniors, whether it's condos, whether it's rental, probably not condos based off the market. Realistically, it's more likely to be rentals or seniors. And not knowing that's always hard, but in terms of the scale and scope of the building, that's typically the type of location where we would do that. And so I guess when you're saying that is a site that makes sense for that type of built form, you're talking that scale, but the concern is not knowing what else, like how it's going to be built out. Will it have the commercial? Will it have those other pieces?
I'm not saying that necessarily that built form,
Okay.
but I do say that, yes, that seems like a reasonable target to start densification. And from a business model perspective, I can understand why they would choose as maximum flexibility.
Sure.
Especially to have the commercial option down below to attract a high value commercial tenants such as a doctor's office to have a successful project.
Okay. All right, thank you. I'm out of time. I'll take the chair back.
Chair return.
Thank you. Looks to be all the questions of our speakers in opposition. You're welcome to either hang out there in your spots or you can grab seats in the gallery. It's up to you. No difference either way, because we can always, there might be questions of you when we get to new information, but you're welcome to watch from there if you prefer. Now we're going to move on to questions of our administration, and we'll start with Councillor Salvador on this.
Great, thank you. I'm looking for some additional data or information around housing mix in this particular area, as well as population change. I know sometimes administration has that information available.
Yeah, happy to bring that up. If I could get the clerk to please go to slide 9. So in terms of population, still not quite where we were in the early 1970s. So in the early 1970s, the neighborhood was about 3,500 people. We're at about 2,300 people the last time we did the census in 2021. And in terms of housing typology, at around 80%, this is still predominantly a single-family neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And okay, yeah, there's it against the city average as well. Perfect. Okay, thanks. I also wanted to ask about just some of the loss of service that was mentioned. I know one of the speakers brought up loss of bus service in this particular community. Wanted to understand how that intersects with the land use conversation we're having today. Obviously, wanted to be able to provide those good quality services for folks who are in these communities, and I think it can be a bit of a concern or a flag when we're seeing that service decline.
Yeah, just broadly speaking, obviously land use does play a very important role in terms of how we can bring and breathe new life into some of our mature communities, which we know unfortunately have lost some of their services, whether it's because it's an empty school or some bus service that has changed or been reduced, perhaps some vacant commercial space as well. Again, if we can bring more people into these areas, that should help to increase demand for those things and perhaps get some of those things back eventually.
And just on that note, I know in the past there's been some work done around neighborhood life cycles and how, a lot of communities that are in that 50s and 60s era kind of hit this peak. A lot of folks who are maybe original residents move out or kids move out, and then we see this trend of schools closing, amenities leaving, and not having that population base to support them. I know that's been an ongoing concern in this particular area. Just looking for some additional thoughts on that, and maybe in relation to the numbers that you shared on the screen around population change and housing mix.
Yeah, I think what was just on screen kind of tells that story, fortunately or unfortunately. Obviously, as the city has continued to grow substantially, some of our mature neighborhoods, Fulton Place being no exception, have either sort of gone stagnant or in some cases declined. So again, just this is all sort of part of that same sort of line of thought, which is if we can bring more people back into these neighborhoods, bring fresh life into these neighborhoods, and recognize the fact that some of these homes are reaching the end of their life cycle. There is obviously an opportunity there to increase density where it makes sense, and obviously in this case, we feel like this is a pretty good location for that.
Okay, a few more questions. There were concerns raised around safety at the intersection of 106 Ave and then 50A Street. I know right now there's a pedestrian activated signalization. Would there ever be contemplation of a full signalization here? What was the safety assessment done for this intersection?
Full signalization, I think, was mentioned, is not possible just due to how close to proximity it is to another signalized intersection. What is happening recently is a street lapse has happened in Fulton Place, and they have installed, I think, a traffic diverter just recently, with the goal of analyzing how that's doing for making that intersection safer.
Okay, and that's the street lab that's on 50A, right?
Correct, 50A
okay.
and 106. Yeah.
Okay, and that's relatively new. Okay, that's helpful to understand. I also wanted to follow up just around the concern related to fire protection deficiencies in stormwater. Understanding that is assessed and happens at the development permit stage, what safeguards are in place to ensure that those requirements are met?
Councillor Jatinder Tiwana here. This area is a separate service area wherein we have a separate sewer for sanitary and a separate storm sewer. So there are no flooding concerns as such. With the at the development permit stage, we would come to know about the exact footprint of the building. At that time, it will be determined whether we need a LID or how to store that extra stormwater that's being generated on site. As regards fire protection, again, hydrant spacing is just one aspect of fire protection. The other aspects are the built form and the actual water pressure. It's determined by at the development permit stage. We'll be able to determine what exactly is needed, and there are other methodologies to overcome the fire issue.
And any of those potential upgrades that may be necessary at that time, is that on the developer?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. I'll come back.
Thank you very much. Next, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the neighborhood statistics. That was a question on my mind as well. I was just wondering, sort of sticking with mobility, I heard some concerns around the location of the site on a service road. Just wondering if administration sees this service road next to the arterial for site access. Like, is that a concern or is that a benefit potentially?
No issues. I think predominantly we're going to still lean on the lane, just like we would in any other mature neighborhood context. Most of the servicing and most of the activity will be relegated to the lane in this case.
For sure. And thinking about, potential drop-off zones or just having a place for people to stop at the curb, that could be happening on the service lane, or the service street?
It could, yes.
Okay, so that maybe provide some opportunities for delivery services, for example, that if it was right on an arterial might create some challenges if there were no stop zones.
Fair observation, yeah.
Okay, then you know, I do really take the point. There is some other land around that, you know, you could see the potential for redevelopment. Are we able to direct that? Like, can we say, don't build your building here, build it over here? Is that a tool that we have?
Perhaps not so directly as that, Councillor. What we can do is we can set land use policy for where different types of infill development make the most sense. There was quite a bit of highlighting of 101st Avenue by some of the speakers. We've done the work along there. We do designate that to be a secondary corridor. So at some point in the future, we do expect types of housing that similar to what's before you today, if not perhaps even more significant than that. So those are sort of the primarily, you know, as it relates to land use, that's the primary tool within our tool belt.
I would also just add that it's dependent on the landowner coming forward with an application where they want to redevelop their land. And so we review the applications where the landowners are actively trying to pursue something new. They don't necessarily own the other opportunities that you may see that we may also find favorable.
Right. Well, and I think that policy is an interesting one because, again, you know, I think the policy that would enable the commercial site that's nearby to redevelop are sort of the same policies that, again, sort of make it appropriate for this site to redevelop in terms of that focus around a local node, correct?
Correct. We would consider that site to be within the local node as well, so the same policies would apply.
Yeah, and again, we can sort of set those parameters, the expectation for a corridor or a node. So we can do that at the policy level, but then the implementation of that comes through sort of individual landowners coming forward. Correct? We can't sort of phase development more than that.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. Just so we're clear on these two sites in the RS zone, what's the max unit count that can be built if they stay within that zone?
In both cases, it would be 8 units.
8 units each, okay, so 16 total. And then if this goes to RS, this goes to 16. I mean, I know it's flexible, but.
Tough to say. I'd say somewhere maybe between 25 and 40 units under RMH 16, given the size of the site.
Okay. And then I'm just going to jump on, so 106, this is a local node, right? As we mentioned a few times?
We are making the case that it is a local,
It's a local node. Okay. And how do you determine that? Is it based on what you mentioned before, that there's bus service, parks, schools? Is there any other data on that?
We are looking at the collection of land uses within the area. So we are looking at whether or not there's open space. We're looking at whether or not there's existing commercial. We're looking at whether or not there's housing in the area, and we're looking at the mobility network. In this case, we've got basically the full mix here. We've got commercial, we've got institutional, we've got schools. We've got an area that's set to be more well-connected than it already is relative to a future bike route along 106. So this is checking all the boxes, so to speak, to be a local node.
Okay, but no like traffic data or usage on that side, right?
No.
Okay. And then just the applicant brought up that they're potentially looking at an MU zone, and then kind of some conversations that maybe go to this RS16 because of the definition of the local node?
For us, all you're going to get from the definition of the local node is scale. So what the applicant originally submitted, I believe, was something that was in line with the scale that you see here before you today. But they were using originally a zone that was just a little bit more intense in terms of some of the commercial uses that we felt that given the fact that RMH 16 was also an option and also could achieve that same scale, it was a little bit more compatible within its residential context. So This was our suggested zone, and the applicant went with it.
So that MU zone then should be used more on large arterial roads? Is that kind of?
Yeah, the MU zone, its general purpose is specific to nodes and corridors. And again, that's the formalized nodes and corridors system, not necessarily local nodes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. One of the speakers did mention about not receiving a postcard. I see in the report that I think it was 37 were issued. Do you track at all anything that gets returned in the?
We certainly do. We do get things returned. We do not have record of anything being returned. We did check the speaker's name just now. They are there. They're on our mailing list. So now that's not to say whether or not it actually arrived in their mailbox. I would just add, since we're on the topic of notification, postcards are one thing that we do. The other thing that we do, and this is particularly helpful for people who live very close or right beside a property that's being rezoned, is we also install a rezoning sign on site. And that's right there. So
it's quite large.
Quite large and kind of in your face, and it's meant to be that way. So.
Okay. So, and the contact information is on the sign,
also
right?
on the sign, yeah.
Okay. And I think one of the other councillors mentioned it as well. Like, we can't force the developers of the strip mall over Kitty Corner to develop that land.
We cannot.
Okay. I was going to ask, has there been any questioning by them? But I won't do that. So do you see this as, referring to this as a local node, that this will be sort of the start of transition down 106th Avenue?
Tough to say, but this would be the sort of, sure, this would be the beginning of like more of the emergence of this local node, more activity, and the hopes is that more people will be living in the area using those services, and that could potentially drive more housing if that were to be the case. But again, we're in that same boat of whether or not private applications come forward to actually go forward with that.
Okay, and you talked about the school and the church and some of the commercial around there. What about like community amenities?
Could you go a little bit more into what you mean by that?
Well, I know there's the pool down 106th Ave, but what else is there? That might not be in a developing neighborhood.
Sure, yes. There is a pool just down 106th Avenue. I would also just mention probably the ultimate community amenity that there is just down 50th Street is like just a totally beautiful area of the river valley with tons of area to recreate. That's not far from this site at all, and soon at some point there will be very good bike connectivity to that area. And then if you go on the south down 50th Street, you eventually hit Capilano Mall. That's another very significant amenity for anybody living in the area. And again, these things are very well connected to this site.
Okay. Community halls for people to gather, especially if they are seniors, so they don't have that isolation?
Certainly somewhere in Fulton Place, there would be a community hall, yes.
Okay. As well as Gold Bar and Capilano. Okay.
As well as Gold Bar and Capilano, yes.
I know the area well. On that slide 9, which we don't seem to have, because ours only goes up to 6, do you have the demographics like for the age?
That we do not have, unfortunately.
Okay, and we don't have that information from census?
There is it's publicly available. Sorry, I can't remember the URL, but there is some demographic breakdown. But it's limited to the last census that was
2021?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go and take a look. Thank you.
Thank you, and Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mayor. Just two questions for clarification and to follow up, I think, on one of the speakers had a question. We only approve, I should say, bylaw changes. We do not approve design approval. That's covered on the MGA. Just want a clarification. Is that correct?
In certain cases, we can approve design. This is not one of those cases. This is just a standard off-the-shelf zone. In the situation that we're in now, if council were to so choose to approve this rezoning, the design review would come at the next stage, and that is delegated to city admin doing that.
Okay, and direct, if we were to go to a direct control, that puts, I'll say, more work on administration to work back and forth with developers. Is that correct?
It would put more work on administration and more work on the applicant. They would basically have to take the development permit design detail, and they would have to bring that information into the rezoning process rather than have it happen after rezoning.
Okay, even though I said two, I do have one follow-up more. Okay. So in this case, when the developer or any person puts in for an application such as this, they generally request, so in this case, the developer would have said, I'd like to have RMH16. And if it meets within the criteria, then administration will generally recommend yes, because it meets the criteria. Is that also correct?
That is one thing that we consider. We also consider impacts to infrastructure. We look at just general land use compatibility, and the criteria that I believe you're referring to is what's within the district policy. So yes, the policy context also plays a very important role in determining whether or not we recommend something for support.
Okay, and I know it's a case by case. I'm guessing, because hypothetically, if they came in and said, I don't know, I want a RHM 12, the administration could look at that and go, yes, that can work here, or you have the option to go higher depending on the criteria, right? Would you offer recommendations as well, or just what the, and I'm sorry for this line of question because it's very broad for the answer on that.
That, I think it's totally okay. Anytime that we are approached by a private landowner seeking to rezone, the first piece of advice that we provide them is there a statutory plan in effect that is council adopted, and what is council's adopted vision for the area? That is what you should be first and foremost looking at in terms of an upzoning, for example. So in this case, again, we are looking for zones that support that general sort of 4-story scale within a local node.
Okay, thank you kindly. That's it, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Parmer?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to ask administration, so in times where we've had speakers come with a lot of uncertainty about not knowing, what comes after the land use, we've actually, there's been a couple of files that we have asked the developer and the community to come to some sort of agreement or I think there was a Crestwood property that we had asked the developers and to work with those that were living in the area to get a little bit more certainty. Do you remember that?
Are you speaking about the Crestwood community?
I think the one that I have seen I think it was the Crestwood community where we asked the developers to go back and work with the community.
Administration with any application can always encourage discussion between the community and the applicant, but ultimately it's the applicant's decision on what they would like to move forward with and what we assess in the end with their application.
And just to reiterate, we have evaluated this land use in this location, and with the policy that we have in place, it is completely suitable for this location. In terms of conversations between the applicant and the community at the development permit stage, that can be encouraged, but it's not required.
To the chair, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, not well enough fresh in my memory, but yes.
Councillor, if I just may jump in, it's Travis here. There was a row house application that went from a row house to a slightly taller row house on 95th Avenue. The applicant at the time made the commitment to talk to the community through their design process. That wasn't facilitated or isn't facilitated through administration. It was just an agreement that was made, or a commitment made by the applicant in front of council.
So we'll have the ability to ask the applicant if they're willing to do the same when new information comes for the questioning?
You could, but I would just, in terms of making it a standard practice, there's no enforceability of it, and it may create unmet expectations if it's not done to the community's satisfaction or what have you.
Yeah, and I think it was council that said, you're right, there's no enforcement, but it is on public record that there was a willingness to work with the community maybe in a different way outside than what is legally required.
Correct, and I would coach it just in the fact that there still is zoning parameters around it. So there's some things that maybe the applicant would be unwilling to move upon and which the community wants, et cetera, but there should be that base understanding.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you. I think most of my questions have been asked. One I wanted to just ask, and I know it's always challenging to be somewhat hypothetical, but if this wasn't a local node, would you still be recommending this?
We would put a very strong emphasis on the fact that it is along an arterial and that it is functionally a corner site.
Because of the alley connection.
Correct.
The alley.
Because of
and
the alley.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and this goes back all the way to like the, you can find this principle all the way back in ARPs from the late 70s, early 80s in terms of locating low-rise type development in those areas.
The scale might shift if you came for a 6-story or an 8-story versus a 4. That might be where you would start to have different feelings of different proposals, even if it's on an arterial road. Not all arterial roads are guaranteed to be 8 stories. I know we did some along the LRT route. We did some upzonings on the priority growth areas, but 4 stories is typically more of your standard arterial road. Beyond that, context plays a lot more critical role.
Correct. Depending on the, yes, and certainly for a case like this where this is not a designated corridor, for example, some arterial roadways are. In those cases, we would expect some pretty substantial development. In this case, just given the site context and the fact that this is like the first kind of one that we're seeing within this local node, I think it's fair to say that anything above 4 stories might push us beyond our comfort level.
Okay. I think all my other questions have been asked, so thank you. I'll move a second round.
Second. Okay, second round, please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and I'll return the chair.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Salvador on a second round.
Thank you. How did the site size and lot consolidation factor into administration's recommendation?
It did factor into our recommendation. It is a relatively large site for an infill context at around 1,300 square meters. That's quite good. And the reason I say that is because this is a site that can most likely accommodate the type of development that the RMH 16 is going to allow quite comfortably without the need for any variances.
Okay. I also wanted to ask about, recognizing there's flexibility in whether or not we see any sort of commercial or retail on the main, are there any uses that would not be allowed in this location given proximity to school, parks?
I think you're getting at sort of liquor stores and cannabis. Those are just not simply listed at all in the zone, so it's not an issue.
Oh, okay, thanks. And we saw in one of the presentations from the speaker in opposition, there was a kind of a diagram showing potential build out of a building. And I noticed it looked like it was quite far to the front property line in the rendering that was shown, but just wanted to understand what setbacks are in place and what the expectation would be for that front property line.
Yeah, so it would be quite similar actually to what is currently required by the RS zone. So RS currently requires 4.5 meters. That would be the case with RM as well.
Okay, so that's on the front, and then is it 3 meters on the side, and?
It is 3 meters on the most sensitive setback, which would be the shared property line.
Right, and what would be like understanding alleys on the two sides are being used as a bit of a buffer
Yes.
to adjacent properties. That would mean alley plus some setback.
Sorry,
There's
plus 3 meters, so yeah, you'd see a buffer space of approximately 9 meters.
9 meters?
Yeah.
Okay. So 9-meter buffer. Yeah, just looping back regarding our ability to direct development. I know 101 Ave was mentioned and our tools are limited. I think a secondary corridor was mentioned. Is 101 Ave also a priority growth area? I believe it is, but just wanted to understand that's another policy tool or lever.
It certainly is. Whether or not that is a priority growth area, we can quickly try and look up. But yes, certainly, we have some additional tools in our tool belt if it is that we can look at, which of course, you're very familiar with proactive upzonings and that sort of thing to remove that sort of barriers and red tape in those areas.
Okay, if someone could get that, that'd be great. And I just have one more question. We heard concerns about just sort of I'll say the state of some of the adjacent properties currently. Looking for some more detail around construction accountability process that exists there, just to ensure that developers are being held to account and that the standards are being met and what recourse is available there.
Just to get back to quickly your original question, yes, it is a priority growth area, so just to confirm that.
Great.
And then, sorry, Councillor, your question was related to accountability?
Yeah, we heard concerns around just sort of the state of the properties currently or in the past, and wanted to understand, on a go-forward basis, if this were to move ahead, what can neighbors expect to see and what tools exist around construction accountability?
Yeah, absolutely. So first and foremost, I would say we have our community standards bylaw. This requires that, as sites are undergoing redevelopment construction, this sets rules around things like nuisances. So nuisances being debris, making sure debris is, if it's produced, it's kept on site, making sure that noises are not exceeding far into the evening or too early into the morning. So this is a really great tool that we have during that phase of development to make sure that impacts like those are as mitigated as possible.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're pretty much right up against the three. Do you have 5 minutes of questions, Councillor Wright, or do you have 2 minutes?
Now I've got 2 minutes with quick answers.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Let's give it a try.
The garbage that was mentioned by one of the speakers, how can we contain that?
The zoning bylaw will require that it be contained. We'll do a review at the development permit stage to make sure that the appropriate amount of bins are being provided, and those will have to be contained and placed in a safe area of the site.
Okay, and another speaker also talked about sort of some deficiencies in build further down the street. How throughout the process they'll be building permits and inspections and everything.
There sure will, yeah.
Make sure it's up to code. Okay. Okay, that'll be it. We can go for break.
Thank you. So we are going to take our 15-minute recess. That takes us to 3:45, and then we'll move on to questions of new information related to anything that council has heard during the public hearing. So we're on recess till 3:45. Thanks, everyone.
I'll just start with a quick roll call. Councillor Principe?
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Morgan?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Jans? Councillor Rutherford?
Hello, sorry, I'm here.
Hello. Councillor
Hello.
Hello. Councillor Clark?
Hello.
Councillor Tang, not sure if you're back yet.
I'm here.
Okay, great, wonderful. And Mayor Knack will be along shortly. Councillor Parmar?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette? I think he had to step away as well. Councillor Salvador?
Good afternoon.
Councillor Stevenson?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Councillor Elliott?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and I am here as well. I think next we go to questions of new information. I'm going to put myself on the board. Councillor Salvador, go ahead, please.
Oh, yeah, just wanted to follow up with the applicant. I know there have, of course, been a number of questions from those in opposition. Also, sorry, where is the applicant?
Hi, Councillor Salvador.
Hi,
I'm
great. Okay,
online.
you're online.
Shannon had to leave, so I'll be taking
Okay,
all the questions
okay,
going
great.
forward.
Yeah,
Thank you.
just hearing some of the questions and concerns from folks who spoke in opposition, and sort of a desire to have some more information and I guess additional info and clarity going forward. What is your typical process for communicating with folks in the adjacent community and the surrounding area?
So for applications to rezone to a standard zone, the city doesn't require engagement by the applicant at the rezoning or the development permit stage. That being said, we always undertake outreach to the community at the rezoning stage, which is what Shannon summarized in her presentation. And the reason we do that is because it's important at this stage, because the land use change is a decision by council. And this is when you have the opportunity to hear input from neighbors and community. Thereafter, at the development permit stage, the decision-making process is administrative and technical in nature, particularly for a permitted development that complies with all of the applicable regulations in the zoning bylaw. And so part of our outreach, like we indicated that the property owner intends to build seniors housing to provide more information to the community, which we often do when we're able to. We don't always have that kind of clarity at this stage. And, you know, ultimately, your consideration here today is around the proposed zone overall. So what I can say is, like, should the rezoning be successful here today, I can take that request back to our client and how they might carry on future conversations during the development permit stage.
Okay, I appreciate that. And again, you know, ultimately, as was mentioned, there's nothing that can compel that, but appreciate you sharing that intention. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Thank you. Councillor Wright for questions on the information.
Yes, thank you. Allison, I'm also wondering, there's been some reference from the speakers in opposition about this property in relation to the St. Clair property further down 106th Ave, and concerns with the maybe, I don't know, not so good build or deficiencies in that. And I'm just wondering, are these the same companies? Like, is this something that maybe our building inspectors need to be aware of, or?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. No, it's not the same developer or property owner. And we put that image in just to give a general sense of a design idea, where we're not saying that it would look exactly the same, have the same kind of layout or anything like that. What we wanted to do is give an example in the neighborhood that already exists that shows what a low-rise built form can look like. But that being said, our client is not intending to design the building exactly that way, particularly because the intention is to build seniors housing. So there is going to be different considerations into the design process in order to accommodate that. Okay. Does that clarify things for you?
I think that helps me. Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And then I also had asked administration about the garbage quickly, but if it is. Like if it's not row housing or things like that, it would be like the bigger, like the 3-stream communal bins and that, right?
So it's difficult to say right now because Waste Services won't do that assessment until the development permit stage when we know the exact number of units. But I would expect, given the nature of the intended design and probably where the number of units would land, is that communal waste servicing would be required because there has to be enough space at the back of the lot in order to accommodate cart spacing, right? So I would expect it would have, in some fashion, communal recycling waste and food scraps of some kind. But again, that's all determined at the development permit stage once there's actually a design in a building that Waste Services can review and evaluate the requirements for.
Okay, and then at that development permit stage, that's when they would make sure that, a truck could get in there to get the bins and everything.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Yeah, I think a couple questions I had got answered about the other project, how similar it is, and the community engagement. Alison, the only other question I have for you, and maybe I missed it kind of in the presentation, but I said, we heard some of the community concerns that are outlined in the report, and you were addressing them. Can you just give me that feedback?
Do you have any concerns specifically, or
parking was one that was at the top of the list for the concerns?
Right. Sure. Okay, so for parking, our client's intention is to provide parking on site. Because the design of the building hasn't started yet, we don't know exactly how many spots or how that will be provided. Again, because we're rezoning to a standard zone, we don't have to have those design details ready yet. That would come later at the development permit stage. But what I can say is that there is intention to provide parking on the site. And it will, as just around the discussion of seniors housing, the needs of seniors might be different in terms of what they need for parking, right? Whether they have a vehicle or not. So when our client gets to the design stage, there'll be more consideration of what needs to be provided for what he intends for his future residents, right?
Okay, gotcha. And just a quick question. Has your client developed a similar building like this before?
Councillor Clark, I'm actually not sure, but I can follow up with my client and provide that information to you later. He has done other types of developments. He is an active builder in Edmonton and the surrounding community. I just specifically on the seniors housing, I'd have to double check, but I can follow up.
Yeah, sorry, I'll jump in. Probably not the most relevant land use, sorry.
Fair enough, that's all I got.
I gave a little flexibility.
Councillor
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
And Mayor Knack, Kevin Haldane from Legal Services. That is an irrelevant consideration for the land use public hearing, and I think it's probably a good point to add at this point because of the conversation that has been had. The zoning is not prescriptive, it's permissive, so I think there had been some questions around that were addressed, I think, by administration. But just to weigh in from Legal Services that, you cannot compel development through the zoning process. And lastly, that, again, a reminder, and I think all of council is aware, that in these standard zones, you are approving the blue box, not any particular development, regardless of who the proponent is or what they say they would like to do with it.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions of new information. So at this point, I can take a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Salvador, seconded by Councillor Parmar to close the public hearing. Please vote on closure of the public hearing.
That's for me.
On camera.
Councillor Elliott's yes.
Thank you.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. I do just want to do a quick check, and because I know there's 6 of us in the room. I'm just wanting to make sure if I have other colleagues. Is there at least one? I don't have access to all my video. There we go. Let's see.
Mayor, I've turned my camera on.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. I appreciate that. Sorry, I just need to make sure there's at least one on camera, and now I see 2, so thank you. That provides a little flexibility. Thank you very much, everyone. Now we can take a motion for first reading. I just wanted to make sure.
I'll move first reading of bylaw.
21564?
21564.
Perfect. And
Second.
seconded by Councillor Parmar. Those wishing to speak, please click on. I think I saw Councillor Wright. Please go ahead.
I'm really excited by this. Having grown up in Fulton Place, lived and worked there in the area for 30 years, I think this blue box to expand, to increase people in the neighborhood, bring back some vibrancy. I think as the neighborhood transitions, I think along 106th Avenue is a perfect area to be building this density. Whether it's seniors in a blue box or whether it's, young professionals or whatever that might choose to rent there, I think it gives some options for people in the neighborhood, either to age in place or to come and experience everything that's so wonderful about the Fulton Place community and all the amenities that it provides. I think this is a great place to start for this transition for the neighborhood to increase density. And I would ask my colleagues to support it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question with this one, should these two sites be redeveloped? I think there's consensus around, with everyone I've heard today, that it should be, right? It's just a question of what kind of scale should that be, right? And what's being presented in the R16, does that fit, what we're kind of being asked here today, does that fit in the plan? I mean, it's a priority growth area. Essentially, it's on a pretty busy arterial road, and we have to look at kind of that information. We're making this upzoning approval, and then also weigh that versus what we heard from all the speakers here. It's a tough one, and it's a big change from the current site. Like this is going to be impactful for a lot of people living in the area, right around there, or even kind of being the first one on that street, right? So that's what I'm kind of weighing. Do I actually believe it will be a senior center? Maybe. I guess I'm cautiously optimistic on that. I have muted confidence on that. But that's not really my decision when I'm making this right now. So I've kind of got to look at the facts in front of me and say, does it fit on that? And there are a few things that lean in favor of that. So unless somebody, I don't know any of their speakers, I think I know which way I'm going, but I just want to get that out there. That's how I'm looking at this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wright, can you take the chair?
I have the chair.
Thank you very much. And I know for some of my colleagues, some of what I'll say might be a little repetitive to some other discussions, but I do still think it's important. I know we've had some folks in opposition, but I'll come to a few points. The first is the fact that this is arterial road, and it's where we've typically allowed four-story development for decades, since really the 1970s. Almost every 1950s community has allowed apartment buildings. Most of them have typically been on the arterial roads. Some of them allow them interior, but most of them on our arterial roads. This is an arterial road. It's adjacent to schools or close to schools and commercial centers, and I think that is something that we have approved for a long period of time. And so I think from a land use perspective, there's a logic to this. I also think that from, you look at just the population, and again, not uncommon to a lot of other mature neighborhoods, but and we saw it in that slide, but I think it's worth repeating. It's a challenge that many mature neighborhoods have faced. Back in 1971, we were at 3,540 people, and then you fast forward 50 years, and you're down to 2,345 people. It's part of why strip mall locations, like the one that we were talking about, often couldn't support businesses anymore because the population base has dropped substantially. It's why we started to see schools on the verge of closure, and thankfully this one's starting to rebound, and that's encouraging, from one of our one speakers said, but we're a long ways off where we used to be, and that's the challenge we continue to face in a lot of mature neighborhoods. And Councillor Clark is right, though, at the same time, just because of all of those stats doesn't make it any easier for the folks living on that arterial road. It is a real change to what that will look like. There is a real difference, and we shouldn't pretend that won't happen. But I also don't think that's the reason to say no to this, is that we have good land use principles that would typically target higher forms of density on the main roads in communities that need further population to help make sure they're going through the revitalization that we want to seek across the city, while also making sure we're slowing down how much we keep expanding outwards. You know, we're about to go into a 4-year budget process of which there is a lot of growth pressure, and almost all of it we're not going to be able to fund. So if you're in those suburban communities, you know, besides some fire halls and a few roads, it's going to be real tough to get all the other things that folks want. And so we want to do our best to try to make sure we don't continue to further that existing financial challenge that's before us and what that means for the service in those areas, whereas instead we can rely on communities that have existing infrastructure that can support additional population and space. So that is why I'll be supporting this, and I'll take the chair back.
Chair return.
Thank you, and Councillor Salvador to close. Sorry, Councillor Palmer, you got on there at the last minute. Go ahead, Councillor Palmer.
I did. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just want to thank all the speakers for coming. Change is really hard, and it's been a challenge for me watching all of the change that has been happening in my ward and across the city. And really, I have been really trying to figure out where the density needs to make sense. I do believe that this density that has already been upzoned based on the bylaw is probably good enough. But looking at the site and looking at the green space across of it, I think I have been convinced that this additional density on this major arterial road would be better than a block away in the mid-block on, you know, in roads right across from it. So maybe you will, by allowing this upzoning, we will save potentially some of that mid-block rezoning that will be on the interior lots. Once again, I know change is hard, and I thank you for sharing your opinions. They really do mean a lot, and I will be supporting this one.
Thank you, and Councillor Salvador to close.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to all the speakers who took the time to be with us and to share their perspectives as part of this item. Yeah, from a land use perspective, I do think this application makes sense, and I'll speak to that in a moment. I also just wanted to touch on one of the themes that we heard, and there was some back and forth on this, just with the desire to have more of those exact specifics around the kind of development that could happen, but the real limitations that exist in our zoning bylaw and process, where we do have to consider all of the potential uses and the flexibility that is embedded in the standard zone in front of us. We don't have the ability to force private landowners to develop, and we can't force the sequencing of development to happen in an exact and particular way. And I know 101 was brought up, and I would love to see 101 reach its full potential as a mixed-use, mid-rise, Main Street. Would love to see higher density in that location, and I think we have a number of the tools from a policy perspective in place. Would love to see further contemplation of other tools we can use to really drive development in those key locations. But you know, regardless of that piece, property owners do have the right to come forward and apply for rezonings, and we need to decide if the site in question today is appropriate for that zone. And as I said, I do think it is. As has been mentioned, it's an arterial roadway where we'd expect to see additional density adjacent to alleys on, as well as an arterial, so that does, I believe, support adequate setbacks and buffer from adjacent properties. This is very, very clear to me that this is part of a local node and an emerging and evolving local node that I would also like to see develop and grow over time. The application is in line with our city plan, it's in line with district plan, and it is in relatively close proximity to some fantastic amenities, like the River Valley. There's an excellent set of community leagues in the surrounding areas that are active and engaged. Hardisley Leisure Center is close by, and some really wonderful local businesses. I'm also reflecting on the reality that this is a community that has experienced a serious loss of amenities over the years and a substantial drop in population, like many mature neighborhoods. But I would say this area in particular has, I think, seen very visible losses. Schools have closed, grocery stores have left, and recently, very recently, transit service is changing, and that is due to lower ridership, which ultimately makes communities less amenity rich, less walkable, and there's absolutely a relationship between having adequate density and the vibrancy and sustainability of our neighborhoods. So having more homes and more neighbors to support those amenities and services is critical, and I think that this application helps with that. I appreciated some of the numbers that were shared around the housing mix in this area. It is predominantly single-family homes, 80% single-family homes. So adding more housing options helps ensure that there are diverse choices available for people who may want to live in this community, but also for folks who might want to downsize or potentially not live in a single family home, maybe right size, but actually stay in the community that they know and love. Absolutely, this will be a change for this area, but of all the places to see this kind of change, I think on the whole, this is the right move, and I will be supporting this rezoning.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes, for me.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Principe, did the vote come through for you?
It did. I did vote, but I'll just try again here.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. And that is carried 10-2. Councillor Salvador.
I'll move second reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on second reading.
Yes, for me.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. And Councillor Tang?
Oh, I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-2. Councillor Salvador.
Consideration of third reading.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote for consideration.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. And Councillor Salvador.
Move third and final reading of bylaw 21564.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Parmar. Please vote on third and final reading.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. And Councillor Tang, I saw you unmute, but I didn't get a vote.
I'm a yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-2. So that completes the Fulton Place item. Now we're going to move to the cross-referenced items. That's 4.2 through 4.5. I'm going to say if we can, do you need a presentation?
I don't need a presentation, just for...
Any questions for the speakers in favor, or is it just for administration?
Just for administration.
Just for administration. Great. We'll let administration get settled in here. And then you can move right to questions. Upon completion of this item that we're on, we'll move to the Glenwood items. So we should at least be able to hear from all the speakers, even if we don't finish the item itself, so, which is important. Councillor Wright, please go ahead.
Thank you. I did just want to ask these questions just to clarify for some constituents that have posed these questions. So some of the concerns, we're talking about additional traffic, and I'm just wondering, would this development be more or less traffic than if the zoning were to stay for a school and cultural site?
It would be more traffic. However, the traffic generated is still within the ASPTIA and what the collectors are able to handle.
Okay, so even if kids were coming, like being dropped off at school on a daily basis?
So as the roadways are built out, there is a need for review with safe mobility, and that's a policy in the LC's NSP.
Okay, okay. And then with roads and drainage and utilities, that's all, again, anything different between the two options?
Councillor Jatinder Tivana here.
Oh, hi.
Yeah, this is a new area. We have a full plan of how the area is to develop.
Okay.
The system has adequate capacity to handle this.
Okay, so even with this new residential, it still manages, okay. And then I'm also, as a school or cultural center, it would be the same height or higher?
The height for the original intended institutional use was at 16 meters. So this would be lower.
This is lower, and then I think front and rear setbacks are greater than it would be for a school, for the school?
The front setback would be reduced, and the interior setback is reduced. We're just pulling this from the planning report.
So this option for rezoning might be a little less imposing than what it was intended originally.
Correct.
Right? Okay. And then it would, I guess, transition. It's almost identical, or it is identical then to what's north, which is the RS12, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. And then I guess there was some concern by my constituents that it should be left as vacant land. But it was always intended to have something on there, right?
That's correct.
Okay, okay. And I think that addresses pretty well all of the concerns. Oh, no, it doesn't. The density. It's being reduced now from 125 to 90.
Correct.
For the area, okay. But this development itself is, I think it was 37 in the report per hectare?
Yeah, the density here is a little bit confusing because there's two things happening. One is we are correcting an error from before.
Right.
And by correcting that error, it makes the planned densities lower. However, because it's introducing new housing into an area that didn't have housing, that raises the densities up.
Okay.
So there's kind of two opposing forces happening here to arrive at the final planned density.
Okay, okay. That's what I just wanted to clarify as well. I think that's all the questions that I have.
Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Just on that question of density, I was just a bit confused, given that the part of the existing parcel that's being rezoned is already RM16, and so RSM12 would be a down zoning. So if you could just talk me through how there's sort of an overall gain.
Yeah, well, in the original NSP and its current zoning, you have a mix of zones, right? You have the institutional area in the middle for what was originally intended to be a private school, which will now become housing. You're correct that the portion of the parcel in the southeast corner is designated for RMH16, and that would change to RMH12. So in that corner of the parcel, you could consider it a reduction in density, and then in the larger middle portion, you could consider it an increase. I mean, it's introducing residential uses, and then the northern portion remains as is, zoning-wise.
Okay, and then just from an overall plan impact and our plan expectation, so again, I think that the overall, with the correction, the overall neighborhood density is going from 39 to 37. dwelling units per net residential hectare. Just wondering if that's still in line with our, like, was this a legacy plan? Or just wondering how this impacts our overall targets for, I think, 45 units per net residential hectare.
Thank you, Councillor. It does still fall within the legacy plan. It was adopted prior to the development of city plan. And again, because this correction is the thing that's dropping it, the actual application that was made by the applicant is actually improving the density more towards being in alignment with our current standards.
Okay, great. And if there was ever a broader amendment required, that's sort of the opportunity we have to look to increase those numbers up closer to our current standards, correct?
Yeah, if it makes sense within the plan.
Yeah, great. Okay, thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Are there, then I'll just check if there's any questions related to new information. Not seeing any, I'll take a motion to close public hearing. Councillor Wright?
I will move to close public hearing on items 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Palmer. Please vote to close public hearing.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang and Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Wright for first reading. Do you want to move?
I'm sorry. I was clicking on. Moving first reading on items 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and 4.5.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Palmer. Anyone beyond Councillor Wright wishing to speak? Not seeing any. Councillor Wright to close.
Thank you very much. I understand the concerns of the neighbors. I think some might have had the impression that this was going to stay as vacant land, which seems to be the impression that a lot of people in new and developing areas have. And, I think it also, by, going down to the RSM 12 from the 16 and with the greater setbacks in that, I think this will be a less imposing option than what was originally planned for the site. So I would ask that my colleagues support this, please.
Thank you very much. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, councillors. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Wright.
I'd like to move second reading on the aforementioned items.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Palmer. Please vote on second reading.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Wright.
Consideration of third reading.
Second.
And that's seconded by Councillor Palmer. Please vote on consideration.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. Councillor Wright.
I'd like to move third and final reading of Charter Bylaw 21569, Bylaw 21570, Bylaw 21571, and Bylaw 21572.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Palmer. Please vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
I'm yes.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 12-0. So that leaves us with the last item that we didn't postpone, which was the Glenwood item, 4.9. So we're going to make sure we bring our delegation down. We'll have a presentation, then we'll move into speakers in favor. I'd like to see if council can at least get through all of the speakers before the end of today. It'll be tight, but and also we won't rush it, because if there's plenty of questions, we want to take time for those questions. But if we can get through those speakers, that way they don't have to give up another day to be here. Even if we have questions, they can always join virtually. It's just, I know it's always hard to give up a day to make it in. So, and if you're ready, please go ahead with the presentation.
Good afternoon. This application proposes to rezone a site in the Glenwood neighborhood from the small-scale residential zone, or RS, to the neighborhood mixed-use zone, or MUN, to allow for neighborhood-scale mixed-use development at a scale of approximately 4 stories. Next slide, please. The subject site is composed of 2 parcels and is located within the interior of the neighborhood at the corner of 96th Avenue and 167th Street. The site has excellent access to open space and educational services as it abuts the St. Thomas School Park and is across the street from Alex Janvier School Park and is within walking distance of both Glenwood and Jack Horan parks. This area of Glenwood is also supporting a variety of housing types, from single detached housing to low-rise apartment housing. Notable higher density sites include a large seniors housing site and a large site zoned RSM with a height modifier of 12 meters located to the north, and another large site zoned RM with a height modifier of 16 meters located to the east, all within walking distance to this site. As a result of improvements to the neighborhood mobility network through the Neighborhood Renewal Program, with construction currently underway in the area, this site is set to become very well connected to the area's key land use features, as well as the broader neighborhood. There are shared pathways either newly completed or under construction along 167th Street, 165th Street, and 96th Avenue. Next slide, please. Administration sought feedback through a mailed notice, site signage, and information posted on the city's webpage. 53 recipients were notified, and 23 responses were received, with 22 residents expressing opposition and 1 resident in support. The main concerns heard were the lack of alley access creating challenges for traffic circulation and waste collection, additional density exacerbating existing traffic issues during school hours, the proposed scale being too tall and not compatible with the area's smaller scale context, and privacy and shadowing impacts. Supportive feedback included the site's corner location and proximity to amenities, and the need for housing choice near schools. Next slide, please. The model shown illustrates the maximum building envelope under the existing RS zoning and the proposed MUN zoning. There are several key regulations of the proposed zone that will allow for a larger and more compact built form when compared to the existing zone. The maximum height is increased from 9.5 meters to 16 meters. Setbacks are reduced from abutting streets, and commercial uses are introduced and required on the ground floor. To help mitigate some impacts to the abutting residential property, the interior setback is increased from 1.2 meters to 3 meters. Next slide, please. The city plan and district plans establish a system of nodes and corridors, which are areas intended to accommodate the most substantial development as we grow towards 2 million people. These plans also include the opportunity for nodes to emerge outside of this formalized system, referred to as local nodes, where a mix of businesses, services, gathering, and housing coalesce to form a community focal point. Given the area surrounding the rezoning site features 2 school sites, parks, commercial space, and a mixture of housing types, all of which are all knitted together by a network of shared pathways, administration considers this area to be a local node. To ensure that local nodes continue to emerge and flourish as important activity centers, the district policy supports neighborhood mixed-use development at these locations up to 4 stories. The proposed new MUN zone allows for development up to 4 stories and is in alignment with this direction. Next slide, please. Administration supports this application. It supports the objectives of the city plan and district plan by fostering the continued growth of a local node where housing, gathering, and services coalesce to provide an activity center at the neighborhood level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to move into the speakers in favor. So as I call your name, if you're in person, please come down to the front here and the clerks will get you settled. Hussein Awada, you're here. Next, Nayesh Deshpande. Rajesh Shah was to answer questions only, but still to come down. Jordan Mendez. Keaton Hawkswell, I think, is online, I see. Yes.
Hello.
Doa Salah? I don't see them in person or online. Prashant Patel is to answer questions only. They're going to come down. Eugene Stefan Camdon. Eugene, I don't see Eugene online. Deepak Brambat. I also don't see Deepak. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with a couple to answer questions only. So as mentioned, you each have up to 5 minutes. I will just check in advance. I mean, I don't know how long the questions will be of our speakers in favor, but if each of the ones that have not, that are registered to speak, not including the ones to answer question only, they could take up to 20 minutes plus some questions. We have 4 speakers registered in opposition. Is council willing to entertain a 15-minute extension to try to hear from the speakers in opposition? You don't need to answer now, but think about that. We'll ask about it in the chat. I just want to give everyone enough chance to think about that. So I'll start with Hussein Awada. Please go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. I'm Hussein Awada, planner at Green Space Alliance. I'm going to speak about the policy context and additional application details associated with the proposed rezoning to support a mixed-use development. Next slide, please. This site is located on the corner of 167th Street, which is a collector roadway, and 96th Avenue. It is also adjacent to 2 schools, St. Thomas More Catholic Junior High School and Alex Janvier School. As per the city's district plan, local nodes should include community uses such as schools, parks, or civic spaces, and must include commercial uses. As shown on this slide, the site is situated at the approximate area, in our opinion, to be a local node, and may serve it as this node for the Glenwood neighborhood. Next slide, please. When adjacent to schools or parks, policy for local nodes support low-rise development and mid-rise development when located along collector roadways. The application involves a corner site situated directly along the 167th Street collector roadway. Furthermore, it is adjacent to 2 schools and a school park to the east and south. This directly aligns with the policy direction and criteria for local node designation. Next slide, please. This slide provides more specifics about the proposed development, in addition to what you heard from administration. The development concept envisions a 4-story mixed-use building, and it will consist of ground floor commercial uses that may include daycare, cafe, and retail to support local needs, residential units situated above the commercial with a total of 36 units, vehicle access along 96th Avenue, and parking service through a combination of surface and underground parking. Additionally, there will be opportunities for bicycle parking and outdoor seating to actively contribute to the vibrancy of the neighborhood. Next slide, please. The physical form of the development will have a limited impact on the surrounding residential area, as it abuts roadways on 2 sides and open space on the east side. As per our draft plans, the proposed development will not utilize the maximum height of 16 meters permitted by the zone, opting for a height of 13.5 meters. In the MUN zone, a 3-meter interior side setback is required, which is considered appropriate for developments adjacent to RS sites. We are open to consider additional setbacks on the north side to provide enhanced separation from the existing residential building on the north side. Considering the context, this could not be a better site to envision mixed-use development. I will now pass it on to Yanesh to explain how the design responds to the feedback provided through engagement. Next slide, please.
Thank you. And now we'll go to Dinesh. Please go ahead. You have your 5 minutes starting now.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Again, I'm Yanesh Deshpande, principal with GSA. I'll explain how our design addresses communities' concerns. For this application, the city's standard notification and engagement process was followed. The applicant's contact information was provided through a rezoning sign. We received 2 inquiries, and verbal explanation was provided to those who called. The city administration also provided the opportunity for the public to voice their concerns. We thoroughly reviewed the What We Heard report prepared by administration and incorporated that feedback into our draft design. Next slide, please. So residents identified 3 key concerns related to traffic, including on-street parking related issues, or availability of on-street parking, traffic congestion, and traffic safety adjacent to schools. This proposal addresses these concerns as follows. First, access to surface and underground parking as well as waste management will only be provided from 96th Avenue. A private rear alley / access is included in the design that provides access to parking within the site. And then a total of 34 parking stalls are envisioned for this development within the site, including 27 underground stalls and 7 surface parking stalls. Additional traffic safety concerns will be addressed by the planned neighborhood renewal, which incorporates a raised intersection immediately at the intersection of this corner site and raised crossings near the site throughout the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Residents were also concerned about the project's alignment with the Glenwood Neighborhood and Alley Renewal Project. So the city's planned public realm features, as explained by administration, include shared use pathways along 167th Street and 96th Avenue, immediately adjacent to this site location, a raised intersection at the corner of the site, dedicated on-street parking along 167th Street, which will be helpful for the potential commercial uses, a new boulevard and a dedicated bus drop-off zone for the school along 96th Avenue. These additions to public realm will enhance the safety, access, and vibrancy of the site. Next slide, please. So to address community concerns related to scale and context, the proposed development includes a minor increase in height to 4 stories compared to the 3-story height permitted in the adjacent RS zone. Furthermore, as explained by Hussein, the impact on the north abutting site will be further reduced as we are committed to providing additional setback to ensure enhanced transition. If this is approved, we'll work through the development permit process to achieve that while working with neighbors. As shown on the slide, we could not have asked for a better site for this project, but the site is surrounded by roads on 2 sides and a park on the 3rd side. Next slide, please. In our opinion, the proposed development and its location successfully qualifies for multiple good planning policy and urban design criteria. It aligns with the city policy for local node, fits well within the context, will have access to active transportation routes, and most importantly, it will benefit from the planned traffic calming measures adjacent to the site from the Glenwood Neighborhood Renewal Project. As shown on this slide, this project can also learn from some of the successful corner store projects in Edmonton's mature neighborhoods such as Calder and Belgravia, where you have seen those local nodes with commercial uses. So the lessons learned from those projects in terms of placemaking and public-private partnerships are definitely applicable to this site. Next slide, please. Finally, as shown on this concept sketch, the proposed development on this site has the potential to truly become Glenwood's focal point that fits well, provides amenities, and serves the neighborhood well. This concludes my presentation, and we are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Rajesh Shah was to answer questions only, correct? So next is Jordan Mendez. Please go ahead.
Hello, good afternoon, Council. My name is Jordan, and I live in Glenwood, where these properties are located. The last time I spoke to Council was last year for another rezoning nearby. I'm happy to say that that project, one community to the east of Glenwood, is well underway. Like that day in April 2025, many unhappy residents showed up to share their dire predictions if Council voted yes, while I was the only non-developer who supported the idea. But let's go back to the summer of 2024 at the Glenwood Community League, where the city presented updated plans for the neighborhood renewal project. I had recently moved in, so I wanted to see how the community would become a better place. At that meeting, I was surprised by 2 things. First, the high level of emotion expressed by my neighbors, and second, only one other person in that room was within 2 decades of my age, and I'm no spring chicken. That person, well, he's the mayor now. During that 2024 meeting, many people told the then city councilor that they completely opposed adding trees to the boulevards of two main north-south roads, one of which is where these properties are located. At the 2025 public hearing for the now densified property in West Jasper, council had to decide between replacing 3 very ugly, crumbling single-family houses on a corner lot located next to a school with what will soon become 38 new homes. Those opposed on that day wore matching lanyards and placards using tree protection as the reason to vote it down. Council voted 12-0 to approve the project, and I'm grateful for that. Okay, go back to today to discuss this property on a corner lot next to not 1 but 2 schools. The building on the corner lot should be called the Pizza Hut House because it seems the original architect wanted the character of the neighborhood to include an homage to his favorite restaurant. In our modern eyes, it is not a precious gem. Like the West Jasper public hearing in 2025, sitting behind me are other current residents who, sitting behind me are some current residents, while those who will most benefit from a denser redevelopment cannot appear at today's vote. I ask the council remember the upset residents at the 2024 Community League presentation shouting at Andrew Knack to keep trees away from their street fronts. We cannot allow those in opposition to move the goalposts whenever it suits their political needs. I wanted council to hear from a fellow Glenwood resident thrilled with the infill activity based mostly on the eastern half of the community, but now is beginning to benefit the western half. My family lives in one of those infills. The biggest benefit has been to my older daughter who attends the grade 4 to 9 school across the street from today's Temple to Terrible Pizza. Our lives would be worse had infill development been blocked at a previous council meeting. Those in opposition may be past the stage of life when having a school within eyesight of one's home is a big relief. To parents trying to balance work and family without having to deal with the dreaded school drop-off line. My daughter walks to school and frequently tells me how great the teachers are at that school and has made many new friends. Furthermore, 2 high schools are within walking distance, and the active transportation network expansion along 95th Avenue gives safe options to those living or working nearby. Why wouldn't I want to share such great public facilities with other families? Lastly, I'll finish with a quote about political systems too focused on the demands of those who don't have long enough to face the consequences of your vote today. It is written by Samuel Moyne, a Yale law professor who wrote a book which I picked up by walking to the Jasper Place branch of EPL. Gerontocracies are prone to let long-term problems fester and worsen. As the individual life dwindles, playing for time in the face of impending catastrophe is a psychologically appealing stratagem of avoidance and denial. The aged preference for addressing the short term leads to the imposition of heavier and heavier consequences for the future. Our city is growing, and with more and younger residents and the real community renewal in Glenwood can be more than repaved alleys and wider sidewalks. My area needs more residents to support local businesses and prevent further school closures. This rezoning will play a vital role in doing that. I ask council to vote yes on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keaton Hawkswell. Please go ahead.
Hello. Try and keep it short since time is limited. I'm a cyclist who uses this route as part of my commute, so I was pretty surprised to see how many of the concerns were focused around traffic safety since this area is undergoing a renewal. I would just ask that anybody who is speaking in opposition, I think it might be a better way to fight for traffic safety to speak tomorrow instead on the proposed plan to cancel safe infrastructure. I know that the old councillor was a strong supporter of the 95th Ave multi-use path that is proposed to go in, and I am sure that future residents living in this location will benefit from that. Additionally, the raised crossing is one of the strongest safe street implementations that the city uses. And I'm sure some residents would have wanted a full street closure, but unfortunately it is past that time. Thank you so much, and I hope to hear from opposition speakers tomorrow in support of the bike plan.
Thank you very much. And again, just to confirm, Prashant Patel is to answer questions only as well, correct? Okay. The other speakers, we have Doa Sala, I don't see online or in person. Eugene Stefan Camdom is also not online. Deepak Brahmbot, also not online. Okay, so now we'll move to questions. Our speakers in favor. Councillor Clark, as you selected, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. Let's put my name on the list.
It's all good. They'll do it.
Yeah, just the first two speakers with Green Space Alliance. One, thank you for bringing that level of detail when we sit in this chair and we see a lot of these come forward. I know it's not mandatory, but to see that is welcomed for myself and I'm sure some of my other councillors. I guess the only questions I kind of had on my end, because you covered a lot there. You talked about the consultation and you follow the process that we mandate from the city. Was there any additional consultation? Like this is a big project, a big change. What else did you guys do?
We did not, generally we undertake like additional consultation. In this case, when we received the feedback from the city about what the concerns are, we felt that most of the concerns are kind of like addressed through our additional design, and we were open to like answering those questions to the community, but we did not undertake any additional open house or additional engagement.
And just because you kind of showed some preliminary designs, I guess on that step, how open are you to have some feedback on that from the community if this goes through and we get to that level? Is that something you entertain as well?
Oh, for sure. I think at this point, after seeing the community feedback, we have definitely undertaken our due diligence and developed preliminary plans. And as I was explaining in our presentation, this zone like really allows to provide like smaller setbacks along 167th Street and 96th Avenue, but that gives us an opportunity to provide additional setbacks on two other sites, especially the north side where there are concerns. So we are completely open to working like with the community and making sure that transition, it's already addressed through MUN zone, the 3-meter setback, but if there is a willingness to work through development permit process, we're definitely open to that. And in addition to that, on the east side where there is a park, we are providing to address traffic concerns. We have already incorporated almost like an internal like alley, which is a private alley, and we'll be working with city administration to make sure the waste management and traffic concerns are addressed at that access location.
And then why'd you end up on the MU zone versus some of the other options?
So really the simple like answer is in a local node to have that mixed use opportunity definitely contributes positively in terms of like creating that mixed use focal point. We could have gone for like just residential uses, but there's definitely a demand for community amenities such as being right next to the school itself, a daycare, a cafe, and so forth. And we had an opportunity, especially from GSA, to work on like multiple corner store projects in Edmonton that I talked about, especially Calder neighborhood renewal. And we really see this opportunity that if you're creating a mixed-use development, it really helps to create that community focal point rather than just a residential like development. There's definitely a demand to provide those additional amenities. And when you think about a mixed-use development, MUN zone like is really designed to provide that neighborhood like mixed use like amenities at a local node location. So when we worked with administration, we explored other options, but MUN was considered the most appropriate.
And then last question, if this was to not get approved, what would be your next steps with this parcel or these parcels?
We have not discussed that internally with our clients.
Fair enough. That's all I got.
Thank you. Those are all the questions for our speakers in favor. I'll ask you to grab your seats because we have our speakers in opposition who are going to come down. I think, where's my list here? I think all four are here in person. Where am I here? There it is. Cynthia Fuller is going to be first, then Carmen Choney, Jarrett Peck, and Robert Neese. Nice, Neese will come on down. So that's, we're missing, Jarrett's not coming. Okay, unable to stay, thank you. Okay, so we don't have Jarrett. Therefore, we have 3 speakers, so I'm going to see if recognizing will be a few minutes past, but this, I think it would be good to let our speakers finish, and I've heard enough can stay close to that. I'll take a motion. Councillor Clerk, did you want to move to extend to 5:15? You want to move that?
Yep, I'll move to extend to 5:15.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Any questions on that extension? Not hearing any, please vote.
Yes.
Yes. Councillor Principe is no.
Thank you, councillors.
Oh, sorry, I'm no as well.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That's carried 10-2, and just to note, so that means we'll hear from our speakers. We'll try to ask as many questions. If we hit 5:15 and there's more questions, you might have to join back next meeting or virtually. And again, you can do it in person or virtually. And just want to mention some of our colleagues can't stay past 5, but they'll be able to catch up on YouTube to watch. So that's part of some have already stated that they can't stay past 5. So don't take offense if they have to leave right at 5. We'll make sure we have the quorum here to do that. So with that in mind, we are going to go to our speakers in opposition, starting with Cynthia Fuller. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council and administration. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cynthia Fuller, and my husband and I live directly across the street from the proposed rezoning. Obviously, we would be significantly affected. I cannot say strongly enough how dismaying it is to think of looking out onto a 4-story building after seeing only bungalows for so many years. That being said, I would like to focus on safety and whether or not such a building is needed. We experienced firsthand the congestion at the intersection of 96th Avenue and 167th Street, particularly during school arrival and dismissal times. Traffic approaches from 3 directions, while school buses and private vehicles park on both sides of the avenue and the street as well. The addition of a shared use pathway under Glenwood Neighbourhood Renewal will further reduce the available roadway width, where head-on traffic and unsafe vehicle pedestrian interaction can become a likelihood. We do not believe these roads can accommodate the additional traffic which would be generated by a large multi-use development. When the nearby school holds an event, vehicles are already parked throughout the surrounding neighbourhood, so the additional parking caused by the needs of a multi-use building would make the existing problem significantly worse. We respectfully encourage members of council to visit this area during school drop-off and pick-up times so they can observe the traffic, parking and pedestrian conditions personally. Safety of all must be paramount, and greater congestion near 2 schools will increase conflicts among private vehicles, buses, cyclists and pedestrians in an area heavily used by students, families and seniors. This is not an imaginary concern. These conditions already exist and should not be exacerbated. We also question the need for an additional commercial space at this location. The community is already well served by businesses on 163rd Street, 100th Avenue and 170th Street. Nearby services already include grocery and convenience stores, childcare, 2 major drugstores, medical and dental offices, banking, churches, a liquor store, hair salons, a major clothing retailer, restaurants and more, and all within a 15-minute walk. The Community League provides meeting and programming space. The proposed commercial component does not appear to address any unmet community need. As for the residential component, we are very concerned that it could become a lodging house, as we have seen come to reality in other neighbourhoods. We understand that Edmonton must accommodate growth and that appropriate infill has an important role to play. However, there is also a human element to consider in these decisions, and infill must be compatible with the scale, infrastructure, and established character and existing amenities of the neighborhood and of the people who have called this place for many years. Mr. Mayor, when you visited our home a couple of years ago, you suggested that significant infill in our area was likely many years away. Yet here we are already and facing not just modest neighborhood-scale development, but a large multi-use building that would profoundly change the area. We are not opposed to all change or new housing. Our concern is the size, intensity, purpose, and location of this particular proposal, when smaller developments would be more compatible with the area. For these reasons, we are respectfully asking planners and City Council not to support this proposal in its current form. At a minimum, it should be significantly reduced in scale and supported by a thorough traffic, parking, and pedestrian safety assessment reflecting actual conditions during school hours and special events. Please ensure that any development approved by this site is compatible with the neighborhood and protects the people who live, walk, work, attend school, and travel here. I would like to just insert here quickly a comment referring to a previous speaker who said we were against trees. I believe that we were not against the trees, we were simply against narrowing the roadway. If I may quote Mayor Knack again, change is hard. Yes, it is, but managed responsibly, it should be designed to help, not hurt. And the possible size under MUN, we believe, would significantly harm the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Now our next speaker, Carmen Choni, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Knack and members of council. My name is Carmen Choni. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding bylaw 21562 and the proposed rezoning of 16628 96th Ave and 9607 167th Street in the Glenwood community of the Nakota-Iska Ward. My mother and I live directly across the street from these properties, and I'm asking council not to approve the rezoning. I want to be clear that I am not opposed to growth, additional housing, or reasonable intensification in Glenwood. I understand that Edmonton needs more housing. My concern is whether this particular site is appropriate for the level and the type of development that MUN zonings would permit. The proposed zoning would allow mixed-use development up to 16 meters, approximately 4 stories, with a floor area of 3.5, as well as potential commercial, service, and social gathering uses. That is a significant change from the bungalow-scale residential properties immediately surrounding this site. My biggest concern is very practical. How will a development of this scale actually function here? There is no rear lane. That means vehicle access, deliveries, waste collection, commercial service vehicles, residents, visitors, and customers will all have to be accommodated from the surrounding streets. And while the city has explained the regulations that would apply to future development, this is not the same as demonstrating how all of these activities will actually work on this particular property. That is especially important because Alex Janvier is directly across the street and St. Thomas More is next door. Every school day, we already have vehicles stopping, parking, turning, parents and children crossing the streets, limited parking, and significant congestion during drop-off and pickup for both schools. At the same time, the city has started neighborhood renewal, including a shared pathway for pedestrians and cyclists planned directly in front of the site. There are also senior residents in multiple homes directly across the street who rely on deliveries, accessible transportation, and medical visits, as well as senior living complexes immediately behind it. Safe and reliable access matters. These properties are also already contributing to density. Both already have basement suites and provide additional housing through incremental intensification that fits within this existing neighborhood. I believe there is room between doing nothing and allowing this level of intensity. The broader conversation across Edmonton is also relevant. Council has recently heard significant concerns about the scale and impact of infill in established neighborhoods, and the city has responded with changes, including a new 9.5 meter height limit for certain infills. I think that demonstrates that this isn't simply a debate whether people who support housing and people who oppose it. There's a legitimate conversation about how much intensity is appropriate and where. In that context, I think it's reasonable to question whether up to 16 meters of mixed-use development is appropriate on this constrained site. I also want council to understand that what this means to me personally. My home and my front bedroom directly face these properties. I'm planning a significant renovation to my home this fall because I want to continue living and investing in this neighborhood. I was born and raised here, and I would like to remain part of it. But if this rezoning is approved, I have to seriously reconsider that investment and, frankly, whether I want to continue living here. A 4-story mixed-use building directly across the street could mean upper-story windows overlooking my property, loss of privacy, shadowing, exterior lighting, and potentially illuminated commercial signage facing my home. I don't want to lie in my bedroom at night with commercial lighting or an illuminated sign shining directly into my window. I recognize that we don't know exactly what will be built here. We kind of do now, but we don't. But this is part of my concern. Council is being asked to grant these developments right now, while many of the practical impacts will only be addressed later. Ultimately, the question isn't whether Edmonton needs more housing. The question is whether this particular site is appropriate for this particular level of intensity of blue box, as we've seen today. I'm not asking council to stop Glenwood from changing. I'm asking for growth that is reasonable, context sensitive, and allows new and existing residents to successfully coexist. I'm prepared to invest substantially in my home and remain part of this community. I would much rather see development that encourages existing residents to stay and invest alongside new neighbors, rather than the development that makes them feel like they have to leave. For those reasons, I respectfully ask council not to approve bylaw 21562. Thank you for your time and your considering the perspective of the residents who live with the consequences of this decision every day.
Thank you very much. And our final speaker today, Robert, and you want to just make sure I get the pronunciation, Robert? Nice? Nice?
Nice, yeah.
Thank you. Perfect. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Robert Nice, and I'm a resident of Glenwood, adjacent to this site. I respectfully ask Council to refuse the proposed neighborhood mixed use or MUN rezoning at 167 and 96th Avenue. I support responsible infill and additional housing. My concern is whether the full range and intensity permitted under MUN zoning is appropriate for this particular site. MUN zoning would permit a building up to 16 meters in height, commercial uses, and no maximum number of dwelling units. This is an abrupt change to the neighborhood. Although the applicant's present intentions may change, the development rights granted through MUN zoning would remain. Council is not approving a requirement for additional housing, it is approving a broader set of development rights. And MUN does not appear to require any minimum number of residential units. The central issue is whether this is appropriate infill for this site and whether the site can actually function as MUN zoning. This is an unusually constrained location. It has no rear lane. It is a corner site between 167th Street and 96th Avenue, with a schoolyard to the east and private property to the north. Because there is no alley, the MUN zoning regulations require vehicle access from the flanking street, which for this site is 96th Avenue, a local residential road. Residents, customers, employees, deliveries, waste collection, servicing, and loading must therefore all connect to the surrounding public streets. Those streets already accommodate residential traffic, school drop-off and pickup, school buses for 2 schools, parked vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists. The planned shared pathways, raised crossings, and traffic calming measures are intended to improve safety, not create additional capacity for mixed-use development. Any assessment should consider how the site will operate within that future roadway configuration, particularly during peak school periods. Administration reviewed transportation conditions, but no transportation impact assessment was required or submitted. Detailed access, waste collection, and stormwater management will be dealt with later at the development permit stage. And because MUN is a standard zone, its zoning regulations could not be customized for this particular site, but Council is deciding that zoning now. Once MUN is approved, the development permit process cannot go back and reconsider whether MUN zoning was appropriate for this site. That is the critical distinction before Council today. Compliance with individual regulations does not necessarily demonstrate that all the required functions can operate together safely and effectively in this particular location. Administration considers this a local node because of nearby schools. City policy allows local nodes to emerge outside of MAP network, but those amenities do not establish that these particular no-lane lots are appropriate for a full potential of MUN zoning. I'm not asking Council to assume that the development will fail. I'm asking Council not to assume that it will work. when important site-specific operational questions remain unresolved. The applicant should demonstrate the full potential MUN zoning can function safely and appropriately at this location. In my respectful submission, that has not been demonstrated. For those reasons, I ask Council to refuse bylaw 21562. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to questions of our speakers, and I'll go to Councillor Clark first as the ward councillor.
Yeah, thank you. I guess to kind of any one of the three speakers, I'm assuming this is the first time you kind of saw the plans from the proponents. Does anyone want to share their thoughts on what was presented in front of us?
Well, I would have had a lot of different things to say had I seen that before we got here today. And I am happy to see that it's less, not 4 stories, 16 meters, but 13 and a half. But I still think that we have to consider all of the things that I have asked about lighting and potential interference with any of us in the other side of the street as well. I don't think that extra few meters has changed my mind at all, and I'm pretty surprised in the confidence of what the developers think they can bring to the area, considering what is already in the area on either sides of the road.
And Carmen, I'll stick with you because you kind of talked about functionality of this site and kind of, you know, context matters and where it'd be appropriate. Do you think there'd be anywhere else, like kind of within the neighborhood, where maybe an MU zone would be more suitable?
Believe it or not, I do. There's directly across from the police station on 100th Avenue. There's a wide open space that has been there my whole life. It was used for trees, Christmas trees years ago, and you know it, don't you, Mayor? You remember it, yes. And it's been wide open and waiting. I'm not sure if it's purchased or if somebody owns it or what it is, but that is a busier road, as we've talked about today, artillery roads. That would be more of an artillery road. Ours is a local road, both in both directions, but I think that is the perfect spot for it. And there's actually more room along 100th Avenue, anywhere between 170th Street and 163rd. There's multiple spots coming in, getting closer to the LRT line as we get closer to past 163rd and down, even, towards 149th. That road is waiting for a development like this.
Robert, I'll jump over to you because you brought some concerns with the zoning on this one as well. Would you feel more comfortable if this was just residential? I mean, right now they can go ahead and do that, right? Or they could have applied for kind of an RSM. Just want your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would like, residential is more suited for the area, and like Carmen was saying, we have all services around that area also. Community center is right there. Everything is in the area. One of the things that the density or the intensity also, because of the school, the volume of traffic around the schools, at school, when school's in and out, and the school buses and the parking, it can be a challenge also. So intensity is also an issue.
I guess kind of last question for us all three. If this was MU zoned and there's services that are commercial, it's kind of mandated on there, like what services would be the benefit, do you think, for yourselves or community members?
I'm not sure that we need any other benefits in there. We are surrounded by commercial developments. As I said in my speech, we're surrounded by medical offices. I don't believe that there is any particular service that is not already available to us within a 15-minute walk.
I concur. Everything we have and that we need is around us: grocery, post office, bakeries. On either side of the main roads, we have everything you need. There's not a service that I can think of off the top of my head that is not being provided in our Glenwood community.
Just on the other side of 100th Avenue, there's multiple condominiums of businesses that aren't full right now.
Great, those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Wright, questions?
Yeah, just a couple quick ones here. All the services that you talked about, Ms. Fuller, those are, like, they're across 170th. Like, they're across busy roads for, seniors or young kids to cross. Is that right? Or is it some within?
You are correct. Some of the services I've mentioned are across 170th Street. It is controlled by pedestrian walk lights that do give ample time to cross. Many of the other services are on the west side of 163rd Street and do not require that sort of access.
Okay, and once, I'm not totally familiar with the area, but 163rd is not as busy?
163rd is a major north-south road.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, 163rd is also where they've moved the bus lane to. The bus lane used to be on 167th Street, and it has moved to 165th and 163rd.
Okay.
Going forward,
And
that's where
I'm looking at a map online here, so that's why I
Yeah.
keep looking. And those services are west of 163rd then? No, east, sorry.
Yes.
East.
Yes.
Okay. And then I thought I had one other question. No, I think, in regards to, putting this in a different place, I think you were sitting here for the Fulton Place item, and, with it being a private developers or private owners, you're aware that we can't direct people to build, right? Okay, you're nodding, so, okay, that's all I have.
I just wanted to add, I know we've talked about that, but we also are talking about, as Mayor Knack mentioned earlier, we're talking about the building, not the people coming to it. So we know that what we're trying to talk about is the proposal of MUN not happening.
Right, yeah, okay, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else on the board for questions, and so thank you for staying a few extra minutes. I appreciate you willing to do that. What we'll be doing next is because we still won't have enough time to finish this item. I know Councillor Clark has questions. People will probably speak to it. There's new information. So what we'll do is we will take a motion to postpone this to the next public hearing, which we said was September
15th.
15th. So maybe I'll start with that and get that from Councillor Clark. Do you want to make that motion?
Yeah, sure. I'll make a motion to postpone item, what is this?
4.9?
4.9 to the next public hearing on September 15th.
Second.
That's seconded by Councillor Parmar. First, I'll just check to see if there's any questions on that from members of council. Councillor Wright?
Because we're in the midst of this one, will this be the first one?
That will be up to council, but that would be the expectation that we would want to have this as the first item of business because we're in the middle of a public hearing, and we'll explain what that means after, if this is to be approved, so.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Please vote to postpone this item to that agenda.
Councillor Morgan in favor?
Thank you, Councillor Morgan.
Yes, for me.
I'm a yes.
We have all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the vote. That is carried 10-0. So what this means in terms of agenda management, and just so everyone in the public knows what's going on, the Glenwood item, the Inglewood item, the Alsus item, and the zoning bylaw text amendments, those 4 items were postponed to the September 15th council meeting. While council still has to technically make a motion at September 15th, as you would have seen at this meeting, typically any items that are postponed we bring to the front of the agenda so that way we finish those, therefore people have a sense of expectation. So assuming we follow that practice, and I won't presuppose council's vote, but I think it's a safe assumption that we would start with the Glenwood item, then move to Inglewood, then move to Alsus, then move to the zoning bylaw, followed by whatever else is on the agenda. And I think we got a quick look, and that one was looking a little lighter, so that should mean we should get through it all. Important note, and I'll say, and then our legal team will also just repeat, is that since we are in the middle of an open public hearing, that does restrict how council can interact, meaning I know there's folks in the community that might have feedback, they might want to chat with Councillor Clark about it. Because we're in the public hearing, all information has to be shared at a public hearing. That means if you have additional feedback, you're either welcome to register to speak when it comes back to the next public hearing. You can send council an email, including Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark or any member of council would have to say, thank you for the information. We can't engage in dialogue on something that is in the middle of an open public hearing. That is just a legal requirement. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware of that. So it's not that we don't want to talk to you, it's that we legally must keep a separation while the public hearing is open so that we get information at the public hearing. So I'll just make sure I've explained that correctly, and if you want to add a more legal phrasing, you can do that as well.
No, Mayor Knack, very little to add, just to point out that this is a requirement of procedural fairness that council make its decision based on information that comes in during the public hearing only and not outside considerations. And to reiterate, you're correct that you cannot control what information may come your way, but should the public reach out, please do direct them to direct their concerns or correspondence through council correspondence and the city clerk's office.
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, that this isn't, we don't do it for fun. It's actually a requirement. That doesn't mean you still can't reach out to council or your councillor about any other issues. That we are still allowed to engage you as constituents on many other things, just on this one. So, with that in mind, I think that clears the deck. Other than I do have to still check for notices of motion, and I believe there are. I think Councillor Jans had indicated he has a notice of motion. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two, and I've sent the notices to the clerk. I move the first one that I give notice of motion that we shift to a standard 3-minute speaking time for guests at committee and applicable council meetings. This would be not including public hearings, which is the 5 minutes. And secondly, I move a notice of motion that we adjust our city council agenda to begin with a Vision Zero Remembrances section, along with a 1-minute moment of silence at the start of each council meeting to recognize persons killed on our roadways. Following the remembrances, the mayor will send a letter to the Minister of Transportation advocating for action on traffic safety enforcement, safe streets, and automobile industry product accountability.
Thank you. So I've accepted both of those notices of motion. They would be made at the next available council meeting. There were others, I heard? Is that?
He had two.
Just two, yes, yeah. Nobody else? I don't see anyone else on the board. Okay, so that covers that item on the agenda. Therefore, we are adjourned until, well, we're adjourned. And then there will be another meeting where we'll continue these. Thanks, everyone.